All right. It took me a minute and apologize there, but I think I'm back up. Let me give this just a couple of more seconds here overall to make sure I know what I'm doing and to make sure I'm back on the air again here. Let's see. Are we back on the air again? Let me notify. Turn that off. My apologies once again. I did update the thumbnail, so it's probably not even going to be there. I might have just messed up a bunch of stuff. I do apologize. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to assume I'm on. It says I am on. And again, I apologize for what happened earlier, although I can't do anything about it. I got hit by a little bit of lightning there. That happened when everything sort of went down there overall. Oh, I'm still not up because it is waiting for the timer. So I had scheduled this. I'm going to keep talking anyway here because I don't know any other way to do this. A couple of different radars here overall. All right, apologize again. I think we're back up. I'm going to just talk. I had this put on a delay on a schedule, so my apologies because I did not. I don't think I did that correctly. If there is such a thing, I'm going to black that out. Come back on again. Anybody out there? Can somebody say hello? Maybe I think I'm on. Maybe I got hit pretty hard a while ago with some lightning, a lightning strike that went through. Not through. It hit. I mean, a lightning strike went off, and I still didn't say that right. But there was a lightning strike that caused me to not be on for a few moments, and so my apologies. I believe I'm coming back on. We should click this over to the channel and just see. I don't see anybody talking. It says I have 15 viewers. Slow chat is off. But now it looks like I have no chat. I don't want to do this with no chat. Monitor current viewers. There's 25 of you out there. Thank you so much. It's going up. Top chat. Anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me out there? Mustang James, Miss Alma. Do you hear me? I don't know if I'm on just yet. I took a pretty good hit a while ago, and I don't think I'm coming back up. No chat replay for the previous video. It's probably my fault because I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to that. Loud and clear here, but do you see me? Hear you loud and clear. Do you see me? Hear you, but you don't see me? Anybody see me? Okay. Nanobotless says hello. Hey, I see you too, Caroline. Thank you so much. See and hear you. Thank you. That's all I need to know because I don't know where. I don't know exactly what is was going on because I actually, even though I made this whole thing up, if I click on myself, it just says people are waiting. So I don't really know what's happening here overall, and I apologize because it's probably a learning curve again for me that I didn't know about or know how to do. So. Couple of seconds. I'll give you an update. All right, here we go. An update on where we are. Here's what's happening here at the moment is we take a look at where we left off, maybe, I hope, a little bit earlier because we still have 3 tornado warnings, several of them down to the south specifically that we're looking at still. One of them has now moved over into Alabama here from the west. This has been one of the stronger storms at the moment coming into Livingston, Alabama. This is on the southwestern side, if you will, of what is overall going to be that area in Sumter County that is near Kitterbush and moving northward and eastward. So this Bellamy, Alabama is underneath a tornado warning, 8 miles to the southeast of York. So that's still moving off to the northeast. Radar indicated tornado warning with this. We have some spinning, some rotating that's going on with the storm, and I can put that into motion to show you what I'm looking at. South of Livingston, again, we're in a region here that's out of the Doppler range. You can see the circles that are going. That means that we're out of Doppler effects. We're not allowed to see inbound and outbound stuff like we normally would be because of the radar imagery there overall. GWX off to the north still has some thunderstorms up here, but I don't see anything tornado-like. I see a ton of rainfall here coming in from the high top radar. This is over Birmingham down to the south across the rest of the area out of Fort Payne. The heaviest rainfall has now shifted a little further on to the east. That 1 or 2 lightning strikes that are taking place have taken about 3 years off of my life because they just don't let you know. It's not like you got a constant lightning thunderstorm thing going on here where I live. It's just a random lightning strike here and there that'll shake you in your boots because you don't know really when it's coming. GWX radar, look at all this rainfall. It's not over with. By the way, if you just quit at your house in northwestern Alabama, Colbert, Lauderdale counties, if it's quit, that is a short-term situation. I hope the rain runs off at your house. Why are there 2 videos? I am not. I'm good with the app. I'm not good with YouTube. So the old stream died out. That's why there are 2. I made another one. I made another thumbnail and everything. So and that's kind of where we are at the moment. So let me get back into the mode here overall to kind of show you the rest of the area. Birmingham all the way through this region here up into Jefferson County and beyond, or back over to Etowah County. There's some of the heavy rainfall that's still falling across that region. Down to the south, we get into that tornado warning. Look how they encapsulated this and drew like a polygon that's pretty funky here. This is just for the county mainly. So as you look at the thing as a whole here, actually what you're looking at is much of this that'll continue to move northeastward is going to eventually change shape and size and end up being back over into another county. So it'll be a little bit different overall. Good, I'm up there as well. So go back over here to Mississippi at the moment. You can see the other thunderstorms that we're looking at. We still have our dude over here. This is our weather dude, Brad Arnold, who is riding out. He is riding out and about and still kind of looking for this storm. He is in Yazoo City, Mississippi. That's going to be Yazoo County, too, the home of Jerry Clower. Going over to Pickens and beyond, we still have a lot of that activity there that tries to up and ride over much of that region that was already run over earlier in the day today with some of the heavier rain and precipitation across the region. Down to the south, the next tornado warning that we have is coming into McCall, Mississippi from the western side. That's 22 minutes on that tornado warning. Near Liberty again is moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. A dangerous storm there overall that we're looking at, and the likelihood of a tornado still exists just to the west of McCall, Mississippi. So we keep our eyes on that. We've got other showers down to the south, and the atmosphere is still super soupy down here to Hattiesburg and beyond. Watching a couple of these thunderstorms coming in from the southwestern side of things. LIX is the radar imagery out of Slidell, Louisiana. That is the body, if you will, the governing body, if you will, for the New Orleans area, National Weather Service office there. That is in Slidell, Louisiana. And the other storm of note that we're looking at is no longer a tornado warning. Overall coverage looks much, much better. Now, the other thing that I was looking at a few moments ago, some of these thunderstorms are coming way to the north. If you check this out, this is coming into the northern side of Kentucky where we have some severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. Up here into Kentucky, that's going to be near Barry, Falmouth, Cynthiana. That's they got severe weather statements coming out of here because probably it says moving northeast at 65, a thunderstorm there. Nickel-size hail being reported. That's a big hail maker if you look at it overall the way it is. And a severe thunderstorm warning south of there for another 5 minutes for winds of 50 miles per hour plus. That'll be in association with a storm near Carlisle. It's near Bourbon and Nicholas counties going northeastward at a pretty rapid pace there as we see everything headed on in that general direction, too. Thunderstorm coming into Bowling Green from the southwest. These are all small, compact little storms, but they pack their own, I'm not going to say pack their punch. They do what they do, and that is bring some heavy rainfall all across the region here. This is near Thornbolt where you got a, is that a lightning? That's near a three-way. No question. 64 degrees is the dew point there in three-way. Down to the south, we got some more stuff going on in Pulaski, Tennessee. That's a site that is out at the moment, but we did have quite a bit of thunder and lightning moving through there with a couple of storms early. Someone asked me earlier if there was going to be severe weather in western Tennessee. I looked up there at one time, and all these had severe thunderstorm warnings attached, but not any longer. And you can see this is the leading edge of the cold front as it comes southward. The actual cold front itself is in this line. Probably the cold front's back here just a little bit. If we looked at dew points, we'd probably see that. But this is the rising air that is increasing the activity. They're causing the ascension of air right there around the actual cold front itself. All these little tornado circles that you do see, those are where we've had tornado warnings through the day today. And these are tornado reports. We had a couple of storms actually it moved through in Lowndes County there in the northeastern sections of Mississippi. And we did have reports. I haven't had an update on this at all. And I don't know if you have. If somebody out there can tell me. Yeah. I don't know if somebody out there can tell me if you saw anything about this. Reports of property damage and people who were trapped into a grocery store there, into Malone's grocery store. So that's from emergency management there into that region. That was at about 6:30 this afternoon. Not at about. It was exactly 6:30 this afternoon when that took place, when the tornado moved through there. And that was a fairly large tornado, I think. Damage to a church. I had heard earlier there was a steeple that was off there. And so that was the case. I'm not sure why there are two videos. One is because I got knocked off the air by a lightning strike, and so I think the other one kind of lived its own life there for a while. So I apologize for that, but I don't think it's the first time it's ever happened to me, so I don't know what I can do about it, and I do apologize for that. But the rest of it is pretty much is what it is. Multiple injuries reported in multiple cities. Probably, I'm sort of concentrating on the current weather here, and because I am by myself, and couple of kitty cats who don't have internet access. I don't really know what's going on across the rest of anywhere, really, and I'm just kind of watching the current weather and trying to do the best I can with the radar here and the what we call weather now. And what I'm doing is talking about tornado warnings and the like. We still have a couple of them. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Macon and in Mississippi. Macon, Mississippi. Let me get this straight from the National Weather Service. Again, the governing body is going to be Jackson, Mississippi, and they're telling us about this severe thunderstorm warning. Noxubee County, that's also Kemper County. Noxubee, Kemper County until 9:30. Severe thunderstorm over to cab, moving near Preston at about 55 miles per hour. These things are trucking onto the east, north, and east. Pretty rapid pace overall here. Still around Demopolis, Alabama, we got this storm coming across this portion of Sumter County, and this is going to be expiring in 30 minutes. Some large hail may be possible with this storm coming into Demopolis from the south and southwest and moving northeastwardly. Other thunderstorms of note, we still have the Macomb, Mississippi tornado warning. Has 16 more minutes in this thing, moving off to the north and east. This is Macomb, Mississippi, south of Auburn, and the likelihood of a tornado still exists here, and look at why. I mean, there's every reason to believe so. We do, in fact, have an inbound and an outbound. Pixel-to-pixelization is what we're looking at, which tells us this is a tight spin. It's not your run-of-the-mill, very wide, broad spin. This is a tight spin. It's just to the north and west of Tehachapahoa. Tehachapahoa is off to the southeast, Mount Olive to the north, coming northeastward with a lot of lightning detected right around the center of that and headed northeastward, kind of in and out of the area. Opelousas back to the west have some kind of stuff going on here into central sections of Louisiana, but perhaps we've got a little bit better news going on here at the moment with very little in the way of precipitation for that matter. We got a couple of thunderstorms here, and they're still under the influence of inbound wind out of the bottom. This is a southerly wind coming in into the bottom of these storms, and then we have a westerly wind that's coming in as you go up in elevation, causing shear to take place. There's your westerly wind, southerly wind down here at the surface, causing shear to take place. If you put in some of the data here, these are MEDAR selections, and I don't know if I can read them like this because they are pretty small, but notice the arrow direction. The arrows are coming in from the south. The 75 number over 73 is the temperature over the dew point. So we got 75 over 73. That's that stuff that is super, super thick. Let me get rid of all the data, and we'll just kind of go through this with dew points first of all, because I want to show you where the dew points are the highest is where we're going to see most of the severe weather possibilities continuing. And these dew points are stupid high. They're still way up here, way out of control at the moment. They go all the way over here into Little Rock, Arkansas, and I'm just going to draw a line. I'm going to draw what's called an isotherm, or a line of equal temperature. So I'll draw an isotherm. Let me do this with a yellow line because everything else is already taken with a color. Oh, I'm itching. 63 degree isotherm. There's 67, 63. Runs kind of like, at least like this. Comes back around like this. And I think goes down like this. So the atmosphere is still, without using a term that nobody likes to use, it's incredibly juicy. Right through here, we got a lot of moisture, tons of moisture available. Some of these dew points are even above the 70 degree mark. Some of these dew points are well above 70 degrees. We've got 72 degrees up here in a few areas along the Mississippi River as you go north to south. 72 down here further to the south. The jet stream is likely to increase as the cold front gets closer, so I think some of these areas across the south may lead to a couple of more situations of intensity rises that occur going through the hours to come. Shreveport radar shows a back end of this likely, and just to show you the back end of this, so here's a 66 over in Longview, 65. This is Texas, going across the Texas border, and then this is 66, and then you got 45 in Garland, Texas. Where do you think the front is? Yeah, this is an easy call. Our actual front is somewhere right through here. You can follow the dew point to get a little bit more information about where that is. You always draw your dew point front first, but there's like 59 here in Mount Pleasant, 44 into Paris, Texas. Huge, dry area that's coming in, which is our leading edge to our cold front. Up here into northern Louisiana, we got Mendon, still a strong thunderstorm here in Mendon. Let me see if any of that might be spinning. Doesn't look like it. None of this is actually spinning. Here's crossed it into southern and eastern Arkansas. That's going to be a flash flood warning. We know, in fact, we're going to have some super heavy wind to continue here. This is in effect from the National Weather Service out of Jackson, Mississippi, saying some of this stuff is 2 to 4 that's already fallen. Another 1 to 3 is likely coming down across most of these areas. And you get further down to the south and east, and you run into this other stuff that we're looking at as well. We got Brad Arnold, who is down there. We're following him very closely down to the south, where still he's in it and has been there for quite some time. He's been in that stuff there for a while. And then you go further down to the south, and I think this is another brand new tornado warning that got pushed a little bit further on to the north. This is for Brookhaven, Mississippi, and the National Weather Service did go ahead and issue a tornado warning. Why? You can do this as well as I can. There's spin right here. There's rotation occurring within this thing. Pretty, it was broad earlier, and it still is a little bit broad. It's not tightly packed like all the other stuff that we have seen, although it does, in fact, have an inbound and an outbound associated with it, but it's not exactly what it was earlier. This does as well, and that's why they went ahead and kept this one. That is a likely, at least, tornado genesis that's occurring, or a tornado that's trying to get its act together and move on through that area. You can see on the actual image, the actual picture that shows us we got 3 different cells show up into this region, and as they move northeast, where they're all affiliated with the upper stream. There's 1, 2, 3. These are 3 supercell thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado at about any moment. Right at 8:50 this evening now on Central Time, 8:50. It is 9:50 off into the east. And tell you what, we'll take a look at our modeling here in just a few moments as well. Birmingham radar showing all that thick mass, dew points that are high. In fact, the dew point now in Gadsden, Alabama is up to 63. That's considerably higher than it was a little bit earlier. So the warm air is interjecting its way northward. Let me show you why. I'm going to go to the METAR data, and we'll just look at the wind direction down at the surface from these different stations. Many of these are unmanned stations, automatic stations that report. If you look at the wind direction here, we've got the wind direction coming in from the south here at Pell City. Wind is out of the now see, here's still the influence. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is the influence of that wedge that I was talking about a little bit earlier, and we still see it as far to the north as Fort Payne, Alabama, because this is still that easterly wind vector, northeasterly really. So here it is. This is the flow coming in on the eastern side of the Appalachians. We call this a wedge. I used to on television call it a wedgie because I knew it made people young and old alike laugh. So the little wedgie effect is still ongoing right up to that point, and then you run into the southerly winds across the rest of the area. Notice the winds coming in out of the south into Decatur, Huntsville, down to Haleyville, back over to Florence. And then it's all southerly winds. The further and further you go down to the south, if the station is working, I don't think this one is, into Montgomery, because every other station around there shows a southerly wind that's going northward across this area, and that is bringing those dew points up very rapidly in every location except the influence from the wedge, which is fascinating to me. I don't know if it's fascinating to you, but this is all the fact that we can't get the southerly flow in here, so we still have a wedge of easterly, northeasterly winds moving like this down at the surface. That's stability, for the record. That's causing the air to be stable enough to where we haven't talked or even looked at anything that was spinning enough to be a tornado. We did see some high winds coming through, some very heavy rainfall that does continue across this region. Some of it is super duper heavy. I have a rain gauge that I'm pretty sure a bird pooped in, because it's not going up. It says I've only had a 1/4 inch of rain. I think that came down in about the first 10 minutes. So pretty much the North Alabama still underneath the influence of rain. We needed this break. There's a break showing up across North Alabama. All indications were, and still are, that the rainfall totals up here are going to exceed 3 to 5 inches, quite possibly, before it is all over with. 3 to 5 inches of rain, so certainly that's worrisome. Let me go down to the south here. We'll look at the Shreveport low-level stations, and I know I told you where the cold front was. Well, down at the surface, it shows up even further to the east. The cold front is going to have a northwest wind with it, blowing from the north and west. So if I add this on here and I put the blue on to show you what a cold front looks like, I would draw the cold front going right through here. All evidence is, because you can see we have our wind vectors coming in from this direction. That tells me the cold front's pretty close to here. So about to come into Shreveport, the cold front will be, so the temperatures will drop, the dew points will drop. Everything will drop there within the next hour or so. And I think that's really the reasoning for this line of activity, which would be the last line. That's going to be the furthest north and west you would go to find precipitation. It's still pretty hot and heavy there, and this new stuff down here as well would be worthy of being watched. So got to look out for all of that. Another Sumter County tornado warning. They just... what did they do? They reissue that. That goes until 9:15 tonight. So you still have about 20 minutes on the tornado warning in Sumter County, Alabama. They have it looking really small at the moment, but nothing we can't handle. Keep hearing a truck backing up, but I think it's going to be the microwave. Down here you can see from Demopolis that expires in 21 more minutes. Yeah, that's right. They just sort of reissued that again. That's the tornado warning down here into southern Alabama, Demopolis, Alabama, the northeastern part of Sumter County. This is Greene County, where we'll be moving into Utah. Bolaji, that's Highway 5 that goes southward all the way down into, the southern sections of the state. Highway 5 this is Highway 5 that goes from Marion. That goes down to the boys' school, military school there. Centerville, Brent, and beyond, looking into the Talladega National Forest. Birmingham radar, reflectivity. Again, this is all headed southeastward, and it's super heavy. It's really all I can say. There's going to be some rainfall that is going to mount up. We'll be looking at 1 to 2 inches here in the next hour and a half that'll be piling up, coming in across this region all the way down to the south also. And then into the tornado warning that is Brookhaven. This is Brookhaven, southern Mississippi. You're underneath the tornado warning because of this storm near Auburn coming northward to eastward. The Liberty storm is also pretty impressive as well. They did allow that to expire though. And now in reality, in truth, there is two. In truth, we got two sort of situations here. The one near Auburn, that is a likely tornado there, or tornado genesis, the beginning of a tornado, the initialization of a tornado that is pretty much beginning. Hello from Athens, Roger. Thank you for watching there in Athens, Alabama. I do appreciate it. Mustang James, we're under a wind watch here in southwestern Michigan. A wind watch? I don't think I've ever heard of a wind watch. I'll look that up in just a few moments. In southwest Michigan, what software program is this? This is called Radar. That's a great question. This is called Radar Omega. New company I work with now. They've been doing, they're not that new. I don't really know how long they've been out, but I've been an active member for a while. As a subscriber, I still am. Someday they'll give it to me free. I still work for them, but we'll get into that another time, Drew. It's called Radar Omega. There are kind of 2 or 3 different, we'll just say, there are about 3 different radar applications out there that are really worthy of, we'll say, just above consumer grade to the professional level, to the semi-armchair kind of a person, that are instant and accurate and give you enough information to where you can really make a lot of information work for you and your family to provide yourself safety. This is one that I recommend. I like this very much. They're using a lot of new technology here. They're also cramming a tremendous amount of information into one single app, and I'm working with them now to try to help them sort of figure out how to display everything and keep it all to where it is legible and usable to you at home. If I had this about 10 years ago, I'd have used this strictly on the air without all the other computers that I had, because this has tons of information that goes along with it, information that I like to use, and I like the color. There's not a whole lot I wanted to change here except for a few things that I've pointed out on the air here, and I probably shouldn't have. Some of the font for a 65-year-old man. I'm not 65, but some of the font is kind of small for me, and so I'm sure there'll be a few things, ways to work on that. A few user GUIs that'll pop up and allow you to make your font as big as you want to. You can make it as big as the TV set, probably. So there is, again, the tornado warning down to the south. Let me see how many warnings that we do have. We got a couple of tornado warnings. They might there into Mississippi, still underneath the tornado warning. That one's going to go for a little while longer, as well as the one in Sumter County, Alabama, Greene County. Now you're also under that tornado warning, too. Lincoln County into Mississippi, Lawrence, Franklin counties, you're underneath the tornado warning there. Also, Kemper, Noxubee County. And that is a severe thunderstorm warning with wind to 60 miles per hour. You can see there in the explanation. In Ashley, Arkansas, we got a flash flood warning. We knew about that a little bit earlier. Logan, Kentucky, got a special weather statement there. Cherokee, Etowah, Calhoun, Claiborne, St. Clair and Talladega counties, you're underneath a special weather statement because the wind's blowing and blowing hard. Davidson, Tennessee, Sumner and Wilson counties, same special weather statement there. Fleming and Mason counties up into Kentucky, Bracken, Robertson, Pendleton, Mason, Brown, and Claremont counties. All these are special weather statements, but they mean weather is approaching. Some of it is going to be in the form of some high winds, and that goes all the way up in northern sections of Kentucky, as we were talking about just a few moments ago. Somebody mentioned this, and I promised to answer any and all valid questions. Somebody said something about a wind warning up here into Michigan. And I don't know if I ever knew it as just a wind warning, but hold on. I'll look at that because I want to. Up into Michigan. Let's see what's happening up there. Oh, I know what you're talking about. This is a gale warning. Is it a gale warning up there? Or a wind advisory and a gale warning there into Michigan. Let me do this because I'm going to show you this. I said I'd never heard of a wind warning, and I hadn't. But have I heard of a wind advisory? Yes, I have. There's no way for me to get out of this, I don't think. I'm going to see if Brett's camera is back up again. He was in Tallulah just a little while ago, so we've been following him through the day today. We've efforted speaking to him, and I apologize that we haven't been able to do so at an earlier time frame, but he was pretty busy. Let me see if I can get this Mississippi River camera working again from Earth Cam. You must be kidding me, because that wasn't supposed to happen. Nope, that's not going to happen. I got to tell you a true story about this image. This is from St. Louis, Missouri. This is the arch there in St. Louis, Missouri that teased me for just a few moments and then said the camera's not available, although I think it is, and somebody just wanted to play a trick on me. There is a bronze statue there of a gentleman who founded that area there, and so they made a statue of him. This is down in Bourbon Street in New Orleans, Louisiana. A couple of people are down there. I see people sitting in a chair. I'm not sure exactly what they are doing. Bourbon Street. I don't think there's any precipitation there at the moment, or I think they'd be out there in some sort of an umbrella, but they are not. So kind of looking there to see what's happening in general. So here is the... Here's the area that we were looking at or talking about just a few moments ago, and these are the advisories there for Michigan. And so this little brown area here up into the mitten, if you will, the northern part, they have winter weather advisories in purple. That is what you're looking at. But these are wind advisories that are in effect for this portion of western Michigan, and that's because they have 20 to 30 mile per hour winds with gusts to 45 expected in central southern Michigan. That's until, that's actually goes until tomorrow evening. So winds could blow around unsecured objects. I think a lot of that stuff is going to be your deck and chairs and everything back into that area, if you know what I'm talking about. And so those are the advisories. In fact, if I zoom out, I'll show you all the advisories across the nation here at the moment. Everything that you see in pink, well, there is a legend here, but I don't know if I can get everything in at the same time. Not even close. These aren't listed unless they're happening. So these are all of the advisories right now. Check them all out. Everything here is valid. Every one of these little things here is valid. There's a heavy freezing spray warning. Where is this? Alaska. A heavy freezing spray warning. I didn't know. I had no idea. Heavy freezing spray warning. An HFSW for tonight. Seas 35 knots, seas 9 feet with blowing snow. Snow visibility down to something. So that's going to be just offshore a little bit. But you can see everything you can think of here. There's an avalanche watch somewhere. Air quality alerts. Every alert you can think of. And this is on the government page, by the way. Weather.gov. And there are, as we knew, also some tornado warnings here and there across the region. This one right now that we were looking at is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This one's near Smithdale. It's Lincoln, Northern Lawrence, and Franklin counties. Goes until 9:45 out of the Jackson office. And if we go back to our radar and take a look at just what is going on there, well, it once again has been a situation where off and on a lot of those thunderstorms were generating some high winds across the region and then turned over into tornado warnings. And this one that we're looking at right now, still down to the south that we've been following for a while, just south and west of Brookhaven, is one of the stronger storms of the moment. Let me put this on the map and show you what I am looking at along with you. This is just outside of Monticello, moving northeastward, 45 miles per hour. It still has all the shape, if you will, of a tornado storm, which means it comes in. The southerly wind comes in down at the bottom and then evacuates up to the top. This is just outside of Boca Chica there and south of Brookhaven. Boca Chica down to the south, moving up into Wilkinson. Strong inbound and outbound. This actually is beginning to look like a much larger sort of a tornado situation that's occurring too. This is gate to gate. You got a real tight gate to gate shear here at the moment, but you also got a much wider area that we're looking at that's evolving and moving across the rest of the region. Today was, I don't know how you say, today was a bust. Do we have a moderator on? Because I don't need to hear that either. Today was not a bust. If it happened to you, by the way, if there's going to be somebody who lost their home today, somebody who maybe lost their life. I know we have injuries. So I'm not really sure how you could even mouth the words bust, because I know quite a few people were directly affected by this tornado during the day today. Some people probably lost their homes and don't have one right now. They're going through ruins, if you will, of the things that they owned and they were using earlier in the day today. And, so if we had to issue a high risk to alert one person, I think that would have been apropos as well. But it was a moderate risk, and the continuation of tornado warnings is still out here. And there's so many different tornadoes that have shown up. There is no way in the world the National Weather Service can go and confirm tornadoes. If you're right that there have been 6 tornadoes today, that's not true either. There's no way anybody has surveyed any of these areas. It'll take a good 24 hours, if not 48, to figure out how many tornadoes there have been today. I can tell you there have been a lot more tornadoes that show up on radar than we have confirmation of down at the ground that we have been told about. So, anyway, I don't like that at all. Today was not a bust in any form or fashion. Today was moderate risk, and we've had quite a few tornadoes. I'm not really sure what constitutes a bust to you, but this is not it. This is basically a situation where we have a bunch of tornado warnings, whether or not they hit a town, really. I mean, if you had one of these that hit a very populated area, and there were 2,000 people affected, and it could have happened. There's no rhyme or reason why the tornado touched the ground in an unpopulated area up here in Lowndes County, Mississippi, but it kind of did. I know we're going to have a lot of damage up here to a storm that went across Aberdeen and just south of the Air Force Base. There's going to be a lot of damage there, but it's not like it hit a really populated town. If it did, there's no way in the world it could be called a bust. So here we go. Down to the south again, we got this strong storm. Boca Chica moving north. We got another one. They're going to have to reissue a tornado warning up here as well. It came out of the polygon from the south. It's going to be moving northeastward, so they'll have to issue a tornado warning for that one. And there's 3 here. They are lined up. 3 possibilities for a tornado. There's one up here, there's one right here, and there's another one just down to the south that could constitute a tornado warning at any moment. If you put in, and we kind of look to see if there's anything that would be reminiscent here of some sort of a correlation coefficient or a debris signature. Not really. I do see a couple of areas there that seem to be anomalous, but not really anything that goes right off the pedestal here and says we got a tornado here. Over here into the eastern side, this is near Union. A brand new tornado warning just issued here moments ago. This is going to go for the next 50 minutes. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning now from the National Weather Service out of Jackson, Mississippi. This is going to go until 10 o'clock tonight. It's Newton County, Kemper County, Neshoba County, Neshoba County northward, I think, really is what we're looking at. Neshoba near Stratton and over to Prospect. Moving to the northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. You put the reflectivity on there, and you can look at it just like I do and see what we're talking about overall. Also going into another severe thunderstorm warning that's just on the south side of Aliceville, Alabama, coming in from the southern side into Pickens County. The Aliceville is Pickens County, so we're looking at that region as well. And everything is going to be, pretty much moving like this as we move along. Is the upper part of Alabama going to get hit by more severe storms like Athens? I don't know about, you mean like, is Athens going to be hit by more storms? And I think, yes, there will be more storms coming in as the cold front does. Cold front is still 150 miles back west of you probably, so there'll be a line of thunderstorms coming in with the actual cold front. There's a brief respite here that's allowing everybody, I think, to take a deep breath, but already some of the thunderstorms coming back into Athens, as you can see, into Florence anyway. Cherokee, and this is 72 coming out of Iuka in the northeastern part of Mississippi, and coming on across the Tennessee River here. This is Pickwick Lake off to the north. We got a camera, I think, up there near the area in Stewartsville, Alabama, a camera that shows not a whole lot at the moment, but we'll get back into that. Let me get rid of some of the METAR data here down across this region because it's kind of blocking what we're looking at. And just for the moment, I'm going to get rid of this as well. I have some little hiccup that keeps showing up. So that's a pretty big thunderstorm. Now, look, if you draw a line to this and draw a line that goes off to the northeast, it does look like some of that is going to make its way into Tuscaloosa later on. A lot of lightning showing up right here. This is going to be a big hail producer, too, north of Geiger. And moving northeastward, that is some large hail associated with the storm. In fact, we'll look at our hail product, if you will. It's VIL, vertically integrated liquid, telling us that this is a high hail count here. HAIL, right there. Large hail right here near Geiger, Alabama, moving northeastward. Vertically integrated liquid is the product that tells us that. It's letting us know that in a column of air, a parcel, that we do have a density that is high enough to come back to the radar site and show us this kind of thing within a certain parcel area, a given area. It's in kilograms per meter squared, and I don't tell you anything, but it tells me it's a lovely color there that doesn't mean anything good. It means there's some large hail associated with that. And you got a couple of others back to the west here too, which hail is often associated with tornadoes. So another thing that you look at, and if you got hail, you think, oh my goodness, maybe I got spin, maybe I got rotation associated with it too. So into the upper levels, we worry about that quite a bit. Coming into Willoughby and Union, just outside of that thunderstorm is now this tornado warning for the next 48 minutes. That will continue. The reflectivity has a pretty good idea of what's happening overall into the storm system. Tremendous amounts of rain going to be falling with this also. This is out of Columbus radar, but big-time rains will be associated with this coming in out of Demopolis. This is on a trajectory that goes back up and over toward Birmingham, Alabama also. So a lot to look at with that as it moves on eastward out of the region too. High top Alabama, I don't know if I can go in and look at how much rain has already fallen. Storm total. I do have that product right here if my eyes would key in on it. Storm total precipitation. So if you look at it, look at all this rainfall. This was the stuff that rained just super heavy just a little bit earlier. Some of the radar estimates are about 2.5, 2 3/4 of an inch that fell according to the Doppler radar estimations. Now the other little problem with this is that Doppler radar in this event has also been showing us hail. We know that. So to the actual radar, it believes the hail is a bigger raindrop. Now, some of the new Doppler products try to exempt that, try to knock out the account for hail. And STP, I think in this case, is one of those that tries to do that, but I'm not really sure. It looks like it's not like we got one spot where we have a ton of rainfall, though. It's all over the place. There's a 3.5 inch pixel near Ider, Alabama. That's up on top of Sand Mountain over to Pisgah. And so that's some very heavy rainfall. Now, it tapered off quite a bit coming southward. We did have some heavy rain. I know we had a bunch of lightning. It doesn't tell you there how many lightning strikes we had that scared the out of me. I jumped out of my chair a couple of times. I did lose power enough to where we had one of our shows that got knocked off the air, and I know that's caused a little bit of confusion over the past hour or two. I think there are 2 shows up there. I think I ixnayed the other one, but maybe I didn't, so I apologize. I apologize for that. Skyler says he's using another radar for this type of weather. I don't know why, and if you are, you know, I'm happy for you. If you're in the southeast, you're most likely to get hit by scattered thunderstorms until the squall lines form, and they get hit by them too. Yeah, the squall lines that are back there, we'll be watching. We're definitely going to be looking at that, and by squall lines, you're talking about the actual line that comes in with the frontal boundaries. It moves on to the east, so we'll kind of look at that. I don't know. Mississippi southward. DGX. These are rainfall totals. Let me see if GWX. Yeah, you can just see wherever these things have trained along, big time rains. This one was coming out. This is really with one of those tornado producers that came out, and look at the heavy rainfall from 3.5, 4 inches of rainfall. Carbon Hill back to the west over to Winfield and beyond into the Aberdeen region there too. Haleyville back up through this region, 3.5 estimated by the Doppler radar. That's not a bucket. That's some estimation from the Doppler radar. With all the algorithms that it runs, it's also looking to see here just how much of that translates into a liquid total. And then south over here, back into Greenville, the Dermott area, across it into southeastern Arkansas, some heavy totals here too. Flash flood warnings were in effect there for quite a while, and rightfully so, because we had big time, tremendous amounts of rainfall in all of those locations. Shreveport radar has a bead on a couple of thunderstorms. These are still producing very heavy rainfall. This one also has a little tag with it, a special weather statement. Then we have some winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. Some penny-sized hail being reported there, too. Big hailstorm here near Strong, Arkansas. Big-time hail producer. Just how much? We'll show you. I thought it'd be much bigger than that, but nonetheless, it tells us that we do have some hail coming into Strong from the western side. There's your flash flood warning near Crossett. That's really probably not the only county that we'd be looking at flash flood warnings occurring, but certainly 2 of them that we often look at. Speaking of looking at, let's go down here and take a look at the satellite imagery and take a look at what we got as far as that goes. We would use, first of all, our long wave IR, which gives an indication of the thunderstorms. This is showing us where we do have colder cloud tops, IR, infrared. These are the cold cloud tops that, again, can be 60 to 70 negative degrees in Fahrenheit. I mean, these are super cold cloud tops that are showing up. The difference between the ground and the actual temperature on the satellite is letting us know that these are thunderstorms. If I put this into motion, watch them grow, watch them move along the area here. and grow as single cell, supercell thunderstorms. Sometimes you can look at a satellite image and you can see the growth in infrared. You can see the growth before it actually does rain on the radar. So this is new. Watch this one down here in Louisiana, just northeast of Opelousas. Well, that's a new growing, initializing thunderstorm. That's not one that's going away. That's one that's somewhat getting its act together. Also here across this region too. Looking southward, we look at the Slidell radar. I don't know why I turned my radars. Did I turn them off? Oh, it's because they're not on radars. Satellite image. Satellite image, which there's your cold front. See it moving across Arkansas southward. This is the likely cold front coming southward right through here. I think that's actually the cold front that's moving southward. And then as you go a little bit further down to the southeast, still seeing more of the same there. Let's look at our water vapor because I want to know lower levels. This is the WV, water vapor image. You'll see the initialization of thunderstorms down to the south here again. Watch those popping up into southern Mississippi now. We have thunderstorms that are popping up. These moving in across the southern part of the region, and as a result, those are two that we'll be watching as we move along here over the next little while. Some of the stronger thunderstorms that we've been watching through the day today have a continuation that'll be going on through the next several hours, and will more than likely keep us watching very, very closely here. No, don't do that. Take a look at a couple of things here as well. I want to make sure that I'm watching all of this equally. Down to the south and the rest of the duration here. Jessica, Tennessee, please. I'd be glad to do that. Thank you for asking and thank you for watching. What part of Tennessee do you live in? Is that all right? Josh, thank you. What is real loud? It's real loud. Be warned, it's real loud. What is real loud? Be warned, it's real loud. Does anyone know if Mississippi Collins is affected, please? Lebanon, Skyler says Lebanon. Jessica lives in Bodern. Did I say that right? Bodern? I don't think I've ever heard of that. If you'll tell me where that's at. Josh, what's real loud? Is that code for something? Does that mean? His video is real loud. Whose video? I don't know what y'all are talking about. Trying to confuse me. Gulf Coast is clear. Gulf Coast is yes. I didn't see the visible satellite image through the day today, so I don't know what it really looks like down there, but this is just a mess. This is I didn't even look to my left. All my tornado warnings are coming in on the left. I can't keep up with them because they're still popping up again. We're going in cycles. Did you notice that? It's very cyclical here, what is happening. It's not over. I knew it wasn't over because we still have these dew points that are super high down here to the south. So kind of watching all of that. Please, I'm South African. My husband works there. I have no information. I'll try to get there in just a moment, Josh. Josh, you do know it's me and but I'll try to get to it in just a few moments. I'll try to look it up. Turn down your speaker viewer. You guys are using terminology I never heard. Am I too loud? Are you trying to say I'm too loud? Skylar, thank you so much for the note there. No, yes, please. This is like a soap opera. Oh, I think I know what you were saying. Your video is too loud. Your video, not mine. The viewer, please, Chris. Chris, good to talk to you. Thank you for helping me out tonight. I do appreciate it. Several moderators that are out there that don't get paid, and I'll take you all to dinner some night. Brett will take you all to dinner tonight because he's taking me to dinner for not helping me out today. He has been, and I say that affectionately because Brett's been in and out, we'll say, with cell service there into that part of Mississippi. So it's been a little difficult for him from time to time. Hold on for just 1 second. I got to show you this, and I know you're going to watch it, but you're going to want to see this. So let me do two things really, really quick and make sure that I can get this out to you quickly. Where'd it go? All right, let me do this. Tornado warnings right there up and down the line, actually, if you will. We've had some of the stronger storms early in the day today that kind of picked up and moved across the area to begin with and caused us quite a few problems. Right now, don't want that. I need this. I don't know if it's going to work with my audio or not. This is brand new from Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. What they are speaking of here at the moment is that that did not go well. At all. Let's see if I got it over here. Let me apologize because I got to do a dumb thing in order to get to a smarter thing. And the dumb thing is that I'm still in the shot. How about now? This is brand new. This just came in just a few moments ago. This is from the National Weather Service. Again, Norman, Oklahoma, Severe Storms Prediction Center. Multiple rounds of heavy rainfall are possible throughout 09Z. That's 3 a.m. in the morning, Zulu time, 3 a.m. 06 is midnight. Now that we've seen the time change, the flash flood threat will increase as a result. See where it increases? All across North Alabama, Central Alabama, DeKalb County, Jackson County, southwestern into Cullman, Jefferson County, northern Jefferson County. 1 to 3 inch rainfall amounts have already been observed. We have talked about this a lot over the last 30 minutes for those of you who are in Alabama, Mississippi. These are the thunderstorms that moved on by, but deepening upstream convection is expected to approach from the southwest over the next 2 to 6 hours. Weird time frame. And all of this stuff, that's so weird. We were just talking about this, were we not? Looking at the new growth downstream, these little cells that were popping up down in east of the Mississippi River, down into southern Mississippi. These are new cells. This is new development, new growth that will be moving northward. That if you just draw a line, you can see the trajectory brings these along the arrows into western Alabama to begin with. That would be roughly along I-59 coming out of Mississippi and then working its way across Tuscaloosa into Birmingham and north and eastern Alabama. These are areas that really haven't had a lot of rainfall over the past couple of weeks. So the dry, hard ground might be somewhat problematic. And the other part of this, too, that we always end up talking about is the fact that where you haven't had a lot of rainfall lately, the roadways, they got a lot of oil on them, residual oil from automobiles, that kind of thing, where they become slippery the first couple of times that the rain falls and you drive across them. So kind of keep that in mind and make sure you leave enough driving space between you and the next person who is behind you. It's just something that you always kind of have to do. If you'll hold with me one more minute, I want to take a look at a few other things from the day today that I didn't get a chance to prepare at all, and a couple of those things have to do with satellite images. And through the day today, I know we had as everything was beginning to grow, I want to go into the Mississippi Valley. I'm going to take an animation loop. If you'll allow me to do that, it will take me a few seconds to get it done here, and I'm going to go back, way back. I probably didn't go back far enough. This is what it looked like. This is in the last couple of hours. And now watch, we'll go back. Notice the growth through the day today. You can very well see the thickness of all of these thunderstorms as they passed on by. I'm going to try to get it here. Let me see if I can get it here. Stop it right there. Can I actually? A couple of things I want to do, but is it going to let me? Oh, come on, slider bar. There you go. I guess I have to do it this way. Look at those thunderstorms. This was right at 22Z. So this was, right in around 4 o'clock, right as it was getting dark, 4 to 5. These are the thunderstorms that had popped up, the complex areas that had popped up, the one across Louisiana. And it just goes to show, you see the elongated portion. I don't know. Let me do this and see if I can make a bigger impact, so to speak. The elongated clouds, see how it's just the opposite of what something like this. That's the upper level wind that's blowing the tops of these thunderstorms off. It's an exhaust thing. And you can see where we see those at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Well, that's really where we started seeing tornado warnings that were popping up, at least the ones that were actually producing tornadoes, and they moved on through pretty quickly. Now, the last image is the one that, we finalize here with tonight, that final image there. But the depth of all this stuff as it was beginning was quite crazy. I'm sorry, I'm moving fast here. The three-dimensional look at what was going on really was quite amazing to me when it was all taking place. Let me pause this. Pause. Check that out. That's incredible. Right there on the Mississippi River. Notice that. See, these are individual thunderstorms that were going on earlier in the day today. They were popping up. Look at all. You're talking about the Gulf of Mexico. Look how blue it was there. Everything was looking great there out into the Gulf of Mexico, except for the fetch of moisture was coming on shore, and that made everything kind of get out of hand pretty quickly. Let me go back an image. Let's go back 2 images here if we can. Let me show you the last animation loops. This again is another way of looking at radar with the, satellite with the lightning data attached to it. This is what is fairly new to some of the satellite data that we've been getting, but shows you there's still an area of complex thunderstorms that is increasing down here into Louisiana. That is a new sort of area, an increase of moisture, if you will, coming northward. We're not seeing any inhibition at this point. That all is pretty much what we thought, and it is what it is, as they say. A couple other things that I can do here as well. We'll look at this in an infrared sort of a view, not that way, but let's animation loop here. Now, I'm sorry, this is kind of the antiquated way to do it. I know that's not pretty, but it is what it is. Coming across the Mississippi River, that's the sandwich image that I often show at night because it shows us quite a bit of stuff going on there too. And then I go down here to the bottom and look at different banding. This is going to be the mode that shows a shortwave IR, which is a good indication again of what is happening here into the recent hours. And once again, as I harp, notice what wasn't there and what is now. So that is a new region to be looking at that's going to be considered to be on the upswing. That's right there in Louisiana, the Louisiana-Mississippi border, all the way down to Pearl River County and off to the east as you get into southeastern Mississippi. This is all new growth north of Hattiesburg again. Doesn't really include Hattiesburg. But look at all the cold cloud tops that come across Alabama into Tennessee now, just to the west of Nashville. Some of that is pretty heavy stuff that'll be coming on throughout the rest of this area too. So I've been watching all of that very closely over the last couple of hours and pretty much going to be that way going into the next 6 hours or so before all is said and done. Is there any info about Bolivar County? I don't know any at the moment. We'll try to get that to you, though, within the next little while. The surge of moisture coming northward. That's all some pretty interesting stuff there, I think. Maybe you don't, but that's the satellite imagery that I kind of love to look at this time of night because it gives a lot of information about what's been happening through the day today, and maybe what will be happening as we move along as well. The actual latest in the way the analysis goes for this whole thing is crazy as well. Now, this is the latest surface analysis, if you will. It goes to a low pressure center that's just to the east of Wisconsin, all the way down to a 993 low pressure at the moment, 993 millibars. It's a big-time low pressure. That's why a gentleman earlier was talking about winds. See these lines? All of the white lines are called isobars. Isotherm means a line of equal temperature. Isobars are lines of equal barometric pressure at all these stations. So when you draw them out, if you draw equal lines, they end up, making this sort of a concentric circle, if you will. But think about it this way. The wind then has to travel parallel to each one of these isobars. So the wind has to come from the south. On the east side of this low pressure, wind's coming in from the south, running parallel from the bottom of your screen to the top of your screen. The tighter those isobars are, the faster the wind is going to be, because it has, as it becomes tighter, it's like a stream. It's like a river, we'll say, that comes down, and a wide river that comes down and closes in. As the volume available closes in and becomes smaller, the speed of the object inside of it, or the liquid that is inside, has to increase in order to make it through quicker, to keep equilibrium. And as you look at this right now, those lines of equal pressure, wow. So that's a southerly wind in Michigan. That's a southerly wind. It's the opposite on the other side of the low pressure. That's a northerly wind into Wisconsin, all the way down through Iowa. That's going to be a strong northerly wind on the backside of our low pressure and our adjacent cold front. What time was this actually made? This is going to be for 0Z. Don't do that. This is going to be for 6 o'clock. So that's where the cold front was. Was it made at 6 o'clock? 0Z, surface analysis. So that was 6 p.m. And here's what a storm looks like. A winter weather storm, if you will, kind of looks like. Notice the isobars, once again, that come in from the south across the state of Alabama. That means we're surging moisture from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up and to the north. So that's what your actual surface reflectivity looks like when it comes to drawing a deal right there. Can you check the bottom right corner of Tennessee, please? The bottom right corner. Oh, no. Drop my pen, but I have another. I'll check the bottom right corner of Tennessee. Is this you don't want anybody to know where you live? Is there a bottom right corner? That's pretty specific, but it doesn't really help me out a ton. I told somebody earlier there wasn't going to be any weather in western Tennessee again, and I felt like I was probably wrong with that. Bottom right corner? I'll do. This is the bottom right corner. And I'll check it out here. Here's the high top radar to show you what's happening there at the moment. And it's raining pretty heavily there. Jessica, we got some rain in the bottom right corner of Tennessee. There's rain there. I feel like I'm doing all this is wrong. Is it wrong? There's rain. And just like happened to me a little bit earlier, I don't know if you live near this thing, there's a lightning strike near Burgertown. I forgot about Burgertown. You're getting over here near Murphy, North Carolina, and I used to do the weather in Chattanooga, Tennessee, way over here. I used to do the weather. But within my range of view, I had viewers who lived in Murphy, North Carolina. I had an elementary school that used to invite me every year to come and speak to them over there in Murphy, North Carolina. This is Highway 64 that goes across Tellico, or not Tellico, but where the river here, which is where they held the Olympics, just south of Hiawassee and the rest of this region, and you had to cross over the river. But this is 64, Caney Creek, and this is the Ocoee River, and 64 runs along the Ocoee River. And if you remember from the Olympics way back when, this is where I televised. I worked on covering the kayaking events up there on the Ocoee for the Summer Olympics, and I covered them. And that's the first time I got interested in canoeing and kayaking. And like the next week, I bought one because I loved it so much. This is Ocoee over here, back to the west in Cleveland, Tennessee, just outside of Ooltewah. If you've ever been up through this area, Ooltewah, Tennessee is up here as well. And I'll never forget, one of our presidents once came and mentioned Ooltewah, and it upset a lot of people. But Ooltewah, Tennessee is up there as well, over to Athens, eastern side, and the southeastern corner of Tennessee is what we're talking about. Storing pretty good in the upper left-hand corner. Thank you, Jason. I needed that. In the upper left-hand corner of Tennessee. That's good. Most of Tennessee's getting rain just now, passing Memphis. And not too far away from Murphy, North Carolina. AMC Javelin, Murphy, North Carolina. Like I said, love it over there. Used to speak to a school there. Not quite over to Andrews, but this is where the dirt gets red. Quite a bit of iron there in the soil, so you get red dirt. We'll just look into Tennessee. Here's what we're looking at. OHX is the Nashville radar. We can take a look at that. That's coming in right along the Cumberland River there, if you will. And we're looking at some of the pretty heavy rainfall there into the area. This is coming in near the lake, just on the other side of the lake, up in that region there too. Hendersonville off to the north. We got heavy rainfall there at the Shackle Island. And all points back to the west. So Mount Juliet is what we're looking at, with some of the heavier rain just off to the south and coming into the city on the western side near Gaylord. BNA is the radar. That is the Nashville radar there at BNA. Some of the heavy thunderstorms are certainly here just to the south and east of Paris in Tennessee. And NQA, which is the Memphis radar, shows that all of that precipitation basically is out of the region now. Here is something that tells me the front is not quite through. This is the front. This is a lift from the front in Searcy, Arkansas, that goes up to Jonesboro. So that's where the actual front is at the moment. So until that thing goes through, there's still a possibility of having some rain, although anything that looks organized is back to the west here. It looks basically from Lexington over to Jackson into Humboldt, Tennessee. That's right on I-40 coming in from the west, or down to the south here along Highway 72 that comes in. That is going to be, I did it again. I'm so sorry. It was there behind me. I apologize. I wish somebody could yell in my ear. Summerton, Josh says, Summerton Fire Department says that there has been a roof blown off of a storage unit. I hope that's all it is. I hope all we're talking about is really outbuildings. Wouldn't that be great if that were the case, if we were really looking at some outbuildings? But I don't think that's going to be the case. Let me go over this again. I don't remember where I started talking crap, and I wasn't showing you what I was talking about. Paris back over to Camden into the Waverly area. Humboldt, Jackson through that region too is what we're looking at with some of the heavier thunderstorms, but all that is pretty much the back side of the main area of precipitation. Then you go over here to Corinth. This is Highway 72 from Corinth down to Iuka. Some pretty heavy rainfall along 72. I-22, that's a little bit further down to the south there, still shows some signs of heavy rainfall moving across that area if you are in fact traveling across this portion. I hope you're not, but if you are, Pontotoc back to the west over to Oxford, Mississippi. Got some heavier thunderstorms here off and on. You can see the radar showing some lightning data there from time to time too, but no warnings. All of our warnings that are still associated with this thing are back a little bit further down to the south. We have tornado warnings here and there. The first one we'll go to is well down to the south here over into Brookhaven. This is the tornado warning and the adjacent radar that's associated with it. Bogota down here to the southwest, kind of looking at that thing from a distance, but watching very carefully as to anything that does occur here and moves on across the rest of the region as a possible tornado into Enterprise from the southwestern side. Have pea-sized hail associated with it. I just got the word on that. Pea-sized hail being associated with that coming through in Monticello from the western side. And that is all a tornado warned area. Let's see why. There you go. We got 2 possible tornadoes associated within one polygon. 2 possible tornadoes that we're looking at. One's going to be right there, another one right in here, and strong indication there, if you will, of spin, multiple areas of spin that are occurring that I don't think we have anything remotely looking like it's going to be spin with ground confirmation. That just looks like basically as overall rain is falling into the same areas there, and that would be great news. But the polygon goes all the way over to McGee now from the southwest into from here. That looked like Taylor Swift, but it's Taylorsville. Bay Springs into the Raleigh region. Some of the heavier part of that, too, is dumping some very heavy rainfall. It's raining heavily as well where I am and across the rest of North Alabama, by the way. There is a continuation. So where are these other thunderstorms popping up? Lake Charles, Louisiana. We'll go to the radar there and show you from Eunice to Crowley over to Rain and into the Church Point region. Little thunderstorm there near Iola, but I don't see anything that is off the hook. Here, we got a couple of thunderstorms, too. This one right on the border, looks like near Point Breeze and in the Pinckneyville area. That is a strong thunderstorm. Nothing that would make me think this is rotating very much at all. Looks like straight line evidence is more popular there. Speaking of popular, Philadelphia, Mississippi, many of you might know why that was popular for a while. Going to do a little gambling. You went across the border from Alabama over there. Scuba's off to the north. It's Highway 45 up and down the line that is goes from Shuqualak. Let's see. Here's Shuqualak off to the north. Macon, Shuqualak, Brooksville, Crawford. That's what we're looking at. And Highway 45 is our main area there that we're also watching. And because I changed my background, I lost some. Roadways. So let me put those back in because I kind of need my roadways. This is 45, Highway 45, Macon, Shuqualak, Scuba, Eastern Mississippi, and Marion. And 2059, it goes north-south. And there's your tornado warning associated with this storm from west-east across the region. So we're thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Damascus and moving northeastward out of that region. Down to the south, we got the thunderstorms near Union in Utah. Strong thunderstorm that we were looking at there still remains. It had a tornado warning with it. I don't see, this doesn't look tornado-ish to me. It looks more like a sort of a straight line sort of situation there with some spin right about there near Utah. Going northward, that is broad spin, not really anything. It looks tightly packed at the moment. This is kind of interesting over here near Brush Creek actually, and Folsom. That's near Marion. That's Bibb County, Alabama. Coming across Greene County into Bibb County from the western side. That's Brush Creek. And some spin noted there with the storm, but nothing that looks crazy insane. I would be going tornado warning. It's not that sort of a thing. And just as I pick it apart again, kind of what I'm looking for at the moment is any kind of spin or rotation. The other thing I want to look at is the heavy, heavy rainfall that we've got. At this point, a couple of things you want to think about, because I did, is we've got outside that can float away into the neighbor's yard. And what about the animals? Always concerned about animals. Especially when you have this sort of a situation where it's coming up fast. And there are your thunderstorms coming out of Birmingham. This is out of Trussville, I-59. And this is all moving southeastward, but doing so slow enough now to where we're dumping a tremendous amount of rainfall in a really small area. Josh says there's been some damage there to some houses, verified by some of the pictures on Twitter. And that's Caldwell Parish, Louisiana, where a lot of that was happening. Hendersonville in North Carolina. We also have a Hendersonville in North Carolina. So I appreciate that as well. Too far from Murphy. And that is pretty much what it is. I don't like what's happening here. You do see a big upswing, if you will, in Utah of everything that is happening across the area here, where we do have some of the big thunderstorms that still are occurring up and down the line there, if you will. Looking back into Memphis, that was the one thing I was counting on, was the Memphis picture, which is no longer. This is the Mississippi River Bridge in a commercial. We'll just have to wait for it for just a second. If you'll just wait with me. I don't know. I might be allowed to show the commercial, but we don't want to do that. And I know we're in black. I apologize for that, too. Now I can show you the picture. This is from the Mississippi River camera there, the bridge view, if you will, near Vicksburg. Still 72 degrees. Remember, it was 77 just a little while ago. I don't see any flashes. So I don't think we have any. I see rainfall there on the screen, but I don't see any flashes that are occurring at the moment. Is that a boat coming up the river there? I just broke something. That is the Mississippi River. And let me try to do one other thing here if I can. Well, I messed that up royally. Folks still trying to enjoy Bourbon Street at the moment. They're in New Orleans. It is 73 degrees currently. There's some off and on rain across that area, too. So I know everybody's kind of trying to get around that, if you will. The tornado warning down to the south, moving through Utah, Alabama, still very, very important to us. Got to watch all of this, if you will, over the next couple of hours, because this is stuff that's going to be moving back into the region just south of Moundville. We're just south of Tuscaloosa here, actually, and notice all the lightning that's occurring. There's going to be some large hail associated with this also. If I put on the other product there, you can see this is a huge area of large hail just outside of Clinton, Alabama, near Union. That's all moving northward and eastward, somewhat parallel to I-20 and 59 coming to Knoxville, Alabama, on the southeastern side, if you will, of Tuscaloosa. That'll be doing that. I got to get a little bit of water. Give me one moment. Big time hail that's coming in on the southwestern side there. They did reissue a new tornado warning. No, that's old tornado warning for the next 9 minutes into DeKalb, over the city of DeKalb. It's Kemper County, log 45, Kemper County down there that we're looking at. That's one of the stronger thunderstorms that we were watching there a little bit earlier as well. Look at the radar imagery. Let's look at reflectivity here if we can. Coming out of DeKalb into Scuba, that's just to the west of 45. U.S. Highway 45 and Scuba. A little bit of lightning popping up here near Louisville into the French Camp region. That's been lightning that we've been watching through the day today. Some of it was pretty heavy from time to time. We had, and I'm going to try to see, I have to take this live in order for it to load, and see if we can pick up Brett again with his cameras in car. Camera, which has kind of gone off and on through the day today. Nothing anybody can do about it, so I do apologize. But this is partially his in-car camera that we were watching through the day today that was picking up off and on. We were watching some of the big thunderstorms coming across, but I don't see an actual image coming out of there at this moment. That was in Tallulah a little while ago, and still had some of the heaviest thunderstorms at that time that were coming in from the west, moving on eastward into Louisiana from that side, from basically that side overall. Behind me, you can see there are quite a few thunderstorms that still show up on this image, which is Mobile, Alabama, back off to the north, 2059 that comes southward here, and then you get back into this region near Hattiesburg. Those are the other places that we're looking at that we're concerned about at the moment, with the big picture showing much of that coming in from Arkansas, still diving southward. Other thunderstorms that are so numerous show up across the rest of Mississippi. These have been off and on through the day today. Big thunderstorms, heavy amounts of rainfall are all included here too, near New Albany, Oxford, Mississippi. Now you're picking up some of these rainfall rates are going to be huge, inch or more per hour that'll be showing up off and on as we go through this region here. So definitely looking at this as going to be one of those situations where the whole mess that as it goes on through, responsible for some tornadoes, also responsible for huge amounts of rainfall. They've even issued, this is a new flash flood warning, and I'll just read this to you a little bit. Choctaw County, Montgomery, Webster, Clay, Lowndes, and Octavia. After a break in the rainfall, Doppler radar says here it comes again. Between 3 and 6 inches of rain is already falling. An additional 2 to 3 is possible. Can you imagine if you already had 6 and you had 3? Now we're looking at 9 inches of rain possible into this region. Ackerman southward all the way down to Louisville, into the Kosciuszko region, right along 35, just to the east of I-55 that goes north-south. Some of these really heavy amounts of rain that will be coming in, filling in across the region. This could turn into now a threat for flash flooding over the next several hours that could be life-threatening sort of flash flooding. 9 inches of rain, nobody's prepared for that. That's almost a year's worth back in Colorado or somewhere like that. Then northward we go back into the Knoxville area where we're looking at some of this heavy rainfall from Mount Pleasant over to Spring Hill into the Thompson region. Back down here, this is a watched area near Cumberland City where we've had heavy amounts of rainfall there. KHPX is the radar up there. This is OHX, which is the radar out of Mount Juliet. Gallatin is, I think, really the official area where the radar. It's on the river right there. I've seen it many times going along the Cumberland River. Eastward across that region. Spring Hill southward, heavy rainfall here too. Multitudes of heavy rain all across this region. Going northward up into Kentucky, actually, there's some heavy rainfall off and on, but there are breaks, and you can see the intensity is quite a bit different getting into Kentucky, Lexington. We'll also look back into Ohio, southern Ohio, around Columbus, Chillicothe, Portsmouth into the Flemingsburg area, or just outside of Lexington. Basically, all is pretty much picking up there across the region, too. 3 tornado warnings at the moment. There are 3 very distinctive tornado warnings that still are on our map that we're looking at. Let me do this pretty quickly here. I need to do this because basic satellite. I don't know what to do. I'm going to try that one. Some of my roadways that I really want to pay attention to weren't showing up on that particular map. DGX, again, has the radar information with it that shows us where we have all these thunderstorms. And then the tornado warnings that we currently have are up and down this line. This is 2059, and then you got 2 tornado warnings here across Alabama. We got the one. We got another one on 16 just east of Philadelphia, Mississippi. Look at all the lightning associated with this thing coming out of Knoxville. This is coming up 2059 out of Utah. Tremendous area of lightning. These are strikes that are going to be taking place just about every second or so. That, plus the possibility of this being a tornado still slipping in from the west to the east. We're going to have to go to the Birmingham radar to take a better look at that. And there's your inbound and your outbound. Now, this no longer looks like a tornado and looks much like a downburst that's going on to me. You got the downflow. The outflow, if you will, is called the RFD, the rear flank downdraft that's occurring right here in these areas. This is air that's falling and coming out behind the storm system. This is a downburst that's occurring right there. A little bit of spin that's occurring across the rest of that area there too. Get back onto the east here, watching a few areas just outside of Centerville, Brent. They'll be making their way eastward here in a little bit of time. Yeah, well, that's a little weird looking up there, but I don't see anything that's really dumb looking. And the other polygon that still has 45 minutes worth of time on this before. Now check this out. Check this out. This is super interesting. Check this out. I'm gonna put it into motion. Let me back it up. I'm only gonna do like 21 frames here, but put it into motion and you be the meteorologist and tell me what you see. How many tornadoes do you think are on the screen here at the moment? Let's see how quickly you can tell me. I don't know how much of a delay we have here, but what do you see? Tell me what you see, because I see very distinctive sort of situations here that is occurring right now on the map. I see at least. I don't think our chat's working fast enough. Do you see 3 tornadoes? I see 3 tornadoes, one outside of the polygon and 2 that are within. Very distinctive. Now, I don't know that these are tornadoes that are on the ground. I do know there's absolutely no reason to doubt what the radar sees, which is that there are 3 spins that are occurring now. There's one up here. That's a very distinctive rotation. This is, I gotta believe this is a tornado that's occurring right here near Martinville. A tornado. We have a strong indication of an inbound and an outbound right there. So I believe that's going to be a tornado in Martinville. I don't know what the actual reflectivity looks like. That's a tornado. And look, it's moved. And it's moved up to here. There's a new radar scan. So there's your tornado that's associated with this thing going northeastward, 45 miles per hour. That is no doubt. It's not a large tornado, but I think that's no doubt that is going to be a tornado moving in and across that region. Look southward through the polygon into another tornado. Little broader this time around. You can see there's a gap in between the inbound and the outbound where you have the shear. It's more of a broad spin that is occurring right here at the moment. Sort of broad just outside of Silver Creek and beyond. So you got broad over that. And then you got another pixel to pixelization trying to come in here along Highway 84, State 84, US 84, near Fair River. And they didn't have to reissue the tornado warning at all because it's all within the polygon. So in truth, there's a lot going on here at the moment. There's 1, 2, and a third likely tornado occurring within one polygon, and I haven't seen the wording. Why don't I just look at it and see the wording and see if that's what they mention? I just know what I see. Eastern Simpson, southwestern Smith, Lawrence, Covington, Jefferson, Davis counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing near Monticello or about 16 miles to the east of Brookhaven, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. They didn't mention all the others, but they don't have time to. They're just sort of talking about the polygon and how things are going there. Back down to the south a little bit more into a severe thunderstorm warning now. This is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning down to the south where we still have all the influence, if you will, of southerly wind that's bringing in all that tons and tons of moisture, heavy rainfall. This is pretty much going to be a problem, too, for some of these areas just outside of Baton Rouge because it's a flow that's right along and parallel to the front. Right along and parallel to the front. Back this up 21 frames. In fact, I'm going to go back 30 frames here, and we'll back the radar up enough to where I think we can encompass a little bit more. I think it begins here. The actual radar is going to begin right at 8:59, so 9 o'clock, and goes until 10. So I got about an hour's worth. Now I'm going to draw a line. This is the scientific way that we go about doing this, which is not the truth. So I drew a line and watched the line where the storms are at the very beginning and where they are at the end. And you can see this doesn't move far away from that line. So over an hour's time period, a lot of that's just coming up from the south and training back into the same areas. And it's not really a case where we're moving fast enough to get rid of the rainfall very quickly. So that'll aid and abet what rain has already fallen there and cause more problems, I'm afraid, as we do move along into the rest of this evening, overnight tonight, roughly. 2 cells now. This thing has sort of split cellularly Um, you're taking a small break. I haven't seen you, so you're not taking a break from me. That's what's happening with this coming in from this western side here at the moment. And we still have the storms, Silver Creek back onto the south over to Monticello and beyond. But these are two separate storms that you're looking at. You're looking at one right here, another right here, and the possibility maybe of two tornadoes still intact here, because you can just see I didn't move the circles that I drew. And you got inbound and outbound on both sides. So that could possibly be the tornado coming in, or two tornadoes coming in on that southern side. The third one that was up here, it still shows up near Upton. That's a tornado. I'm positive of it. I don't know that it's touching the ground. It could very well just be a funnel cloud. But if you could see it, I guarantee you that thing is spinning, and it's gate to gate. It's tight enough to where it's spinning pretty much into one location. Birmingham radar down to the southwest. Look at all the lightning that's still occurring near Moundville. Strong thunderstorm with the possibility of a tornado embedded within this thing. Where would it be? Probably right about there, just southwest of Moundville. That's going to be north of Akron, still moving northeastward, right along the southern edge of the whole situation there, which once again is responsible for the possibility of a tornado. So that's 30 minutes. It's a confirmed tornado now. It's not a possibility. Central Green, Northern Hill counties, a damaging tornado. Radar confirmed. Let's see why. Radar confirmed. Not because of the thing we just saw. When it says radar confirmed, it means there is a CC drop, correlation coefficient, that tells us something is into the air. And there it is. There's reason to believe it's right there in the southern part of the polygon. And this looks so messy. And it is. This is going to be debris like that's taking place. What's over here, by the way? 30 frames. Let me back this up just a little bit and see if any of that moved. See this stuff right here? This just moved. This is near Little Hope. Is there anything there? Yeah, there's a thunderstorm there near Little Hope, and there's already debris being associated with that. It showed up on the CC drop. I don't see any spin. But this is a likely area where we have the possibility of a tornado right here into this region. And we'll certainly just pay attention to that as we move along and into the next few hours as we continue. Tornado warned area out of BMX. Let me see what else I can do here if I put this into motion just a little bit more. Maybe I can take care of that for you. What else do I have here going on? I don't think it's another tornado warning. They did just issue something. Now it goes until 10:45. Now it is a new tornado warning. The Moundville is a tornado warning. That's Cypress and Moundville near Akron. Cypress, Alabama. So that's this thing right here. Kind of shifted it to the east a little bit. This little downdraft thing is on its own up there on 2059. And then they shifted this a little bit further off to the east. They said it was confirmed. That doesn't really look confirmed there. Here it is. Here's why they say confirmed. This is why they say confirmed. And I wish I could take that part out and just only leave that part. Just look at this part, the blue area there. Watch that for just a second. So now I'll take this. Let me drop my frames for just a second because we're only going to look at the last couple. This is the anomaly. This is debris from the tornado. Now it shows very well. The debris signature is right here near Stewart. Doesn't mean that's exactly where the tornado is. It means where the debris is. Now, debris could be ahead of the tornado, but it's likely going to be right there with it. So I believe this is this is the reason for the confirmation. This is why they're saying there's a tornado here, and it is on the ground. It's saying it is observed. So now somebody is seeing it. It is not a radar-indicated tornado. This is an observed tornado confirmed near Akron at 2 minutes ago, actually, at 10:04. So that's northeastern Hale County. You're underneath this tornado warning until 10:30. Radar confirmed tornado. What happened to the observed? Radar confirmed. Yeah, I can see that, but it said observed, like somebody was looking at it. So I think probably we'll hear some information about that in just a few moments, that somebody might be actually be seeing this. So kind of looking at that from a broader perspective. A debris signature for sure. There's no rhyme or reason you don't say, hey, that could be and maybe not. That's not the case. This is definitely a debris signature right there moving this direction. So keep that in mind. Just south of Mountainville, if you live in that area, you got to make sure you take cover immediately. It's a huge storm. Now, how you look at it and whether or not you're just talking about a tornado, this thing is massive, and it's going to probably be producing some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in advance of this as it moves along also. The secondary storm just outside of Centerville, Brent, coming through that area over the next few hours. Got a thunderstorm coming into Pelham. Helena got a big thunderstorm right there too. A little sort of a nipple on the bottom part of this that is concerning, although nothing at all is spinning. That's just south of Hoover, Pelham, Alabaster region, and the very heavy rain continues all across Jefferson County too. Waves of energy that go northward over to Pell City and up 20 and 59 over to Collinsville into Gadsden, Piedmont, Alabama. Check this thing out. That's way, way, way over here into Georgia. We're looking at the Birmingham radar at a strong thunderstorm well over here into Georgia. This is east of Cedartown near Rockmark. Now, the problem with this is that we're so far away from the Birmingham radar, we're probably looking way up into this thunderstorm. And so you're seeing what is likely hail up there that's being reflected and coming back to the radar in Birmingham. I doubt we see that from the radar out of Peachtree City. It's much thinner. A lot of lightning there. That's up Highway 27 that goes from Cedartown down to Bremen in Georgia, the western side of Bremen. So pretty big deal going on there. And that's kind of wild because that's far, far in advance of everything else that was ongoing there. So if you look at the map at the moment, what we've got is a series, couple of tornado warnings here and there. So if your thunderstorm warning down to the south, this one's 60 mile per hour winds with a severe thunderstorm near Woodville, 18 miles to the north of Jackson. And then we got the tornado north of Hattiesburg, in between Hattiesburg and Jackson in the Mississippi. Tornado warning that is still moving northeastward here for the next 36 minutes. We have a tornado warning storm that'll be a continuation. This coming in from the south, moving northward. Two separate cells that are occurring here. Two very well mature thunderstorms producing two likely and possible tornadoes. Velocity data indicates just that. You can pick them out very easily. Not a tight spin, but it is a spin right about there, indicating a tornado. The second one is right here, just back to the west of Rosalita and Juanita, and moving, I don't know, 45 miles per hour or so, it looks like at this point. So a pretty rapid pace off to the northeast. All of these are, let me see what this says as far as movement goes. We've got movement northeast at 45. So northern Lawrence, northwestern Covington, you're all within the path of this storm. 45 miles per hour, which if I do this and draw a storm track, we'll just say this one. And I'll draw a storm track in the direction that the storm is moving. I'll put 45. This is a radar omega situation here that gives you some of the information with a storm track that has these times in the track telling us that it moves into Clem in about 10 minutes, Saratoga in about 21 minutes on this pace, and Maddox at about 26 minutes. Total population of what I just drew out there is about 1,000 people, so not that many within that polygon, but those are the impact times as far as that is concerned. I can draw another one down to the south here. I'll go out again in the direction which they look like they're kind of following each other, don't they? Put this like this, type in my direction speed, which is now again at 45 miles per hour. Get my head out of the picture. The impact times are going to be it might be Rosella and Juanilla. And I think I called them Rosalita and Juanita a little bit earlier. I need glasses, or you got to make these bigger. Ferguson in about 6 minutes, and in Gwenville in about 24 minutes. Total population is about 421. These are not very populated areas. And somebody said this is a bust earlier, and I kind of went off quickly to say it's not a bust. It is happening in areas that are very very unpopulated, which is great news. I know we've had quite a few tornadoes to occur here. They haven't hit a major city, so we're not hearing about them just yet. It'll take the day tomorrow to go out and do surveys. There have to have been dozens of tornadoes in the state of Mississippi. There has to have been Louisiana, Mississippi, and down to Alabama, where we've had confirmation from the radar. We don't think those happened. We know those happened. Now, some of these tornado warnings were precautionary. Some of these tornado warnings happened because we knew there was spin in a certain area, and the spin is the reason why the tornado warning came out anyway. So it was a precautionary thing. It wasn't after a reaction to getting the news. It was precautionary. It was early warning. So some of those went off because of that reason. I don't have any problem with that at all. This little thing is rotating down here near Columbia on Highway 98 that goes west-east over to Hattiesburg. That thing is spinning, but doesn't look like a whole lot happening there, at least into the next hour or so, which I call short-term quite often. These are spinning. This one near Wayanoka, north of St. Francisville. That's going to be a rotating thunderstorm, it looks like. Pretty well organized. The reflectivity shows you that. It's going to be moving northeastward, coming out of the southwestern corner of Mississippi, west of 55 and south of Natchez, right there on the river, on the Mississippi River, and coming through that region. Lake Charles, do we have anything back to the west? Not really. It's these two thunderstorms here into the east. And then what's going on up to the north here, DGX shows the back edge, I think, of all of the precipitation. That is the back edge of it all, kind of moving eastward, coming back over to Sterling and Bastrop, moving just to the east of Ruston into Monroe, Louisiana, as we go through the next few hours. That should be a better situation overall. And now we're really concentrating. This part of the line is going to move faster to the east than all this crap to the north, because this is just going to keep going on and on and on, I think, for several more hours into the rest of this evening. Really haven't had a lot of time to look at the model data. I like to do that when there are no tornado warnings, but this one we still have, which was considered an observed tornado for the next 16 minutes. Confirmed tornado near Akron, 13 miles to the northeast of Utah. Confirmed tornado there into the region. The velocity data is sort of backing up what we already knew, which is, I think it was separating pretty rapidly a little while ago. I think if they had their druthers, they'd call this thing, they'd probably cancel it if it weren't for this. That's hail. This correlation coefficient still shows that there's some degree of debris near Guinea and 69 south of Moundville. That's a debris signature. That is a signature that says something's aloft, and something's aloft because something's making it be aloft, and you can sort of follow the path of a tornado if you do. Now, the other part about this is even when a tornado ascends and goes back up into the cloud, the debris doesn't. The debris is still hanging around for a little while longer, so that is pretty much possible. Do we have a moderator online? No, I don't see a moderator. Send, are you still there? Please don't write stuff that isn't true. Chris? Kind of look up through there, like 2 lines above you. Just off and on, you keep writing stuff that's not true, and I don't like that. I don't like where we're headed with that. GWX down to the south. That's the Starkville severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. 44 more minutes we do have on that. Now we might have enough of a break, I think. Let me make sure this thing down to the south. Tornado warning down here. A little bit of a debris signature, not a lot. And if you look at it there, there's 2 very distinct storms. This is kind of weird. They're feeding off of each other. Sometimes the southernmost storm will win, will eat up the other one, if you will. Thank you, Chris. Just don't say that because you don't really know what you're talking about there, especially you're from a long way off. So please don't say that. It gives everybody a false sense of security. The truth is, it is not. We're reaching up until 10:15, 10:17 actually here, Central Time Zone. There is a lull here that's going on at the moment. It is a pretty good sign overall. I doubt there's anything of reason that could come along, a jet or anything like that, could come along and energize this a lot. Saving grace. I was looking for something. I talked about this earlier in the day today. A lot of times I go into these situations and I worry if there's not anything of detriment that could happen, if there's not a reason for it not to happen, if you will. And on paper, this looked like it was going to be a pretty large event. And if it happened to you, it was. And I know some stuff happened to you, so I'm not going to downplay it at all. We've been fortunate enough not to have any big cities that have been hit. We've had a lot of rural tornadoes during the day today. A lot of rural tornadoes have taken place. Be great if that were the case as we move along, but we already know we've had some damage here and there. Had a couple people who were trapped in a building. I mean, I've seen some things. I've been concentrating on live weather and not researching what actually did happen. But I can tell you, there's been some damage off and on in some areas. Lowndes County up here to eastern Mississippi was one of those regions that we were really concerned about during the day today because I know we had a tornado on the ground there for a while. It, again, was south of Columbus. It wasn't in the city, which was great news. 2 other thunderstorms, much of southern Mississippi here. If you know it at all, you know it's very rural down in here. We go a long way between homes sometimes, and these are often in rural areas, but 2 very distinct supercell thunderstorms. Let me put this into motion for you and show you as we go from the southwest to the northeast up near Janesville and coming in along. Rosella is down to the south. 2 very distinct supercell thunderstorms coming northeastward, kind of feeding off of each other. The one to the north is feeding off the one to the south, taking the exhaust from that one and going right back into the storm, which is just as far as meteorology goes, is sort of a cool situation to look at it as a scientist, but look at it as a person, not so cool because they're still quite large there at the moment. This is that Columbia storm that had some inbound and outbound with it, but doesn't any longer. And I mentioned one storm feeding off the other. I thought that was sort of possible. Both of these do have inbound and outbound markers with them. What we've gone through during the day today, you and I, well, you can look, and this is the thing I've kind of been pointing out through the day today, and I hope maybe you got a sense of what to look at when, if you've got your own radar, you have your own application. This is Radar Omega again, an app I'm very proud of and happy to be a part of with the folks there at Radar Omega. Severe thunderstorm warning down to the southwest that we're watching. The tornado warning, now they just reissued a new tornado warning up here in Starkville, Mississippi, a brand new tornado warning. This is Lowndes County again. This is the 3rd time, I believe, you've been underneath a tornado warning into Lowndes County, Mississippi. Radar indicated quarter-sized hail is likely here within the storm. Goes until 11:15. We go to the radar out of GWX, and here is why they've issued this tornado warning. Got strong spin, rotation here on 25. That's County 25 south of Heritage Colony. If you know the area at all, near Winston. Strong inbound and outbound wind. This is really strong near Craig Springs, Highway 25, north-south. There's inbound and outbound there, and we may have, okay, this is a marker. It's not really a point where I can say this is the debris that is aloft. This is debris from this situation that's kind of cluttered at the moment, but tells me there's something going on there along the radial, south and west of Starkville, Mississippi. So who does that include? That's gonna include the counties of, I know, Lowndes County, Clay, and Octavia. So it's southeastern Octavia, Clay County, and Lowndes County, Mississippi. You're underneath tornado warnings there, 45 north to south, and the other one's down here just to the east of Brookhaven that we have the tornado warning. See, I thought they might let that go. In fact, they may have canceled it like we were talking about because Not the same sort of situation that was there a little bit earlier. Coming down in bucket loads for you, though, there in Tuscaloosa. Back along Highway 82 that goes northward up to Reform and Gordo. Very heavy rainfall there before it shuts off just to the north of Tuscaloosa. Another cell is coming in across the border at the moment on Highway 17 just south of Aliceville. And then the very heavy rainfall at the moment up near Gadsden and Anniston. High top radar that we're looking at, there's a break. Finally, for Fort Payne, Alabama, for Gunnersville, Huntsville, there's a break. But still some heavier rain that'll fill back in from the southwest here and just a little bit. And that's why the National Weather Service has progged this area to be underneath the threat of some of the very heavy rain that'll be coming in just as we move along. Lily says thunder has just hit my place in northern Shelby County. Thunder and lightning. Clint, hello, Clint. Kelly, hello. Jasper, Alabama. Nothing going on in Jasper at the moment. All that has moved south of you in Jasper, but it will be returning from the northwest coming southward. This is Walker County. Jasper is what we're talking about up there. Stan, why'd you do that? It was nice having you. Up here along 65, Pulaski, Loretto, up to Lawrenceburg. Got some very heavy rainfall there, too. This is going to be problematic there across that region. North, it looks like of 84, particularly. 278 that comes out of Alabama. That goes west to east over to Oxford. That's where some of the super heavy stuff is there, too. And this is going to be large hail involved with the storm. Watch the vertically integrated liquid show you the big hail marker there near Ellistown and Parks. That's going to be moving eastward. This is going to be some of that hail that we were looking at. It might be ping pong ball sized hail. Now over to Corona and up and down the line. That's going to be near 45. As we go southward, I'll come back out just a little bit. Big tornado warning, a large polygon here from West Point down into Starkville, Mississippi. The tornado warning is here near Heritage Colony. Again, the velocity data indicating to us where we have that spin, that rotation there just now to the east of 25. High winds all around that as it comes in from the south and does move northward. And trying to do this as slowly as I can. I don't want anybody to get sick. So this is still rotating. This is the storm that had the tornado warning attached to it. And it is still rotating. So here's what's about to happen. They're going to issue a new watch for southeastern Mississippi into western and central Alabama. There is about to be a new tornado watch, which will be coming out. Their certainty is 95%, so we're just going to say it is going to be a new tornado watch. Now, this right here, I know Birmingham's watching this because now look at it, and it's totally different to me. Now we've got marker to marker, gate to gate shear. This thing is rotating large. The large part of this is rotating, and then it's coming back around. And to a point to where it's almost pixel to pixel, gate to gate, if you will. This is the thing that had the marker with it a little bit earlier, the physical marker that showed us where we did have debris that was aloft, and it's still there. There's some debris there. This could have to be reissued again from BMX. It could have to be. I don't know, but I can't make that decision, but it's concerning. And now there's new lightning right there south of 82, and sometimes, again, new lightning. What does that mean? That means could be seeing a new tornado develop. Let me turn this back on because I'm going to want to show you that the second it comes out. So there'll be a new tornado watch that'll be issued, and I think that's going to be that southern part of Alabama that we're looking at just a little bit earlier that had those really super high dew points which we'll look at. Let's do that. Let's take a look at the dew points ourselves. And this is just crazy. And look at these dew points tonight at this hour. I can't imagine exactly where they're going to draw this, but I think it at least have to include southern Tuscaloosa County and probably go a little bit like this again, I think. Somewhere over into here. We'll let them do that. They do that. I can't do that. This looks better. This is broader. And by better, I mean less likely to be producing a tornado on the ground. This is Starkville, Mississippi, down to the south. And it's very broad. What you see that is rotating is very broad, meaning like this instead of like this, instead of small. So pretty good news there when you come to look at that storm as a tornado warning coming near Columbus. Dew points into the 60s there still yet. Not just, again, that means that it's super juicy outside, and the availability of moisture combined with winds cause shear to take place and tornadoes to grow. Upper left-hand corner. Thank you, Jason. The upper left corner of Tennessee has stopped for the moment. Love it. Love, love, love it. NQA. Let's see if we can back down on the... Yeah, the radar looks much, much better up there, doesn't it? And really everything that's south and east of I-40 is broken. We have lots of places in between here that look a whole lot better along I-40 and beyond. Back over to Nashville, Tennessee, still have a lot of thunderstorms here. This is super heavy rainfall coming down into Nashville, likely causing some problems here and there with localized flash flooding already. I mean like 10, 15-minute interval kind of stuff that would keep you off the roadway if you could possibly do so. 61's a dew point now into Lewisburg, so they've traveled far to the north. But notice, still into the 50s over here across southeastern Tennessee. 55 at Tullahoma and Winchester's at 57. Chattanooga, Tennessee has a dew point of 54, as well as McMinnville. If you go further down to the south here along I-65, you get back into the 60s pretty easily. But east of I-65, notice again, dew points are into the 50s. Fort Payne's at 54. We got a 59 dew point now into Huntsville, Madison County, the western side, 58 to the north. So as soon as you get past I-65 to the west, you get dew points into the 60s, which is a much more volatile sort of atmosphere. And the one that can produce the tornadoes more likely would be in that general region. Now, south of Tuscaloosa, don't like all this new lightning that has occurred. That's the reflectivity there along Highway 82 that goes southward down to Brent, and the velocity data would indicate that there's still some spin. There's something going on here that's not right. A new update to that. It's kind of all mishmash there south of Tuscaloosa, but I don't see anything at this moment that screams to me that there's a tornado that might be on the ground there at all. So I don't think that's really going to be the case there into the next little while anyway. So that's going to be passing on by. Back over here to Starkville, where we got a 66. We still have a tornado warning here, but the GWX radar is saying... Now, it was saying that this was broad except for that small area right there where there's a strong inbound-outbound near Oktok. And going northeastward, that's kind of a weird looking deal right there that's unfolding. It kind of looks very dendritic, doesn't it, at the moment on this far eastern side? Goes all the way down to Ackerman, actually. Supercell thunderstorms, you see them all over the place right there. South of DGX or Jackson, we still have these two cells that are hanging tough, holding hands here, if you will. The one near New Hebron has cycled back and forth. Normally the southern storm wins. The one to the north typically doesn't, because what's flowing into this thing gets cut off, cuts the storm to the north off. This one seems to be energizing just a little bit, doesn't it? Kind of. Put the velocity data on there. There's strong inbound and outbound winds that are associated with it. Two areas there within the polygon. This one much weaker to the north up along 49, but this one down to the south near Hebron or New Hebron, Gwenville. That one looks like it's producing a little bit more spin there, if you will. Down to the south, we got some rotation with this thing near Columbia. Everything seems to be rotating a little bit, folks. Just doesn't get over the hump to become a larger tornado. So we're on the verge in some of these regions. I'm not really sure. I haven't been able to do enough checking to find out if it's actually a situation where everything is just not coming together, if we don't really have the existence of an upper level wind like we thought we were a little bit earlier during the day today. Brand new tornado warning down to the south. It's going to be a tornado warning in effect with quarter-size hail right on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. So I think that'll be this thing down here that we've been watching for a little while. And probably the spin right here on 61 that had the severe thunderstorm warning is now going to be recent for a tornado warning. Boom! There it is. Right on 33 Centerville. That's a new tornado warning for the next 30 minutes. That'll include Feliciana Parish. So here it is. Northeastern West Feliciana Parish. Northwestern East Feliciana Parish. Wilkinson County in Mississippi. So there you go. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Spillman, 10 miles to the northwest of Jackson. Is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Preemptive. This is preemptive coming into southern Mississippi. Sort of a preemptive situation there. The radar out of Slidell is, I think, the one that we're going to be using here overall. And there's strong indication again of spin, of rotation on 61, U.S. Highway 61 coming out of Wakefield into Turnbull. That's the east of the Mississippi River, actually, in Woodville, and that'll be crossing over the border here momentarily. Not really sure if we have it on the ground at this point, but watching that closely. And it's within several other cells. You can see the cellular part of this coming in out of Homachita is really... this is Booty. Roxy and Booty there on 84. Getting back into this storm near McGee. A couple of more down to the south that still need following. DGX shows you this one down here has some, sort of semblance of a rotating thunderstorm. There's an inbound and an outbound there that's pretty tight together, so a possible tornado trying to form there into the area. Still, the volatility shows up very well down in southern sections of Mississippi, northern, eastern Louisiana. This thing is just to the west of Hattiesburg and is still going to be moving away from Hattiesburg. So far, that's been the case today. Again, the bigger cities have been an avoidance of everything that's gone by. This is wide open spaces down here down to the south. All of these regions have some sort of a tight spin associated with them. Whether or not they're dropping tornadoes is the difficult part because now it's nighttime. We're not seeing visibility is so low. We're not really getting the opportunity to see if these are going to be confirmations or not. This is a broad thing right there. There's nothing really tightly packed near Artesia, I don't think anymore, and no reason to believe correlation coefficient or the debris data would be any different unless it's this glob right here near Artesia. So I'll back this up one or two scans to see that's debris. That's why they've issued this tornado warning, because this is debris right there. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say debris? This is something aloft. By debris, I mean this is some sort of trash that's aloft that is different than rain. Radar sees it and draws it in as different colors because it's different than rainfall. All this is the same color because the radar sees the target. Then it takes a look at the target and it says, okay, this is our general norm, which tells us it's all rain. We're looking for something anomalous, something different. And watch that little glob right there. That's certainly different, and it is moving. So there's something aloft, whether it's a massive amount of leaves. Leaves are falling now, so I don't know if it could be leaves or something like that. And then again, it could be parts of the tops of trees or something like that's occurring. It's not huge. It doesn't show up as a huge debris signature. But sometimes they don't have to be, especially at the very beginning. We're getting 5-minute intervals really with the radar data, so we're not exactly sure overall. Let's see. The whole thing near Centerville Brent is going northward. And the reflectivity showing you there's a couple of storms there. There's 1, 2, 3 supercells. This one's pretty ominous looking near Aliceville. What's this little appendage hanging down here south of Aliceville? Well, that's going to be in velocity data. That's going to be the possibility of a tornado trying to form with that thing down there, down to the southwest. They put out a continuation of this tornado warning south of DGX, which will run until 10:45. This thing down to the south goes until 10:45, and everything else to the north pretty much is what it is. Let me get rid of the Dimitar data here to show you. I didn't do it. One more time here. Get rid of that. Do that and that. We'll go back to this. Let me go back to the big data for just a moment. MRMS, composite radar imagery. And if I put that into motion, you can sort of see what's happening here is a general southwest to northeasterly track with everything pretty much on course for what it was supposed to be. Look, this precipitation goes all the way to the north here into southern Ohio, actually. The precipitation band does. Into southern Ohio with a couple of watches there. In Chillicothe is one near Lancaster that we're watching with some higher winds up there, but nothing that really looks like it could be producing anything tornadic. It is much, much drier in South Haven and Memphis, Tennessee. Jackson, I think you're clear, free and clear. A few little storms back to the west here that should not be energized anymore. That is the front that's trying to move through Little Rock as we speak. And then all this mess that's still out across this region is what we'll be watching here. Brand new tornado watch about to come out any minute, we think, for the area that is going to be there near Birmingham and Southwood. They're going to issue a brand new tornado watch for southeastern Mississippi. And a continuation, really, that goes on to the east. So we'll be following this as it goes southeastward across the rest of Alabama from Tuscaloosa into Montgomery, and then all points down to the south that will be in the path of this, headed on in that general direction. Out of Hattiesburg, I-59, or to the west, getting north of Baton Rouge, southwestern Mississippi, and beyond are two of the others that we'll be watching there very, very closely as we move through and into the next couple of hours. 13 sort of advisories here. The Jefferson Davis tornado warning, we know about that. We know about the East Feliciana tornado warning. Those are parishes in Louisiana. We still have the tornado warning in Lowndes County, Clay Monroe, and Octavia counties, Mississippi. Those are tornado warning storms that we're looking at moving across Mississippi at the moment, right here at 10:39 this evening, Central Time, as everything goes from the west and to the east across the rest of this region at a fairly rapid pace overall. Alex, you're not late. You're right on time. Manpad, what's up, buddy? Hope you're doing well tonight. Some of this mess coming over in your direction, I think, as we go through the next couple of hours. So pretty much there where we are and watching what's happening. Josh, BMX, numerous trees are down and some homes damaged in Akron, Alabama. We're just now going to be picking up some of the information. National Weather Service employees can't rush off and start doing surveys because they're working on current weather. They'll be doing surveys during the day tomorrow in the sunshine and trying to find out what's really going on with this entire situation. Brett Adair will be watching what's happening tomorrow as well. He'll be checking in on some of the damage that was done and kind of watching what's happening across that entire region. So the big picture there up and down the line is from Columbus southward to the tornado warning there, and then another warning just north of Baton Rouge that we'll be following over the next couple of hours as well. Tornado warning now, continuation of a tornado warning, radar indicated still. That's the storm in Raleigh, Mize, and McGee, headed northeastward. They're going to push this thing. You'll see it pop in here in just a moment. I think it's just going to end up being further off to the north. It's a small polygon there, but they're going to go all the way almost to Newton, I think, with this tornado warning. It'll include Mize and Raleigh. Raleigh, you're included. Silverina, you're included in the tornado warning now, not Bay Springs, I don't think, and it'll pop in here in just a moment. The new tornado warning, new tornado warning, there you go. And so there it is. New tornado warning that extends further off to the northeast. They just included Silverina, just to the west of Bay Springs. Silverina, Raleigh, 35 that goes northward near the Bienville National Forest and south of I-20 in Newton. So a move northward of the tornado warning there. We've got 3 boxes back into Mississippi. 3 very distinctive tornado warnings that are occurring here. Damage as we know it, just now beginning to pick some of that up. We'll pass it along to you as we move forward in time and just sort of keep everything moving in that area. Tennessee looking Jackson, Tennessee toward Corinth, Mississippi. Yeah, we just kind of went over that. Thank you for joining us there, Woodworker, D. Woodworker. Appreciate it. In Starkville, Tennessee, Tesserac is with us now, tuning in from Starkville, Mississippi. What happened over there? I know we had a couple of thunderstorms moving through Starkville, tornado warning or 2 moving through the area there. I didn't get a really big idea of just how much of that was actually confirmed. Tell me about what's happening. Tell me about what's happening at your house. I'd like to know. And as long as it's not too far-fetched, we'll pass that information along. Because I know where it's rained and where it's stormed today. If it didn't storm at your house and you report something, I'll know. I'm going to, for just a moment, I'm going to put this into motion. And I'm going to go to the little room back over here for just a moment. I'll be right back. I've had a bunch of water. Hello? Anything happened while it was gone? While I was gone? Ooh, I see we had to kick a couple people out. Way to go. Test Rock was saying that the Mississippi State University sirens went off, some minor debris hitting some windows up there. So appreciate that information. Starkville and Columbus should be taking cover again. Hope everybody is staying safe, as Manbad points out. Elizabeth from McGee, Raleigh, and Mize underneath the tornado warnings also. Here in Kentucky, power rebooted, internet went down for a few minutes. Uh-oh. I know how that is. Mine went down a little earlier, too. Let's go around the horn here once again. Kind of look at what's happening. The 3 tornado warnings that we had there to Mississippi are still there. Sorry, I need a little back support there. Here we go. I had soup for dinner. And I'm telling you, soup is not a meal. I just don't think it's a meal. But that's kind of beside the point. The tornado watch that we're talking about, we were looking at that a little bit earlier and trying to decide what was happening with that tornado watch. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show it to you. Let's do this kind of briefly, though, because we want to make sure that you can still see the data underneath. The tornado watch that we were looking at a little bit earlier has been extended just a little bit further on to the east. I did this in a yellow color to give you an idea. Sort of drew this on there a little bit earlier, too. This one's going to expire now in the next 7 minutes, but replacing it will be another one that will be reissued across the rest of this area, too. That's southwestern Alabama and southeastern Mississippi. This is the one earlier that expires at 11 o'clock. So they're going to continue that thing a little bit further on to the east as we move along through time. This is the same one. So it takes a new continuation, if you will, there to bring the tornado watches up to date just a little bit more as they head off to the east here. A pretty rapid clip tonight. We're beginning to see the northerly part of this thing move. It's the rest of it that is concerning to us. Sorry, trying to get situated. I almost had a cramp, too. Sitting in the same place too long. I wish I actually could stand from time to time. I used to, about every job I've ever had, I was standing, I guess. Except for this one. So a couple of things that we're looking at here at the moment is, again, the westerly push of, if you will, of all of this coming in from west to east. There, as we've seen off and on through the day today, the winds that are shifting out of the west, those have been the ones that we've been following here that have been producing off and on these tornadoes that have been scattered about the rest of the region here overall. That was something that we were looking at and watching very closely. What else? We've been talking about the fact that we did have, here, I keep hitting the wrong button. Still having followed all that a little bit further off to the east as well. And then, come on. New tornado watch, but it won't fill in for me in any form or fashion. It's pretty much the same area that we were talking about, though, there just a little bit earlier. This is a brand new tornado watch, and it's going to go until 6 a.m. now, Central Time, the new tornado watch area. There are 3 different places I've called it up, but it doesn't fill in. So I apologize for that. Let me refresh everything one more time. Please fill in this time. Nope. It's not filling in because SPCs isn't filling in. Severe Storms Prediction Center puts that out right now. They got a big question mark on the screen, which is not funny. So I get that to you in just a minute. Doesn't actually matter a whole lot because we're looking at the radar. We're not guessing where a tornado's likely to occur. We're kind of looking at the radar, so we do know it's happening, and it's happening at a progression that goes southeastward, so that's not really going to be news either to anybody, is it? So a new tornado watch will be founded down there. Just across the rest of that area, the National Weather Service Office and the Severe Storms Prediction Centers are confirming that much at least. This is going to be a tornado watch that goes until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. That will be likely a couple of intense tornadoes are still possible. Scattered damaging wind gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour, 1.5 inch diameter hail is also possible. Thunderstorms are going to persist for the next few hours from southeastern Mississippi into the western portions of central Alabama. A threat for a few tornadoes, a couple of which could still be strong in addition to damaging wind gusts and isolated large hail. Line of storms is expected along the cold front overnight. Damaging gusts and a couple of tornadoes, the main concerns. Watch area along in 75 Statue at miles east and west of a line. Pine Belt, Mississippi, 10 miles northwest of Birmingham, Alabama, to 45 miles south and east of Pine. I used to have to do these myself. In these descriptions, you used to have to draw them out yourself. They didn't actually give you a map to show you what it looked like. Now, there it is. And here it is. Here's what we're going to do, folks. We're going to do this the old-fashioned way. I'm going to go back over here, go to SPC, and show it to you. Brand new tornado watch. It's number 576. There's your aerial coverage, which goes up all the way north of Columbus. It does include Birmingham now, and a little bit further on to the east, it includes Tuscaloosa, Montgomery. Down to the south, it includes Hattiesburg and Mississippi, the southwestern side of which. You know why? Because of what's left back to the west. The front's going to start moving in. The front's going to take these dew points that are into the 70s. It'll take those into account. And so the threat for tornadoes will continue along the frontal boundary, not necessarily in single cells, but in this form as we move through, because the frontal boundary is going to push all this a little bit further on to the north as we move along to the north. These are the tornado warnings that we currently have up and down the line, as you can see. Blue is going to be severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are shaded in blue, as you can see, and kind of what we're looking at there is the red is going to be the new tornado watch, and that covers I-65 a little bit further east than I-65, but this time includes Hattiesburg in Mississippi, because That's really where the actual front is going to be coming from and moving on to the east. This was that meso discussion that we were talking about just a little while ago. This is the reasoning for all this. You can see the westerly wind flags that are showing up. Those are going to be the upper level winds that are showing up there in the purple arrows, upper level winds that are associated with this whole thing, and they're pretty strong. You can see as they come in from the west, the bulk shear. These are Cape values that are showing up, but the whole deal here is that the northward low level moisture flux, moisture coming in from the Gulf, all that is going to be pretty active here and continue this whole situation over the next couple of hours as we go from north to south. Let me see storm reports. Let's kind of look into this. There's the map for storm reports, which tells us that we've had quite a few. We've had 19 tornado reports now in this map. 19 tornado reports, 23 wind reports, quite a few hail reports for a total of 73 reports. If we just look at the data overall, here are the tornado reports that you're looking at, and there are quite a few of them. Over in Tala, Mississippi, this is 3 o'clock. 2124 is 324. So Tala, Mississippi, and Carmack, that is where we had the tornado reported north and east of west. Remember that? I don't think I've ever seen this before, but this tornado was northeast of west, the town of West, and that was from the Jackson Weather Office there. Some of these others, we go through time. 21 is 3, so every hour after. 22 is 4. A little after 4, an hour later, a tornado was reported with structural damage there in Jackson, from Jackson, in Tilton. The town of Tilton in Lawrence County, Mississippi. Jefferson Davis, that Bassfield tornado, that looked like it might have been a bigger deal. Debris reported with a possible tornado there. They confirmed a tornado on Highway 35 at the Marion and Jeff Davis line. That was right at 23:05, which was right about 5 o'clock this evening when that took place. Power poles were snapped along Highway 35. Don't tell me this didn't happen. You just haven't seen it yet because it was all at nightfall. A lot of people haven't stopped to take pictures of the damage because they're continuing. A lot of these spotters that are out there, they're continuing to do their job and follow everything. Chasers observing and recording a large wedge tornado on Highway 42, tracking east-southeast out of Bassfield. Some flashes there that occurred in the Jefferson Davis County. That was all at 23:16, so 5:16 is when that took place. Choctaw County in Mississippi reporting a tornado there as well. Confirmed tornado in Choctaw County, actually from the National Weather Service out of Jackson. Lowndes County, that's that northeastern storm there in Mississippi over near Columbus. A tornado likely damaging a steeple there. There have been 2 or 3 Lowndes County warnings. This was right after 6 o'clock at 6:30. Doors blown out of a Station 2 fire department building there. The roof also caved in with outside structural damage. Reports of property damage. People trapped at a Malone's grocery store there. Just outside of 730 in Madison, Louisiana. Madison Parish. This is going to be in Thomastown. A tornado reported northwest of Mound. Pictures sent via Twitter. Trees that are down along Highway 22 had to be cleared. And Akron, Hale County. This one was not that long ago, just outside of 1001. Actually, a TDS was seen on the radar. Tornado signature there out of BMX. Lots of hail reports. Check these out. We've had some large hail. A picture of 2-inch size hail on Facebook has been reported out of Aden, Mississippi, and Carroll County. $50 size hail. We've seen a lot of stuff. Look at all these hail reports up and down the line. They've been quite numerous as we've gone through the day today. And structurally, I know we've had some damage off and on in some of these areas that have come up and down the line. And let's see. Somebody get rid of that, if you would. Josh, would you get rid of that? This guy or whoever's been doing this, kid, I'm assuming it's someone whose mother doesn't know that they're on the internet, because it's dragging me down. PA, it's been nice, but you need to be dumped, and you can't just do that and expect everybody to lament over what you're saying. So I don't know who you are. You could be an ex-wife for all I know, but I think you should be gone. Josh, do that and put it on my tab. Misinformation is not what we're about, and we're certainly not about threatening people and, talking about threatening weather that isn't to be. We're only talking about reality here, and I'll do the weather, and everybody else can kind of help me along. I ask you to produce and not really do that. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Yeah, just aggravating when we got positive energy going on. And here we go. Let me get back over here to Radar Omega. All of you folks are smart. So let me ask you a question here. Still looking at the radar here overall. No, that's okay. But that guy got out of hand throughout the period, so guy, gal, whoever it was. My mouse is frozen. And it's frozen in my OBS, and I can't do anything with my mouse, so I'm having to do all this. Really off of one graphic, kind of. Maybe I'll unplug it. Y'all stay there. Talk amongst yourselves. You'll know how tough that's been over the last little while because my mouse had been stuck, and it's because my leg kicked the thing almost out of the USB slot. So I have a mouse. So much happier now. I don't know what monitor it's on, but see it way over here. See my mouse way over here? Sometimes it gets lost. I got my mouse going into 4 different monitors, and sometimes it just gets lost. And I have to get it back over here and go, whoa, it's just kind of freaky. All right, back to where we were. Throughout the day today, we've been watching Brett Adair. He was in Tallulah a little bit earlier, and we had some video from his camera. We've been looking at quite a few cameras during the day today, and I appreciate everybody who's been helping us out there with the camera work. We had quite a few people that we've been talking to through the day today. We had Brad, who was out and about. Brad was giving some information, Vince as well. We were looking at both of their cameras through the day today, kind of providing what was going on. A lot of driving today during the day to try to make up for what was happening there, and did so as we moved through the day today. And that's good information. I always appreciate everybody going to the effort of doing what they can to sort of help the whole situation out and to help us with putting this information out. We're still on the low-res radar at the moment. Let me up this a little bit. Go back here and we'll go to the local radars at each one of these sites. These are NextRad sites. That was a compiled view. And now, finally, the tornado watch did fill in here. Almost. And I'm going to fill it in. For some reason, it keeps trying to hide this part of it. But there's your tornado watch, your brand new tornado watch down to the south. The old one expired right at 11 o'clock. It's about 9 minutes ago. The old tornado watch expired, but was replaced, which now includes Jefferson County, Alabama, now includes Alabaster. All these points down to the south. Somebody from Jasper was talking a little bit earlier, Jasper. And so that's pretty much one of those other things that we were looking at as well that was moving in and around that region. So kind of looking there as well. Clanton, let's just talk about what's happening in Birmingham here at the moment. We got 3 cells, look like 3 supercells here. Watching the one, this is another tornado warning for Lowndes County in Mississippi. How many have you had during the day today? A bunch. But now there's a tornado warning that still exists for another 6 minutes near Columbus. This thing is moving east at about 60 miles an hour and is capable of producing a tornado. Once again, they're erring on the side of caution here, if you will. And so we'll look at the we're looking at the Birmingham radar. Let's go to GWX here for just a moment. Let's look at all this crap. I mean, these are big thunderstorms riding along the boundary. This is a west-east sort of situation. If there's a tornado in this, the possibility is here near Waverly. I think this might be a new one there. This is a brand new sort of a rotation that's occurring down here that we've been looking at. I don't know if you've been watching it, but I've been watching it here for sure. That's moving on to the north end of the east along the line near Waverly. We got a second little area, a boundary moving across here. This thing's kicking. I mean, this thing's probably producing some really high winds there on the western side of Fernbank into Lamar County, southern Lamar County, moving on eastward. Got this little thing happening here in Tuscaloosa again near Coker. That's going to be just south of Highway 82 in Coker and coming on across southern Tuscaloosa County. And then got a little spin going on here down into the southern side of Jefferson County, moving into western Shelby County on the western side. This is going to be near Marvell, and looks like, probably ending up somewhere down there near Montevallo here very shortly. It's an off and on spin that doesn't really look like it's very congruent with anything other than just a mesocyclone overall. Birmingham radar, let's see, this is pretty close to the radar site. Trashiness down here at the moment near that area. Let me put it into motion. Go back about 30 frames. There's been some sort of rotation there. For sure. Now you can see with me, this is just some sort of, the winds are coming in like this. There are two little debris centers there, but this is just kind of trashiness associated with it. I don't think this is anything that would be reminiscent of an actual tornado that is on the ground. Bears watching, though. The National Weather Service is watching. Any of these could rotate. We know that we do have a new tornado watch. You can see that goes all the way down to the south. Covers Bibb County, Autauga, down to Monroeville, almost to Atmore, Alabama, and Andalusia, but bottoms out there in Greenville and Atmore. The tornado warning's back to the west. We have an area here just north of Hattiesburg that we're watching. That's going to be a special weather statement for this storm, although it's got a donut hole right there in the middle of it. That's reflectivity. Is there anything velocity-wise? Yes. Check that out, just north of Hattiesburg, coming into Ellisville on I-59, south of Laurel, Mississippi. Is that a tornado? Well, it's certainly a weak echo region there. Correlation coefficient shows something going on. This could be our next tornado warning to take place, which I'm sure they're looking there and going, we've had a bunch of false alarms. In somebody's mind, it's kind of weighing on them that every one of these is spinning and rotating. Do you throw out a tornado warning for each and every one of them at the risk of some of them not showing up? We've already had a couple of people who were saying this is a bust. It's not a bust if it hits you, or if it came near your house. It's not a bust. It's the worst thing that ever happened. It's the biggest tornado that ever occurred if it happens to you. So make sure that you're very sensitive to that when you're talking about what's going on here, because for somebody it's certainly not a bust. I don't think they describe it years later to their grandchildren saying, one time there was this bust, and it didn't happen when they're rebuilding their home. So, kind of think about that. And look, there's a ton of lightning here. And it's north of Moselle, coming up into Laurel, Mississippi. Can't believe that's not tornado warned. Huh. Not my call. Bay Springs, that is a tornado warning near Raleigh, Silverado. I know we talked about this region a little while ago, but a likely tornado. I'm sorry, but this looks a lot worse than this. But two areas there certainly of note that'll need to be watched. Got this little thing still pending back here as you get back into southern Mississippi that has some rotation and spin near Liberty and Berwick, just outside of Beechwood. I know it doesn't look like it to you, but these are broad rotations. There's a little learning curve that's going on here. In each situation, you have one. In each sort of tornado situation, you have a little bit of a learning curve that goes on because each one of these, if you jump the gun a little bit early, you might be saying, all right, we're going to issue for every single thing like this that happens. But I think they're probably in the process now of saying, okay, had a lot of false alarms during the day today. Let's make sure. But look at all the lightning that's right there around where we think we have the possible tornado trying to occur or generate near Liberty, the town of Liberty. But right now, that is just a special weather statement. And maybe the furthest west storm that we are going to have at the moment is going to be back over here into Jackson. This is 61. Is it rotating? Every supercell seems to be. This one has a little bit of rotation right there near Morganza. A little bit of a rotation near LeCoeur up to the north into Brandon. It's the Tunica. Is that the Tunica National Forest? Tunica Hills Wildlife Management Area. which is just outside of Retreat and Pinckneyville on the other side. Check it out. It's rotating, but it's not tight, so they're going to allow that to go, at least for the moment. Same with this thing down here near Laurel, Mississippi. Strong indication of some rotation, but not enough now for the Weather Service to pull the trigger on that just yet. Right there near I-59. There was something that kind of looked like a debris signature. It is. This is a tornado. Right now, this is a tornado that is on the ground just south of Ellisville. I don't typically make a call on my own, but this is that's a debris signature. That's what a debris signature looks like. So I know it's busy, but that's a tornado that's headed near the town of Ellisville. It's not tornado warned just yet, but I got to feel like somebody's got an eye on that and is about to issue, because I see debris. I'm watching this from way out of state, and just that's worrisome to me. Come on. I don't know. I don't know what they know that I don't. One more scan, and if that's still there, or if this is in another spot, in the next scan, if this that little mark there in the correlation coefficient is moved up a little bit, I think they kind of have to pull the trigger on this as a tornado warning. Just south of Laurel, Mississippi on 59, small storm. What a tough call. What a tough call. What does the velocity look like now? It's broad. It's kind of broad. There's right there near the Ellisville Turner Road is 2 different pixels. So that these are tough calls. The folks at the Weather Service, bless them. I mean, this has got to be very, very tough to know when to pull the trigger and when not to. But that's a close call down there in Laurel, Mississippi. This is not a close call anymore, folks. This is a very broad, open sort of a situation. It's a large span. It's not reason to believe that there is a tornado associated with that at all, I don't think. But they'll be looking at that. They say it's observed, but I think it might have kind of moved around a little bit. 11:08. This was 10 minutes ago, and not the same kind of rotation that you had 10 minutes ago. So let me update that here momentarily. It's a little broader. If it was observed 10 minutes ago and it's not really showing up on the radar at this point, doesn't mean it's not there. Let me point that out pretty quickly, too. It can go up, then come back down again in between the scans. I've seen this many times before. Earl, Arkansas, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw what happened. It was on the ground. I was watching the radar at the same time, and in between scans, went from a little spin that was out in the middle of a field near me there in Earl, right there along a 40 on the western side of Earl, and then that thing dropped down to the ground and became an F3 tornado before all was said and done. It's one of the first. That's a trip that I took Brett on long time ago. I took Brett. I don't know. He took me. I can't even remember who was driving. I know who was driving. A guy named Electric Fescue, and I'll explain that story a little later and another time where not so much is going on. Aberdeen down to the south. They now let this go to a severe thunderstorm warning. You folks in Lowndes County, up and down. If you got a weather radio, that thing has been on fire over the past couple of hours, going off and on, and it's all been for great reason. It's not been because there was something that might be there. It's because of stuff that was there and then diminished pretty rapidly as it all made its way through. Now the winds are pretty high here in this area of western Alabama. We've got high winds. There's a weather statement there. Give me a sec. Near Millport. That thing's coming in near Millport now on Highway 17 from Hitogi all the way over to Kennedy and Millport, Alabama. That's the southern part of Lamar County underneath a, what do they call this, a special weather statement, an SWS. And then you got some high winds that'll be associated with this. Coming back into Hamilton, I was talking about I-22 a little bit earlier, down into the central portions of the William B. Bankhead, the National Forest. That's a new storm coming in there. Look at this huge severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater. Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, and Lawrence counties. Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, Lawrence counties. You are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning due to high winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. This out of the National Weather Service office in Huntsville, Alabama. That's moving on to the east through Florence and Russellville. Red Bay coming out of Highway 72 that goes north-south. Iuka's just across the corner there over into the state of Mississippi. And this is all moving into Moulton. The heavy rainfall that had subsided in Huntsville and Athens and Decatur is returning. So we're going to have super heavy rain that'll be moving back into the area as we go through it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Sorry about that. Did they just issued a tornado warning for that? Why did it not go off here? Well, they did. Let me get back to the radar here. This was the tough call that I was talking about earlier that they, and I hate that they kind of waited till it got to Ellisville, but there's a tornado there. It was pretty obvious a little bit earlier and even more so now. Thank you, man, Pat. I really appreciate that. See, right there, we had a little debris ball down there, and they didn't say a thing about it, but that made its way up I-59 and crossed over. Still, you had that little bounded weak echo region there that still is showing up. There's evidence of a tornado right there. In fact, folks, I'm afraid that might be a large tornado. There's an inbound and outbound here, tight couplet that's trying to form. We knew that we had a correlation coefficient that was showing us debris. It's scattered here, not quite what it was when it came in, and I was like, oh, right there was debris aloft right there. So it already hit the ground at that point, but came into the 29-59 split right about there. This was a tornado, and they did now issue that as a tornado warning. Where's that going to be for the next 37 minutes? That is a tornado warned area. It's going to include Jones County, all of central Jones County, huge county there, by the way. The National Weather Service in Jackson does this, located over Ellisville. It's moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Could be very, very dangerous. Laurel, Tucker's Crossing, Sandersonville, and Mill Creek. You are underneath a tornado warned storm up I-59. I know it's been a tough call, and I actually have a really, really close friend who's over there at the Weather Service trying to make this, make all these calls, and he and several people are working overnight at the weather office there in Jackson, Mississippi. Everybody is. I think a lot of extra men and women are working tonight in these National Weather Service offices. I know they are, due to the result of that moderate risk that was issued for this entire event through the day today. That's going to be our two lone tornado warned areas at the moment. DGX radar showing both of those. One is much more worrisome than the other, I guess. You got two of them here. This one doesn't look like much now. Just north of 18 and west of Montrose. That is a tornado warning for another 20 minutes. Says observed. I think it was more likely to have been observed near Raleigh a little bit earlier than it is right now. I believe this is a maybe a cycling larger tornado as it went across Ellisville. Yeah, I didn't like any of that. Hold on a second. I got my dude over there. Let me see what he's got to say. Give me none of that looks correct. that do that? Give me 1 second to fix this because it had zoomed in and I don't know why. So let me just start from scratch if you'll allow that. Here we go. That's the Laurel, Mississippi storm at the moment. Laurel, Mississippi. And I want to go into that picture, and if you'll just let me not talk for just a second because I want to see if I can fix one thing here. We got meters coming out. I don't need meters. I need something different. Let me just show you, in case this happens to you. All of those reports that I was getting, they were coming in meters per second. See the velocity unit measurement? Meters per second. That doesn't tell me a whole lot, does it you? You have the choice of meters per second, kilometers per hour, or miles per hour, and you know which one I'm going to choose. So now we can look at this data just a little bit better. See that yellow icon there in the middle? I think that's going to be like a 70... What's it going to be? 56 mile per hour. So that's a 56 plus a negative 26. Now you're talking about 80 knots or so of shear. 80 knots of spin, net shear it's called, right there developing inside of this storm. And as a result, now we're looking at a viable tornado right there into the area going northward throughout the rest of that region. So certainly this is a place here where we'll be looking at the possibility of a tornado being on the ground. What does the correlation coefficient look like again? Kind of messy, but that might be because we still have some of this stuff aloft that is moving on through. They did issue another tornado warning for the next 47 minutes. I don't know if this is because of that one. They issued a tornado warning northwestern Wayne County and southeastern Mississippi. Yeah, so they're looking upstream. Love it. Love it. They're making sure that they're not issuing while it's actually happening. So this is the storm, Laurel, Mississippi, the one that's just to the south of there. They just reissued this as a new tornado warning for Wayne County. That's Waynesboro. Wayne County, now you're underneath a new tornado warning. Where is it? Want to make sure you know where you are. This is eastern and southern Mississippi, just north of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. This is the second tornado within about 45 miles of Hattiesburg to come in. They're on 59, but Hattiesburg pretty much untouched at this point with any thunderstorm activity. Nonetheless, you in Hattiesburg, you're underneath tornado watch over the next couple of hours because some of this stuff with the actual front will be coming in later on in the morning. I almost did this morning, but I can't quite do that because we're still back here sitting on Tuesday in Central Time. It's Wednesday, actually. Though in the east, right now, radar reflectivity, it's gunky. There's just a huge mess of stuff that is going on. A little vortex looks like it's traveling across North Alabama because there's some banding. See this right here? So there's kind of a little low, if you will, into the upper atmosphere driving on through and pushing a lot of this down to the south. I don't see any kind of warnings at the moment other than this one, which is a special weather statement for the next 16 minutes south and west of Fayette. In Fayette County, you got a little lip right there that looks like there's a little curvature going on near Kennedy, Alabama, but it's broad. This is all very broad in retrospect to everything else because you can look at it and see that along the line, this is a straight line situation traveling southeastward across the rest of this portion of Lamar County and into Fayette County. Can you go to Laurel, Mississippi? Yeah, still down there. That's where we've been, is Laurel, Mississippi, this whole time down here with the other thunderstorms that we're looking at. This is the Laurel, Mississippi one that we were talking about having a tornado warning associated with it just a little bit earlier. It still remains. So, yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at. It's the possibility of a tornado right near Tucker's Crossing. This is the thing that came out of Ellisville a little bit earlier, and I still see what I believe is a tornado that is probably still, if not on the ground, is close to being so. There's not a true area of debris correlation coefficient there, but We know that we had plenty of it a little bit earlier. There's still evidence of a bounded weak echo region there in the middle of everything, just to the northeast of Glade. Not that that's the actual tornado, but the tornado is going to be rain-free at that point right there, and so that might be the possibility as that goes northward. Corporal James D. Slayton Memorial Highway in Eastview is just off to the north. So this is traveling just south of the city of Laurel, Mississippi. Glade, Glaston, coming across that US 84 region that goes west-east out of Eastview and headed northeastward. Markwald up to Heidelberg in the area there, all in association with the storm going there along 84 and moving through the region. Look at all the associated lightning that's with it there in Antioch and Myrick, and those are small communities that I'm pointing out just in case you're there. 45 that goes up to Quitman in the Meridian region there, just outside of Shuqualak and Meridian. I'd be watching out there too because you'd be next in line. So the two real main storms that are off to the south in the southern flow that have the possibility of having tornadoes. This one near Liberty, just to the west of McCall, Mississippi, where we still have broad rotation with the thunderstorm there. Let's go to the radar. I say broad. It's tightened up a little bit. Coming into McElvin on the western side of 24. That's County 24 out of McComb. That storm is moving eastward into the McComb area even as we speak. Clanton, Alabama was issued a watch. Yes, that is true. And that's because of all this stuff back to the west. Let's look at the model. We still have those two tornado warnings. We're watching you there in Laurel, Mississippi. It's passing to the south of you, but going to be moving along 84. Waynesboro, you're somewhat in the path of this, although I think it goes a little north of you there in Waynesboro. A lot of rural area here, but a lot of people still live out into the rural areas. I know that because I live in a rural area. And one more quick peek at what's going on with the radar up here in northwestern Alabama and northeastern sections of Mississippi. Just a cluster of heavy rain and thunderstorms. Huge amounts of rainfall being dropped in short amounts of time. Little dip right there into the radar velocity data. That is just a strong wind that's coming in to Jerusalem and Fayette County, city of Fayette on 43, coming in rapidly there. Moving eastward, going to be over into the Bankston area there shortly out of Winfield and Carbon Hill. Strong thunderstorm still north of Tuscaloosa. This is northern Tuscaloosa County up 69. That is moving on to the east to south of Oakman into Hueytown, Bessemer later on tonight. Still some thunderstorms there that we're looking at into Alabaster. Strong thunderstorms, by the way. Moving across Alabaster. This is tremendous, heavy rainfall into Pelham and Alabaster, into Old Maylene. You folks watching down there near Ellettsville, just outside of Montevallo, we'll be looking at that coming into Montevallo here very shortly, but it stretches all the way back over to Pell City, into Pell City and Talladega, Alabama, just outside of Anniston. Oxford, that's Calhoun County, Alabama, or off to the west near Villa Rica and Bremen. Carrollton also being affected. Douglasville, Cedartown, Piedmont, Alabama. You got that little break into Fort Payne, but it won't last that long. We'll have the other thunderstorms filling back in here shortly. Already seeing the effects of that coming back into Huntsville, over to Gunnersville Lake, into Decatur, right there near Point Mallard, and then westward along Highway 72 out of Florence and 43 that goes northward. That's going to be Muscle Shoals where they have the swampers and beyond. More of that working its way off to the east. So pretty much what we're looking at the moment is going to materialize very, very quickly. Just getting a little bit of information back here again about one of those watches. Let me see what I can find out. As you would predict, the SPC, the Severe Storms Prediction Center, kind of slow tonight. A lot of traffic there at the moment. So I just got word something was coming, and then nothing showed up for the second and third time. One of the things you might remember is that earlier in the day today, too, the wording to the tornado watch was a PDS, which is a oomph. This is a turn the key up a little bit more. Means it's a particularly hard enough word for me to say, even when I'm fresh. PDS, particularly dangerous situation. PDS. You see it sometimes with actual warnings that occur, and you see it sometimes with watches, which is a turned up notch that often comes with a moderate risk or does with a high. Somebody asked me earlier, how many times do we get a high risk? What's up, Ascend? Hey, back. Alton, where did you hear about that? Alton Mitchell. My wife always looks at the cows to see if they're laying down or standing up. This is something I used to use faithfully when I was in Chattanooga, Tennessee. First of all, I won the county milking contest, Hamilton County milking contest at the county fair, straight up, not as in the celebrity category. I won the milking contest because I grew up milking cows. So I was a ringer. I cheated. I was a ringer. I already knew how. And I'll tell you, if you milk a cow correctly, it's not a gentle thing. Watch a calf get milk from its mother, and you'll know what I'm talking about. It is not just a whole sweet sort of thing. Watch a calf. Watch what a calf does. Anyway, deep breath. Here we go. Pretty much what we're looking at. Josh, you can't give him out his name or all the women. Well. Sin, do y'all have something coming out? Any kind of video that is outputting from any of your locations, if you know what I mean? Because if I go to it, I don't know if it works until I have it on. I'll do it anyway. And no. 2 tornado warnings that we currently have, and we just have the 2 at the moment down here in the soup, if you will. Laurel, Mississippi. This was the area there that we were looking at that came in. Look, this thing is still kicking. This thing is still a big, bad, rotating storm. Has to be producing a tornado from time to time. I know it dropped a couple of times there because we had debris, and we still do. There's another debris signature here just south of 84, Highway 84 near Myrick and Mill Creek. Strong evidence of debris loft that is now coming down right there. And so we are in the belief that we still have a tornado that is on the ground that I don't know that it's been observed. It is radar indicated, and the likelihood there of a tornado still exists. It's got all the shape. And this one little pixel, this yellow pixel that's been showing up, which is in the 60 or 70 mile range, per hour range, has been very persistent. And so your likely tornado, the likely point where the tornado is going to be showing up is going to be right about there, just south of 84, but coming near the town of Mill Creek. If I lived in Mill Creek right now, I'd be in my safe place immediately, as quickly as I possibly could, because this is a storm that's pretty rapidly now moving, and it has a weak echo region right in the middle of it, right where we have all of this, where it's likely occurring. And you need to be in a safe place immediately. They just reissued this thing for Wayne now. That's a tornado. I'll back it up. Let me back it up several frames here to show you. The donut hole, the weak echo region, has been there for a while. Not one scan, not 2, but many. Look at this. Look at this. Where's the tornado? It's right there. Very, very easy to see. And it's structurally something that I want to save, so I'm going to do this just for my own. I'm going to come up here, and this is a Radar Omega. I'm going to hit record. And so now I'm recording this video as it moves along. It's something that if you get Radar Omega, you can do. You can take everything that you like about what you are seeing, which right now is nothing because my other program dropped out. Give me one sec. Let me do this and this. This and this. I'm getting this information from my iPad through a process called NDI. If you don't know anything about it, you might look it up. I think it's the future. It's kind of been hidden. When I ask people about it, a lot of people don't know about it, but it's technology that runs with your router that allows you to move video around within your network very easily And I think that might be the first or second time it's actually gone down on me. But again, if I go back, I went back 30 frames. Let me go back 21, which will show us the bounded with the weak echo region of this whole thing when it began, and put that into motion. So south of Laurel is where it is. But if I want to keep this, archive this for myself, see the record video thing there? I hit that. Now it's going to say screen only, or I could put my voice on there if I wanted to, but I just did screen only. So right now it is recording. That's fire weather. It recorded. I don't know if it recorded the fire weather or not. So then I come down here and I hit my square, and oh, you dummy. So here's what's happening. You can't do both. You can't record your video and use the NDI technology. I did not know that until it did not work for me. So you can do that by yourself. This is something you do by yourself. Okay, go to the application. Let me start it one more time. Click here to begin. I did that. And it still doesn't like any of that. So just give me one sec. Give me a second. Did it just start again? No. I knew better. I think I knew better. Maybe I didn't. Anyway, you can do that. You just can't do it while you're live on the air in OBS. So now back to what I was originally showing you there. I think this is a tornado, and if I lived anywhere here, Sandersonville down to the south, Heidelberg up in that region, even Shibata, this is off to the east near Hiwanee and Summerall, just outside Equipment. This is 45, that comes out of Bakatuna, it looks like, and goes north. There about a weak echo region there into the middle of this, indicating where we have a likely tornado. It all matches up very well. Now here's what's happened. Notice again, this is 11:38 when this velocity picture was taken. 11:38. That reflectivity picture that I showed you was old. So there's a difference. 11:42 is the new radar time. 11:42, and the velocity time is now 11:42. So the two match up. Sometimes they don't exactly come in at the same time, so your one might be behind the other, and that's what was kind of happening there for just a moment. But now we've caught up. Once again, the tornado looks like it's now north of the 84 at the moment near Pleasant Grove and working its way northward. And if you look at the velocity data, matches up very well with a likely tornado right now crossing over U.S. Highway 84. Not during the day, not during the night, but during the day. That is a highly traveled area. This is pretty far away now from the radar out of Jackson, Mississippi. We're right at the 70-mile range. We call this the purple haze out here off as you get a little bit further out. So pretty much looking at that. Mystic Mom, hi, how are you? Thank you for watching. Lunatic Fringe, any headed towards Kentucky and Ohio. Not any tornadoes, but there are some other areas. Alton Mitchell, you live near Birmingham. So when I was in Birmingham, did the weather there, I often used cattle. My grandmother used to tell me that when the cows were laying down, it meant it was going to rain. And there's some truth to that. It's an old wives' tale. But when the cows are laying down, oftentimes they can smell the nitrogen that is put off by thunderstorms that occur. They get a feeling for that, and their ultimate survival tip says, let's get down to the ground. Would you believe that? But the other part where they're super dumb, and I tried to do like this whole tour to try to make sure that they had enough education. The worst part of that is they go where? To the only tree out in the middle of the pasture, and that's the first thing that's going to be hit by lightning. So, yeah, cows, do they lay down when it's going to rain coming up? I absolutely believe there's some truth to that. I believe a lot of the stuff that have to do with animals. I know mine act a little bit weird when the weather's changing overall. A while ago when it was storming, my chicken was going crazy out there. Of course, it was storming, and I didn't bring her in time, and so she was a little bit upset. But the animals know quite a bit before we do. There's a lot of evidence that proves they know when an earthquake's coming. They can feel the gyrations well before humans do. And so I I absolutely believe in sort of watching the animals and what happens when the weather's beginning to change. I think their sensories are probably a lot more sensitive than ours are from time to time. I know their brains are. Maybe the back edge of everything beginning to show up on radar out of Jackson. I don't see anything west of there. If I look at, well, let's just look. LZK, I don't see anything there. And LZK sees the first thing that we were talking at coming across the Mississippi River. This will be the last thunderstorm to come across Vicksburg. And if I'm reminded, I might go to that Vicksburg image again here very shortly and take a look at that, because that gave us a lot of information on the Mississippi River of what was happening. Flash flood warnings all over the place. They took the severe thunderstorm warning tag, and now they have a special weather statement tag for the next 44 minutes. That's going to include Madison County, Athens, Muscle Shoals, Phil Campbell, and Ardmore, Rogersville, all included underneath this little box right here that they are now saying is a special weather statement that'll be coming into Decatur from the western side in the next hour or two. The storms over Birmingham, Alabama at the moment still kicking. These are big thunderstorms. Alabaster, back along Highway 280, all the way to the bridge there, not too far away from where Brett Adair resides, into Pell City on 231 that goes north-south from there down to Talladega, 77, Highway 77 southward. Got some heavy rainfall right there on I-20 just outside of the racetrack, getting over to Jacksonville into Calhoun County, up Highway 9 to Piedmont, 411 that goes northward out of Gadsden and up to Center. Some heavy thunderstorms there too that are still included. Thunderstorms have lightning, lots of lightning showing up just south of Eldridge here. This is northeastern Fayette County. A lot of lightning is occurring, and nothing that looks like it's going to be tightly packed there. It's all just in an area of straight line winds coming in, moving across 43 and going southeastward. That'll be in Carbon Hill and Berry in the next couple of hours as it moves on through and past the region, going into the next overnight hours tonight. We're right at 11:47 p.m. now with thunderstorms that are still occurring. Moreover, a little bit more elongated than they were earlier, but when we really, the modeling suggested that it was all going to congeal into a line, a little bit more of a linear situation. That would preclude having a lot of tornado warnings, at least out of the singular variety, and say now we're sharing the energy along the line, less likely to see supercells that'll be throwing out that energy as tornadoes. But it doesn't say that it can't happen, and so there may still likely be. In fact, obviously, the Severe Storms Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, they are in the belief that once we greet the 70-degree isotherms, dew point isotherms, that we might actually see some of this springboard back up into tornado-like cellular situations. That's the reflectivity that we have at the moment. Where is that out of? That's out of GWX, and if we look at any of the velocity data out of GWX, all of that is straight line. Nothing imminent, nothing that looks like it's going to be a tornado there along the straight line. A little bit of lightning generation on 45 south of Shuqualak at the moment, but nothing other than that looks to be the case. We go southward, though, into what still appears to be a tornado just to the east now of Laurel, Mississippi on 84. This was the thing that we saw coming into Ellisville from the south. Little reluctant to issue that warning, but they did do that, and so now there still remains a tornado warning in effect for Wayne County, and it's a tornado, folks. I mean, this is what one looks like. I don't know what else to say about that, except that is a strong rotation that's occurring in that general area just north of 84. Does it look like it has some debris associated with it? Yes, it does, near Pineview and Pleasant Grove, right through the rest of that area. So the Weather Service does indicate to us that there is the possibility of having a tornado right there into that region from the Weather Service. And that'll be a continuation that goes for quite a ways longer. That's Wayne County into Mississippi. Hail an inch in size and beyond. And that's going to be moving eastward at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Hiawassee is right there off on the eastern side. And then you got everything that's still going on back to the west. The long, bigger thunderstorm is near Macomb at the moment. If we look at the best radar there for this storm into Macomb, is it rotating? Is it not? For sure it is. Everything is. Not a single supercell. Not a single one of these cellular things, the ones that have, singular qualities, none of them are not rotating. They're all rotating. And even probably this thing up here is rotating. It's about to come into Vicksburg out of the northwest, has 60-mile-per-hour winds. No, it is not old, so stop that. Well, none of that makes me happy. But I don't know how. I'll just try it. Let me try it manually here. Pretty big thunderstorm. That's moving eastward. I don't know why none of that's rotating, and I don't know why that looks like it's so far away. So going to issue this tornado warning that goes over into Alabama a little bit further. We're getting into the western side of Alabama, so there'll be a new continuation to the storm coming out of Laurel now. And once again, what they're going to be doing is issuing on precaution. This is not something that's over in Alabama at the moment, but precautionary. They're going to issue all the way over to Silas, Alabama. That'll be in the southern part, if you will, there of just south of Butler, actually, but on 84. And there it is, new tornado warning just issued for the next 40 minutes. It'll be a tornado warning now into Choctaw County and Wayne County. It's Wayne County, Mississippi. It's Choctaw County in Alabama, the southwestern part of which a lot of hunting going on down there. And probably, I don't want to say at this hour, that'd be bad, although probably does actually happen. So more or less what we're looking at. Chris, did you leave us? I think Chris left us. Thank you, Chris, for everything. Manpad, check the storm close to Summit, Mississippi. Light sea and 14 miles to the east of Laurel. And so that's the brand new tornado warning. Look at all this going on. This looks crazy. This is some high inbound and outbound in miles per hour, 39, 40, 50, and 50 in the other direction, 100 knots of net shear. If you look at it in that form, 100 knots of net shear coming across 84 and 45. This is going to be South Equipment, so that's 45 that goes up and down the line. Oh, looks like a large tornado. This is not that far away from Laurel, Mississippi now, and actually not that far from Hattiesburg. We're looking at 40 miles away from Hattiesburg, which has been on the south side of all the tornadoes that moved on through Hattiesburg, Mississippi. But coming in hot here, if you will, on this area. Let's see, Manpad, you said check the storm in Summit, Mississippi. Where is Summit? Not really sure. Chris, thank you for your help, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you for getting rid of some of the bad crop that was out there for just a little while. Alabama will probably get it bad around 2, from what it looks like. That doesn't help anybody, buddy. Alabama's a big state. 2 to 5 doesn't help us all. Before you get please, just don't give out your own random opinion, because I'm really trying my best to keep everybody on current information and not just hearsay. If this were a court of law, so please don't throw that stuff out there. And I read it, and I shouldn't have. Where's Summit at? Manpad, can you tell me where Summit is? Hey, Tim. I love, used to be my favorite pitcher. Check around Auburn, Gulf Shores, Robertsdale, Alabama. What's it looking like for later? Oh, the little weather advisory that I'm looking at down here, the special weather statement. That's the Macomb storm that we were looking at. So Summit, yeah, okay. Closest radar again is going to be, that thing that's what we've been looking at. That's the Slidell radar, and it's spinning, but it's really broad. There's no pixel to pixel sort of couplet there at all. I think that's a broad rotation, at least at the moment. I didn't go backward and look it up. Right there, it looked much tighter, didn't it? Pixel to pixel, and then now it's a huge rotation. It's a mesocyclone, kind of rotating like this. And so right now, I don't see that becoming anything really soon. I don't see any reason why they would think that. I just always check correlation coefficient to make sure there's nothing on the ground. As I say that, there's a gap there. There's a dry slot coming in. just to the east of Summit. But the two tornado warnings that we have, and that I feel very comfortable saying, one was on the ground there for a while. This certainly was on the ground as it came through Ellisville, south of Laurel, Mississippi. I'm sure somebody's going down there, maybe even tonight. They might go down there and probably looking for some sort of damage. You still have an area of weak echo region right there into the middle of this, just to the southwest of Shibata and Shubata. I think it's Shubata. I apologize, Shubata. And Haiwani. Some of these I've never said before. Some of these I've said for many, many years and said them wrong, even though I lived not far from here a couple of times. So I can still get in trouble for the way I say Talladega or Talladega. And I grew up there. I lived there for like 30 years. So it depends on how you say it. Yeah, that's a kicking storm there. Look at that. Strong inbound and outbound. That's going to be, I think it's going to be a large tornado. I don't think we're being fooled here at all. I think that is a large tornado. And again, preemptively, they went ahead and issued this from Wayne County now into the southwestern side of Choctaw County, Alabama. That goes until 12:30, a little after midnight tonight, as we are 4 minutes away from midnight into the central time zone and still following everything that's been happening today throughout the region. Is there a sort of lull? Wouldn't that be nice? Still looking to see if something energizes the rest of this stuff off to the north. And I'm going to leave this momentarily. I haven't had an opportunity to leave this at all to look at modeling, but we're going to do that right now. Still super heavy rainfall, and it's coming back into Huntsville. This stuff is going to dump another 1.5 inches on 72, but Athens, you got another 1.5 inches of rain, at least, maybe 2 coming up. Decatur, the same, down to Haleyville, and moving eastward toward northeast Alabama. That'll be in later on tonight. In Jackson County, into DeKalb County, Marshall County, Arab, you're going to get in on it. And then down into Gadsden again, where it just quit there on the Coosa River, it's coming back. Some of the heavy rainfall will be coming back into that region here very quickly. An upswing into the lightning data in Carbon Hill. All this has been linear for a while now, and we're looking at the radar way too far away. BMX, though, will show us what's happening, and that's a straight line sort of situation. Nothing at the moment that looks like it is spinning. If you kind of look at it, just a little bit of a curvature right here. Is that a trend? Is that something that's trying to happen? Is there a little bit of spin going on there? I don't think so just yet, but definitely will have to be watched. Modeling, I've been promising that for a while. Let's take a look at it here, and we'll go with several models here I think we can look at, but I always like to start out with the HER. This is the model that updates regularly hour by hour, which allows us to know that it's actually moving. I'm headed back to Dallas from Monroe. Can you sing me a song? What do you want to hear, Michael? I'll sing you about anything later. Michael Beard, photojournalist. Have I seen your work? Have you done something I've seen? All right. Modeling data. These are temperatures. I don't care about those. Let's go with the, first of all, let's start out with the radar depiction, what it might look like. And this is what it might look like in the hours to come. The first part of the model, this came in at 05Z. The 06Z stuff, which will be at the top of the hour, when that starts filling in, that'll go out for 48 hours at the 06. So we get a lot better perspective of what's happening in the longer range. It'll take that a little while to fill in. Right now, we're looking at 18 hours worth of forecast data with the HER modeling that occurs. But the thing I like about the HER in these sort of situations is it updates hourly, so it takes information and uses that when it's building the next 18 hours worth of data. The others come in every 6 hours, so when we look at those, we're looking at stuff that initialized kind of far back in time, if you will. So at this point, what we're looking at here is radar data. And if you look up here in the top of the image, and from time to time I've said I was going to make this larger. And I think I can do that right here and right now pretty quickly, if you will allow. I want to make sure you see the time and the date. Yes, I can do both of those things. There are times when I look at OBS. I don't know if you know what OBS is. It's the Open Broadcast something system, Open Broadcast thing that allows me to do this over YouTube. And I guess you could do it with about anything. How big do I make that? I just want you to see the times here, the validation times. So I'm going to do this. Bottom right-hand corner, that's when this, what you see on the graphic, that's when the forecast is for. This is for right now. This is what the model said last hour was going to be happening right now. It's pretty close. It's pretty close to the actual radar. I like to look at the actual radar, and this is the same time. And if it's got a clue, then I know I can work with it, and I can. So as I look at it right now, I can move along on the dial and go forward in time. We're not going to get too many hours out of this, it looks like. Only 4. So we'll back it up and go to the 04Z, actually, in just a couple of minutes. But this is the latest data, so even with the way it is, I'm going to back it up. And right here's midnight, and then now we have 1 a.m. So at 1 a.m., the radar fills in well across Huntsville, Alabama, and it's believable that this is what the radar will look like an hour from now at 1 a.m., which is heavy rainfall across North Alabama. Roughly 278 is the highway there that goes from Tupelo all the way across Coleman County and over to Gadsden. So roughly north of Highway 278, then moves south and eastward. This is when the heaviest rain will be returning to Fort Payne, Alabama, returning to Jackson County, Alabama, southward to Gunnersville, into Marshall County, into Coleman County, Jefferson County, southwestward, into Jasper. That's Walker County, Alabama, where we have some heavy rain there. Coming into Tuscaloosa, the movement does continue, and by 3 a.m., a lot of that heavy rainfall will be over with. In Huntsville, the threat will be over with, by the way, at this point. We won't any longer have a tornado threat. This actually is faster than it was earlier in the day today. Earlier in the day, all this precipitation would have still been there at 6 a.m. So this is telling us that it's moving a little bit faster to the southeast. 4 hours in advance is all we can get out of the 05Z data, which is 11 o'clock. I don't know why. I think that's a little bit slow. But this indicates that our separate storms, the ones that are not really associated with the line a little bit further down to the south, these are the ones that may still have the tornado potential, and that's why Hattiesburg, this is a 3 a.m. sort of situation for Hattiesburg, for New Orleans, for Houma, Louisiana, down to the south and just offshore. These are Cameron, it's east of Cameron Parish, and right there near New Iberia and beyond. Laplace is that area there. Brett and I rode out Hurricane Irma there at a Home Depot in Laplace last year. So it goes up and down the line, and I don't want to forget anybody. I was looking at the severe areas, but up now east of Chattanooga at this point, over to Knoxville, Tennessee, up by 75, in West Virginia, Parkersburg, Morgantown. These will all just be heavy rains. These are not tornadic sort of situations up there into the Ohio Valley, into Akron, into western Pennsylvania. It'll start raining into Pittsburgh, though, after that point, and still be headed on to the south. So I can't even go an hour further. Let's back up. All the data is in from the 04Z. And so I can show all of that to you at this point. There's the Birmingham 2 a.m. stuff, 3 a.m. a little bit further down to the south, looking more and more linear by this point and not single cellular. By 4 a.m., out of Birmingham, it'll start drying out in Birmingham, Alabama, over to Tuscaloosa. Don't look at those warnings. I couldn't take those down, but they're the ones that are going on right now. So we've got severe thunderstorm warnings now for Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, so we'll look at that very quickly. But Montgomery, down to the south of Mobile, is where the line will be. Out of Mobile, moving eastward toward Dothan and Pensacola. Macon to Atlanta and Athens. Augusta, you'll be in it there too, but clearing out pretty rapidly. And not to just concentrate on the areas that we're looking at, but the stuff will be moving through North Carolina. We may have some pretty big thunderstorms coming into Charlotte. What hour is that? 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Drive time into Charlotte. Very heavy rain, maybe some thunderstorms embedded there too that'll be coming out of the region, moving eastward across central sections of North Carolina. So be looking out for that. Into Virginia Beach, Washington, the D.C. area there too. A little heavy rain coming into Pittsburgh and Cleveland by that point, and then headed off to the east. And look how this stuff then is down here into the Gulf of Mexico. I just back up and show you. This goes through Port Sulphur and Houma right there at about 8 a.m. and then offshore, going through Pensacola early tomorrow morning at about 7 a.m. in the Destin-Fort Walton Beach, coming across the Choctawhatchee Bay, moving into West Bay, into Panama City at about that time at 9 a.m. The thing that we'll have to be talking about early tomorrow morning is going to be, see these little dots that are out here out over the Gulf of Mexico? Those will be water spouts. Because the storm movement is still going to be from the southwest to the northeast. That will be water spouts that will be coming on shore early tomorrow morning. So there could be a tornado watch in effect down here across this portion of the Gulf of Mexico. Roughly I-10 region of the panhandle of Florida is very likely, because these would be water spouts. These little bitty dots here, water spouts coming on shore. Radar is in belief that that would be taking place. All of this stuff that is offshore would have the potential to spin, and it's so much easier to do so out there over the open water that this would be a potential region for waterspouts to occur during the day. Andalusia to Enterprise, Ozark, Eufaula, still picking up some very heavy rainfall at that point too. That'll be headed off to the east and south, and then clearing the state of Alabama by about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm not positive we get out of the cloud cover by that point. I think I can look at that in just a few moments, but then clearing all and off the mid-Atlantic seaboard by noon tomorrow. All this rainfall should be out of the southeast. It'll be concentrated into the state of Florida. I don't know if there's enough dynamics. Well, let me look. I've got some dynamic information here that I could look at. Cape is still down here in the state of Florida, but it's not unreasonable, Cape. It's a weakening, severe situation down there, but there's enough instability for tornadoes to occur from Gainesville southward, and I think there'll probably even be some waterspouts coming on shore in Bradenton and maybe over to Cape Coral about this point. It's definitely something I think they'll be watching closely in that region early tomorrow morning, but that's what the radar looks like through 18 hours, and then offshore. The multitude of it will be offshore by that point. We'll all be under the influence of a northwest wind by that point. Much drier situation, much cooler situation that will be taking place during the day tomorrow. In fact, temperatures, if you look at them by this time tomorrow, will likely be quite a bit cooler no matter where you go. Oh, took them a minute to fill in there, didn't it? And they still don't want to keep up. Ooh. Why not? Go back a little further. Yeah. I don't know why the temperatures didn't want to fill in there, but so we're looking at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Temperatures will be falling pretty quickly there in northwestern Alabama. In fact, look at that. Into the upper 30s in Florence at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, where you were in the 70s just a little while ago. You'll be in the 30s in Florence, Alabama. The northwesterly winds will blow in pretty strong. In Coleman, it'll be 45. Looking for 46 tomorrow morning into Huntsville. Still on the warm side of things right here into the yellow. That's where the front has not yet passed through. So we'll still be in the 60s for a morning low at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Places like Gadsden, Anniston. Birmingham will be on the cusp of the cold air coming in, because you can see just down to Sylacauga and Childersburg still into the low to mid 60s by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And the same. Check out these temperatures like down here into the Panhandle. We'll still be into the 70s early tomorrow morning into Pensacola, into Crestview, Panama City. Low 70s all across this region here too at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, up here in Memphis, Tennessee, right near freezing. That's where the freezing line will be early tomorrow morning. So temperature-wise, much, much colder west to east across this region. And that's going to be a continuation in that entire region there too. Front's going to mean quite a bit as it passes through this area going into the next 48 hours. So just wanted to show you what the modeling looked like and how everything was going to be shaping up there as far as the model goes. We could look at all of them. We could have the entire night to look at all of them, but that's not what we need to do at this point. We need to keep up with severe weather. They went ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater that include Walker County all the way down to the southwest. Let me mention your county. Walker, Tuscaloosa, Northern Pickens, and Fayette counties, you're underneath the severe thunderstorm warning. I have no reason at this point to see it other than that. Little kink going on right there. Actually, it's a big kink. It's not so small that I think that's something trying to whip up in form there. And the storm of the moment, as it were, as we've been watching for quite some time, is well down here to the south. This has been a continuation. This may end up being a long track tornado, actually. Been watching this thing for a long time. Came into Ellisville as a tornado. I feel sure they didn't really issue there at that point, but coming into Ellisville and moving eastward with a likely tornado associated with this thing, coming in and moving across that eastern part of Wayne County, but coming into the western side near Melvin. Oh, that hurt. Choctaw County, Alabama. Is what we are looking at. Coming into Choctaw County, that's going to be right on 17, County Road 17 that goes up and down the western side of Alabama. There's a lot of nasty debris-looking stuff here. I don't see one thing. I see a lot of, kind of nastiness associated with the debris signature there. That polygon can go away, the one over to Waynesboro. Shibuya, it's past you. Not by much, but it did go past you. There's a large area of large hail associated with this right there. Look at this. This is Hiawassee, and this might be a tad. This is 10 minutes old. That's the case quite often. That's 12:01 when that verified. But this is large, super large hail. This kind of stuff that can, cross the road. Which can get on the roadway, and so it updated. That's 12:06. Very huge. I'm going to say this is like 79 or 80 kilograms per meter square. What does that mean to you? It means it's huge. There's a VIL, used to be the VIL of the day or the VIL of the moment. They'd look at thunderstorms. It changes every day, the actual threshold for when they pull the trigger for severe thunderstorm warning. This right here is not reason to trigger a tornado warning. This is reason to trigger a severe thunderstorm warning because of the VIL. The VIL of the day sometimes will start out. It depends on what the situation is. It can be as low as 45 or 50 kilograms per meter squared, but this is up to near 80. So if this didn't have a tornado warning with it, it would be severe thunderstorm warning solely because of the large hail signature that's showing up. That's the hail shaft right there near Matherville and coming into Evansboro, and that hail is going to be moving on eastward toward Needham and beyond. We've had many hail reports during the day today. We'll look at some of the storm reports again in just a few moments here, but we've had many hail reports during the day today that probably could be, in some cases, just as damaging as all the other stuff that was moving southwest to northeast earlier in the day today. This is that old storm, still has a little weather advisory with it from the National Weather Service, and is anything rotating? This part of it, the northern part of it that's crossing over the border, is rotating, but still it is a broad rotation. There's nothing pixel to pixel like. It's broad. There's a lot of gap in between where we don't have anything. So what I know is that it's spinning like this. It is spinning, but it is not producing a tornado at this moment. It's spinning enough to where eventually it could, and all eyes, I'm sure the Weather Service is watching it super closely, as well as they are this stuff down near Berwick. And then every once in a while, in these situations where you don't look anymore, and what looks like a really small thing that's occurring will throw up a very quick tornado warning. I don't forget about any of these as they pop up. We got to be watching out for all of them, and so I really appreciate that as we look along the entire area there, going up and down the line. So kind of watching out for all of that. Thank you, ManPad. Great information. ManPad's a guy that you can trust. I already do. Couple of people that got on tonight. I hope they don't get back on again. We've had a couple of meteorologist wannabes, we'll call them, who wanted to get airtime tonight. Now I got to take care of this other thing. Let me do this, and maybe this will help too. Well, that won't help, but let me see if this does. Nope. Does not. Have I thanked you yet for hanging with me tonight? A lot has been going on. I've had some technical problems, not really as many as we've had before, just because of my ignorance of using OSB. That's a joke, by the way. I used to work in construction too, so that's a little construction. High res velocity. I just made it bigger so we could all see it. And that's what product this is. I think if I change it. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. And if the word got bigger, the box would be too small. Is there? Yeah, we got correlation coefficient. That's a long word. Would you believe it's 16 minutes after midnight in Central Time Zone? We're looking at a little after 1 a.m., 1:15 in the Eastern Time Zone. It's been a long day overall. We've had a lot of stuff that was going on through the day today. A lot of tornado warnings off and on that have been, really concerning to us. And the thing is here, we've had a lot of tornado warnings and very little video of these tornado warnings through the day today, which isn't out of the ordinary. I think one of the things that is preemptive here is that there were a ton of spotters out there during the day today, spotters who didn't sit on a storm, spotters who kept moving, and maybe didn't follow up with chasing damage after one storm because of the need to keep following these thunderstorms as they moved across and produced other thunderstorms. So we don't have a ton of video at the moment. I don't have, because I've been doing what I would consider as nowcasting or present weather forecasting with the maps, and not a whole lot of imagery did I have, because I haven't looked for any. If you've seen some, you saw it there yourself. Danero, I'm going to give you a break. I'm very tired, and so I apologize if I was a little quick there. But we can't have imagine if what you said, everybody said something different. And so the chat section here is for questions and for people who have information to give me. But I'm sorry that I can't ask for everybody's opinion. Just imagine if everybody plus you gave their opinions, and there'd be so much misinformation going around and confusion. So let's keep it to questions and any kind of information that you can come up with. But I can't. I want you to stay, and I'm sorry if I kind of jumped off the hip there, but it doesn't help anybody out if you give just your opinion. Weather really isn't about opinion. It's we try to back it up with facts, and that's really all I wanted to do with this whole page, was just do facts. You're not going to see me doing stupid thumbnails where my mouth's wide open trying to catch a shrimp at a Japanese restaurant steakhouse. That's not what I'm about here. I'm not trying to look dumb in order to get you to watch, and I'm not going to do it. Do I have a chicken occasionally on my shoulder? Yeah, but you know what? She lives with me 24/7. I saved her life. She's about to be eaten by a gentleman, to be quite honest with you. And 6 inches of snow had already fallen, and she was a little bitty thing. So I'll show my chicken every once in a while, but you haven't seen it today. We've had serious weather today, and I didn't want for a minute to disrupt that. So, all right, soapbox. I apologize, but that's why we kind of booted you there for just a moment. You're allowed to stay as long as you contribute and don't just throw out erroneous information there. DGX, that's the radar there as well that we're looking at. All looks a little bit smaller in most of these locations. A few exceptions. The one there in Waynesboro, the one down to the south, I-55 Macomb area there. Sticking out like a sore thumb is this thing, though. about to come across the border. It kind of took its time, didn't it? I think it reorganized. It became a little bit of something else. But look at this. It's a huge area of discombobulation as it comes across the area from west to east and just doesn't look good at all. I mean, this is probably dropping a tornado at some point. It's so broad there that and we're in between radars at this point, but look at all the lightning that's occurring there. The off and on velocity data tells us something might be occurring. The correlation coefficient looks ominous. Everything about this as it goes northeastward, and they did just reissue a new tornado warning just a little bit further to the north and east. It's chugging along. This may be our long track tornado of the day, perhaps, as it moves across the rest of the state like that. I got hit. I got power outage a while ago, and it took me a good 30. I forgot how hard it was to reboot everything. Every monitor went out. Every clock went out. Everything that I had went out there for a few moments. I can't wait to go back and watch the replay because I jumped. They were sort of scary the way they happened. I mean, they were the lightning strikes. It's not like we had rumbles of thunder that were coming for a long period of time before. It's just like boom, lightning hits and thunder occurs, and it rattled my seat. And I was fearful for a moment. I dropped everything like it was going to shock me. I threw the mouse down a little bit. I had a pen. I had one of these wireless pens that you use, or some people do, or some don't. One of these little pens that I use on my iPad, and I kind of threw it like it was connected to something, and I was going to get shocked. And that happened twice, actually. So I'm going to go back and find that, and maybe you can make fun of me. If you see it, I want to make fun of me and do that. So they did issue this a little bit further on to the east with a 40-minute tag here. 2-inch size hail is what they're including here, too. This is going to be from the Weather Service out of Mobile, Alabama. That's off to the south, and they say a tornado warning now for central Choctaw County, but also they included Clark County in southwestern Alabama, Clark County. So now we're getting a little bit further on to the east toward the Mobile River, actually, and southward, just outside of Millery and Chatham's down to the south. That's the Groveville area. Thomaston, down here near Pine Hill. Love this area. I used to go down here quite a bit, just outside of Thomasville. There was Walmart over there I used to go to quite often in Thomasville, Alabama, and just outside of Grove Hill. So that's been one of those things that we've been looking at for a while. So they extended this all. There's a bunch of polygons here. Even make this a little bit difficult for me, but the one that's really that's got everything. This is big. All right. Let me see. Two things I got to find out here. One of them I don't know how to find out information for, and I need to. Look at this. This is some. This could be a big tornado. This could be a big tornado. Let me see. How can I find out some more info? I don't know. I don't know what the word for that is. Scattered. It's not like I see a very dense object. The anomaly is certainly there, but it's not a small, distinctive thing. But that is the storm of the moment, if you will. Let me do two other things here, if you will allow it. So let's talk again about this, and this is these are the storm reports for the day today. These are the storm reports. Let me make sure this is all updated. It's out actually the 30th, but this is for the 29th. all of the green reports there, those are going to be hail reports. 32 hail reports today, 26 wind reports, and 22 tornado reports at the moment. That doesn't mean confirmations. That means reports, and it's pretty much in the moderate zone that was issued earlier in the day today. The moderate didn't go as far south as some of these. There was a cluster of tornadoes there that happened just north of the border, Pearl River County, really, and northward it looks like. But quite a few hail reports. Those are the ones in blue that we had during the day today as well. 32 hail reports in green. Wind reports in blue, excuse me. And let's just talk about some of these tornado ones. We talked about these a little bit earlier. Let me go down away from my face here. So we had at 21, that's 3 o'clock, 21, 24, 3:24 this afternoon. We had the first tornado warning, which was, and again, I pointed this out a couple of times, it was northeast of west, which I thought originally was a typo. When I saw that, I thought that's not true, because I'd never heard of west. I don't think I'd ever talked about the town of West in all of my years of television. So the tornado that was reported northeast of west, we had a tornado reported just after 4:40. That was in Tilton in Lawrence County, Mississippi. Bassfield, I think that's going to be one where we'll find quite a bit of damage during the daylight hours of the day today on Wednesday. Confirmed tornado on Highway 35 at the Marion Jeff Davis County line. That's reported out of the Jackson office again near Foxworth. These are all going to be from 4:30, 4:16, 4:45. And coming up at 6 o'clock, the 03 is 6 o'clock in Caldwell, Louisiana. That's in the town of Clarks, but it's going to be Caldwell Parish. Structural damage to a house there. The POE radar is showing a TDS that continued for some distance northeast of this general location. Any one of these could be the long track tornadoes that go along with having a moderate risk. Damage to a church steeple there in Lowndes County. That's Columbus, northeastern Mississippi, that we were looking at a little bit earlier. These 00s are 6 p.m. times. 0033 is 6:33. That's Jasper in Mississippi, Lowndes County, Jasper County, Madison County, Hines County in Mississippi near Brownsville. And now we're getting up into the 9 o'clock hour. This was at the Utah rest area there in Greene County, Alabama. Damage report. This was going to be a rest area to a tornado report now. The damage reported at the Sagewood Apartments near Utah. A TDS was seen on radar, and there was definitely damage done there. At 10 o'clock, we had at 10:01 actually in Akron. This is Hale County, Alabama. Damage to residences there. TDS was seen on the radar imagery. It's a debris signature. The TDS is a tornado debris signature, which is confirmation. We've been talking about this all day. The correlation coefficient, that's what TDS is. When you see that on the correlation coefficient, that's what they're referring to as a TDS that was seen. So that's the debris signature. So at 10:45 in Clem, Alabama, Clem, Alabama, there is one. This is Clem over into Simpson County in Mississippi, 10:52. And not that long ago, at 11:28, so about an hour ago, trees and branches were down in the Gwenville area. That's the tornado that we were talking about. McGee and Gwenville, that's the one that we were watching there for a while. It was definitely one that we were looking at that was kind of, more or less a situation where it didn't get called very early. The tornado didn't get called very early. That's all right. 2-inch size hail that was reported there from Carroll County in Mississippi near the town of Vaden. That was issued a little bit earlier. Into Sabine County, Texas, we had some large hail reported there, the size of ping pong balls. Large golf ball size hail reported near the Thompson community, nickel to quarter size. Some hail ranging from nickel to quarter size, half dollar size. There was, I don't exactly know where the report was. Was there not a report of tennis ball size hail earlier? And if there was, where the heck was it? I haven't seen a picture of it. I haven't looked at any pictures, though. This is true. High wind reports, and what happened a little bit earlier is a couple of the wind reports will be reevaluated. They'll go out and they'll see if the wind damage there might be tornado damage. And, as it says, a roof was torn off here. That could be, some of this could be tornado damage. So at the moment, they're going with what they know, which was there's damage. Can't tell if it's straight line or whether it was twisting, whatever the case may be. But that ranges from Jeff Davis all the way to Choctaw County, Hines, Mississippi, Attala, Mississippi, Lowndes, Mississippi, then into Fayette, Alabama. A couple of reports there. The latest ones that we're seeing are in Monroe, Mississippi, near Amory. That's going to be the roof blown off of a house in Amory. Do we know that that was straight line? It could have actually been a tornado. 64-mile-per-hour wind gust, though, was measured at the Monroe Regional Airport in Ouachita, Louisiana. So Ouachita, Louisiana is Ouachita Parish is in Monroe. That's the northeastern corner. Not northeastern, kind of north central. Louisiana. Monroe, Louisiana, though, is where it is. Sunflower, Mississippi. We know we had some power poles that were downed in Sunflower. Greene County, Alabama, Utah. That's the rest area thing that was happening there, too. And that's where we are with our storm reports at the moment. Confirmations will come during the day tomorrow for sure. And as always, we will pass those along to you. Getting back to the radar, Birmingham radar right now. We're going to Birmingham, Alabama, Jefferson County, where nothing seems to be a problem there as far as anything rotating or spinning, with the exception of this little notch right there on 69 coming out of Oakman and Parrish. Covered a huge tornado there myself in 93. Big tornado. You folks know about it if you live in the Cordova Parish area. Went out to the church there the next day. I saw things I never thought could happen, and boom, if they didn't issue for it. We were looking at that little kink, so they went ahead and issued for that. That's a tornado warning now for Walker County. Severe thunderstorm capable. We just talked about this. You can't see it. Hold on. Oh, I blew it again, didn't I? Because I was talking about something that you couldn't see. This is a little kink I was looking at, and they went ahead and they did issue this, a tornado warning on 69 south of Oakman. This is going to be a tornado warning. It says severe thunderstorm warning, but now it's a tornado warning for the next 30 minutes in Walker County, Alabama. 1 a.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Cordova, Alabama. These are places I was talking about when they issued this. Isn't it weird, Dora? To the Gorgas Steam Plant. Used to go there and give safety talks at the Gorgas Steam Plant to the folks there many times. Good Springs, Tutwiler's in the area there too. So they did go ahead and issue a tornado warning that's in effect. It's embedded within the whole area. I was talking about severe thunderstorm warnings, and then this popped up, this small little kink there along the line that has a propensity to spin and rotate right there, and thus the tornado warning near Whitson and Littleton's coming into the Gorgas Good Springs area just off to the east. Everything is linear until you get to that spot. As you can see, everything moves in the same direction until you get to that one little spot right there. So tornado warning is in effect, and don't see, well, do I? Our debris signature, do we see one? I don't know. Let me see another scan. Yeah, let me see. When the next scan comes in, we'll have a better idea if there's a... what are they saying this is? They're saying it's observed. And they're basing that on this. I was talking about whether or not we had a TDS, and this is a debris signature. This is debris. Looks like the debris is a little out of the polygon. This up a little bit. I can't get out of any of the watch boxes. I mean, any of the warning polygons. Help me. What is that? Are there two debris signatures? This one near Pleasant Grove. What does velocity look like? Huh. So there's no tornado warning up here, but look at the Coal Valley area. There's a little bit of spin there in Coal Valley. There's a little bit of spin in Coal Valley. You got this going on down here. This spin. This is the kink that goes back along the line. So this is the tornado. And they're saying it's confirmed because of a debris signature, which is this. But look how a little confusing overall, because this also looks like a debris signature there to me. A lot of times then you have to get it and put it into motion to see if it moved. Is it something that moved, or is it just, and it does kind of move. There's movement there with it. But this is also where you got the really high wind coming in. So is there debris aloft because of the high wind that's coming in with the system here too? And that could be a little bit weird. Yeah, I can't wait for the next scan to come in to help that situation out, for me anyway, as I look at it. But because I don't I don't know if that's a turn there that's more than just a little. And is this what kind of a tornado would that be? It's still so the new scan came in. It still shows a little right there. Right in here is where the tornado would likely be. So we did get a new velocity scan. If you look at the radar, yes, little dry slot right there. If do we get new correlation coefficient? This is the one I want to see. I want to see the next one that comes in here near Oakman. But I think this is just going to be debris aloft because of the high winds that'll be coming in. And you never really know. Is this, leaves are falling? Is this a bunch of leaves that are aloft? They're moving eastward. So it was all put into motion there, and that was the second scan that came in. This is all roughly, this is this New Jagger stuff, Pleasant Grove area. All right, so this is definitely a debris signature. There, around Bethel and Fairview, this was certainly something that was a little denser, that was aloft and more concentrated right there. And that was the debris signature that they were talking about that took place. And then zoom on out here just a little bit more, and velocity kind of kept up with that too. But now it's a little different. Hopefully this is weakening. At least that radar image looks like it could be weakening a little bit. Check out all of this lightning. You folks up there in Cold Springs, it's constant lightning, and a really high wind is associated with this too. Just how high, now that I don't have meters per square, these are 30, 40 mile per hour gusts, 40 miles per hour. Some of these are aloft a little bit, but those are 50 and 60 away from the radar readings that are coming in. 50 and 60 miles per hour. I think if there's a tornado here, here's what I think is possible, is that we have a satellite thing going on right there, maybe another one right there. I think we have two rotations that are occurring. This would be a little satellite twist if you were to see it in the open air. Again, radar does not elaborate, so it is what it is. You can't look and go, I think the radar's leaning this way. Nope. The remaining tornado warning that we watched come across just north of Hattiesburg and make its way further to the east with each and every movement that it made is still there and still looking like a large tornado is possible near Toxie and the Gilberttown area along Highway 17. Velocity data indicating 85 and 90 mile per hour winds. There's a 96. So we're looking at some super high wind associated with this. It's shooting up there pretty high. We don't have a radar that's close there, but that's the area that's spinning, and that's the area where we indeed do have the little notch occurring there within the radar imagery itself. Big storm there working its way across the rest of that area, so we've been watching out for that for a while, and we'll continue to do that. So looking at all of that. I don't know about closed captioning. I'm not really sure how to go about that, but we'll definitely be doing that as we move a little bit further. other two storms we still have two more storms here, actually. Three supercells that are occurring. And if you look at the whole here, there's one here, there's one here, and another one still back here in McComb, Mississippi. Any one of these three could drop out a tornado as we look at it right now with the radar. And this will be coming into Hattiesburg here very shortly. I've mentioned Hattiesburg a lot today without an actual storm coming through Hattiesburg, but this one will be. So that's Columbia down to the south. There's some rotation there, definitely coming into Columbia, but it is super broad. This is a broad area of rotation just to the south there near Loveless and Columbia. Nothing there that looks like it's ominous. This is kind of ominous here near Tylertown. And then this stuff back to the west, south, and east of Liberty. Manpad was just telling me to look at that, and it is what it is. I mean, there's some winds that will be coming in there that are super strong at the moment, but also there's the possibility of a tornado that's really trying to form pretty quickly. All this lightning is one giveaway. Three real giveaways here. One is all the lightning that's occurring. The other is the gate-to-gate shear that's happening here, too. I know we got winds that are twisting near Huron. Could be Huron. I'm not really positive, but it's definitely a storm that is rotating and looks pretty evil in its own right. And if you look at the debris signature, there's an anomaly there for sure. It's not one small area. None of these debris signatures have been easy during the day today. They've all been kind of within an area of gobbledygog. Haven't they? Or is it just me? So the two tornado warnings that we have, they cut this down a little bit. This is moving on through. Let's go back down to the Birmingham radar if we can. We were actually watching this tornado warning when it forms. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they'd drop that, and they did. It didn't have anything else going for it there, so they did go ahead and drop that. I've seen that many times in this sort of situation. I've seen them drop out there. There's still a point of concern right there near Littleton's and Gorgas coming into the steam plant there. Actually, that's the Black Warrior River that goes through there. The Gorgas steam plant is right in that region too. This is going to be south of 22. Couple little regions here that we're watching, but the other thing is the wind, the straight line wind is really going to be strong here. Some indications that we have straight line winds in the negative 50s and 60s. I mean, this is a really strong wind that'll be coming in here as we move along over the next little while. I got my first little warning for myself. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, up into Hanceville for 60-mile-per-hour winds plus, which would be southwestern Cullman County near the town of Summerton. Severe thunderstorm warning. Another one that goes over into Blount County here. This is Aniana down to Warrior into the Warrior River. That's for Jefferson and Blount County. Severe thunderstorm near Dodge City and Binion Creek Landing. That's moving east at about 55 miles per hour, jetting off to the east. We have some, let's go to High Top if we can. Every time I do that, I lose the radar. There's High Top, northeastern Alabama. Straight line. All this is straight line coming through the Redstone Arsenal near Triana and in the Owens Crossroads area there. Highway 431 that goes northward, or 72, which comes out of Scottsboro and goes northward back over to Chattanooga and beyond. And we'll look, that's velocity data, but here's the reflectivity that tells us we still have some of the heavier rain that's back into many of these areas. Stevenson, Scottsboro, Highway 72. I just heard thunder. I see no lightning. I'm going to have to get up for just a sec. Yeah, I don't see any lightning. I heard thunder a few moments ago. This is some really high wind. If you live in a mobile home, on an RV, got to watch this coming across Huntsville. I think some of these wind speeds are going to be up there, quite possibly into the 60 and 70 mile per hour range. If you look at this, these are super high winds that will be coming in. There's some 60s and 70 degree numbers that are showing up with this thing as it dives on southeastward. So an area there that definitely needs to be watched pretty closely. Got a few little swirls here and there, but I don't see nothing imminent as far as anything about to drop from the sky. There's flash flood warning still here in the western side of Alabama. That's Colbert, Lauderdale, Lawrence counties, with an inch of rainfall that's fallen there in the last hour in some indications. Here's that storm coming out of Warrior at the moment. BMX radar again indicating there's some waves actually working their way along this whole line. It's a little wavy from time to time, but I don't see anything imminently producing a tornado. You can see what I'm talking about right there. Waves of energy that are working along. Dora, I know it's coming down in Dora. I know the wind's really high there in Dora and Sipsey and Jasper and Walker County and the rest of that area, but nothing that looks tornadic to me there at this particular moment. But they did include the severe thunderstorm warning all the way down into Tuscaloosa once again, so that's a severe thunderstorm warning there. Our tornado, our long, if indeed this has been a tornado that has been, we haven't gone without a tornado warning. Let me say that first of all. This thing right here that we're looking at, we didn't go without a tornado warning in its life span. And I watched it form over in Ellisville. I watched this thing mature and reach the ground way over here. I think it was actually a tornado a couple of miles south of here. I could probably go back in frames and pick it out, and I want to do that because this is pretty important to us. So I'm going to back the radar up here. I went back quite a ways. Did you hear that? I heard thunder again. But I don't see a lightning strike. All right. You could make a case for this thing was a tornado way back here, can't you? But we're going to say that was a tornado maybe at Melba. It was at least trying to form there at Melba. There was no tornado warning with it at that point, but I think it was trying to form there at Melba. And then right there, I believe we did have a tornado south of Seminary. They didn't call that at that point, but I think that was probably a tornado then, right there. Follow it, and then we know it became a tornado warning right about here. Coming into Ellisville, they did call that a tornado warning right there. So let's just say, I don't know, maybe we had a tornado back into here somewhere, or at least one that was forming. So that's where it was. And if I use my handy dandy distance measurement tool, I'm going to start there. And I'm going to go all the way up to here. And because I held it too long, I lost it. All right, here we go. So we've gone 75 miles, which would be a long track tornado. If that's the case and this thing has been on the ground for that long, my goodness. That's why they issue a moderate risk for something that might be considered a long track tornado. And that one's 75 miles long if it maintained that, if it was on the ground. I know after the fact that it became a tornado warning south of Laurel, Mississippi, it has been tornado warned ever since. It has not changed. Nope. Not even going to figure that out, I don't guess. So we were watching this thing. Thank you. Man-Pad was telling me about this a little bit earlier. That was near Liberty. It's now east of there, and they did go ahead and issue a tornado warning for it. I think Magnolia is going to be the county seat there. That's Fernwood, Mississippi, and Holmesville in Mississippi. A tornado warning now. I turned my audible alarm. No, I didn't. This is observed now. They're calling this an observed tornado here. And let's look at the best radar that we can. Velocity tells us again, that's, it was kind of looking like that. Remember when we were talking about the town of Huron? I didn't know if I was saying that right. Irene is to the north. McElvin is up there too. But Magnolia, you're in the path of this thing. Big time storm, Magnolia. And going on eastward is a what could possibly be a large tornado. I don't think any of these are going to be small tonight. Large hail associated with it that shows up very well there too. And the debris signature, if I back it up a little bit, yes. So this is confirmed now. This is a tornado warning that's been confirmed. And so I went back a couple of minutes. I actually went back in time here to show you. This was back a few minutes ago. Let's see, when was this? If it's going to let me do this. It's 12:45. So this is 12:45, and there was a debris signature then at 12:45 near Huron. And watch how when I allow that to move forward, watch how that debris signature moves to the east and into the polygon, which they just moved that further to the east. So a debris signature means it's been on the ground, so it is still at this point, and pretty much is what it is there as it moves on eastward. I'll read comments in just a second. I apologize, but this kind of came about. They issued this thing. It's going to be Magnolia, just south of 55 or east of 55 and south of Magnolia as it comes in pretty quickly now, moving at about 55 miles per hour, actually, they're saying now. So it's a very fast-moving situation there and developing pretty quickly. That's on the southwestern side of things. The velocity data says, yeah, it's a tornado coming in and about to cross over south of Irene into the town of Magnolia. Hope all the people there who might be watching in Magnolia are aware. This little thing east of Columbia, south of 98, that too is pretty suspect and something that we'll be looking at. And then you still got the ever-present tornado that's quite likely still moving through this region of South Alabama. You see the mobile radar doesn't do it justice. It's kind of out of the area for any radar, really. But it'll be moving back into Doppler radar range shortly from BMX. So we'll be able to look at it. Birmingham radar. And we'll be able to look at that. And I told you, I heard thunder. And there's like one, this is the lightning strike and the thunder that I heard from the lightning strike near Little River Canyon. That situation across northeast Alabama is going to develop quickly and still move pretty rapidly to the east. But look at these wind speeds down to the south. There's some 111 mile per hour ticks that are showing up across this entire area here. So pretty much is what it is. There, which is a high wind maker, and if you live in a mobile home, please pay attention to this as it moves on eastward. That's high in elevation. That's a few thousand feet off the ground, actually, but is any of that translates down to the surface, it's going to be a super high wind coming into the region. Some of these winds up here are quite high too, 50s and 60s. That'll be moving in across Pleasant Groves. That'll eventually come southward along Highway 72. Not I. I keep making interstates out of county roads. I don't know if you'd want that or not. So let me read some of the peanut gallery here. Tylertown, new tornado warning east of Liberty. Yes, thank you for that. North of Hattiesburg. How about to get hit pretty hard? How are we looking? Are you north of Hattiesburg? I hope you are. There's a TDS signature. Yep. He's not reading the comments. He's in TV Met mode. Been there. Okay. I hope we're caught up there. The two tornado warnings that we currently have in rural portions of Alabama, south of Macomb, Mississippi, not so rural. I don't know how many people are in this Macomb warning. Actually, it gives you a consensus of how many people are. This is like 7,300 people. The population here is 7,300. I think that is information you get up here, actually, isn't it? Nope. Our storm here, according to the Weather Service, it's got that freaking ping pong ball-sized hail associated with it. So we're still moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. East at 45 miles per hour, and let's just do a little storm track here, see if that will help you out at all with some estimations on arrival times. This is a calculation that we'll throw in here and take a look at. These are impact times that you can see into Stella in about 13 minutes into the Bearden's community, in about 15 minutes Holmesville, about 17 minutes from now Connerly and Vaught's at about 20 minutes from now, and Kyoto at about 20 minutes from now also. So that's definitely, it says population 0, but I think it's still counting. So those are some of the communities that will be impacted by this. If it does a continuation and moves on to the east, as we are anticipating, it would do so across that general area there. And now we have this huge tornado warning. Again, the calculation for this, I don't know which radar is trying to cover this. Let me see. The closest radar is going to be BMX. So still, we're out of what we call Doppler range. We're out of that area there where we get Doppler information, even though you can still see some spin going on. We're not getting our Doppler algorithms that go with everything else because now the beam is too far off of the ground. The Earth, she's around. From Bugs Bunny, I think, many, many years ago. So the beam goes straight, doesn't go around with the curvature of the Earth. So now at this point, the beam is shooting super high. But that's going to be just outside of Butler. Highway 43 is the region that we're looking at. They're saying that this is moving east at what, 40? East at 40, so Butler. And we'll do one of our little scans here with this as well to see if we can help with some radar estimated times here. This is our general track at 40 miles per hour. We calculate that. These are our impact times, our estimated times of arrival that we'll be looking at. These are going to be communities. I know some of these. I've been to a couple of these. I've been to Sweetwater before. I've been to Wayne before. Octagon, never been there. Another Magnolia, but this is Alabama's Magnolia. Thomaston, I've been there many, many times into Thomaston. This is across 43. Linden I've been to. But if we look at it right now, it's thunder. Look at it right now. These estimated times are going to be Sweetwater in about 20. Let's go with the shortest first. That's 3 minutes from now into Putnam. Cox Heath at about 14 minutes. Amwell at 16 minutes from now. Wayne in about 24 minutes. Dixon Mills. I hope you can see them scrolling on through. And Thomaston right about 45 minutes from now. Should we keep this thing on the ground and should we keep everything the same as far as that information goes? Right now, I still see all the lightning that is associated with it. Boy, that thing drives me crazy if I don't turn it off, doesn't it? It's BMX. And once again, you want to talk about population. We're retaining it in this region of Birmingham, Alabama. High-res velocity. This is a straight line situation. Glory be. Look at this. This is a straight line, squallish looking thing headed southward. Where I started this thing, though, is not. A general kink right there. There's some lightning with it. This is now east of I-65 coming into Blount County. Oh my gosh, they just issued that. This is going to be a tornado warning. This is going to be a Blount County tornado warning, I think. That's going to include the Locust Fork area there probably and beyond. There it is. So we saw that one a little bit early, didn't we? Aniana, you're underneath the tornado warning. Highway 231, Cleveland, the Nectar area, Locust Fork. You're all in the path of this storm, so that's going to be likely as a tornado that could be coming in. So as we look at that, that's a serious situation there overall. That just kind of happened in that scan when it came across. So that's going to be a tornado warning through Ariana. Etowah County would be next, where I was raised in Etowah County, Alabama. 231, it goes westward over to Bluntsville on 231. That's a region there that we'd be looking at. But this is a possible tornado near Mount Olive going eastward. And Blount County was not in our tornado watch area, which is just, I was talking about this earlier. Watches are great, but you can't forget about any spot. And so this is out of the tornado watch, I think. Little area right here that'll need to be watched. It's nothing yet, but a small back wind that's going backward a little bit near Malga. And the rest of it is as straight as it can get up and down the line until you get to this. So pretty much more or less what it is. Somebody just asked me, my best friend Sharon just asked me if I was hurting from all this because I have autoimmune and I sort of have an overall arthritic situation that kind of gives me a hint as to when bad weather is coming in, as do a lot of people who suffer from migraines. And so some people are talking about, that sort of a situation now. They might be having migraines. What we're seeing here is a rapid change of the barometric pressure. So if your body is sensitive to changes in barometric pressure, which if you have arthritis, it probably is. If you have some sort of autoimmune, it probably is. But migraine specifically, remember how much fluid is in your body, and you are pretty much a human barometer. And so that is the case here as we go through this sort of situation where you're going to end up having off and on situations here where health-wise it can even be in effect, because this is a really rapid change overall in the barometric pressure across the area. And so some people might be feeling that. Where are we right now? Changes in barometric pressure. Not always. Not always. Changes in barometric pressure. I mean, all day long today, the barometric pressure was changing. Let me see. Is that a true statement? I mean, we have changes in barometric pressure in hurricanes all the time. The temperature may not change very much at all. So, kind of depends. I guess that's a broad, sort of broad situation. And we still tonight, it is 1 a.m. and we have 3 tornado warnings. We still keep the one down to the south, which is probably, 80 miles now in length from where it came to where it is. And now we have the others that are down to the south here as well. The storm coming into Hattiesburg here at the moment, really, I think maybe one of the first storms to get into Hattiesburg. I know they've been all around. We had tornadoes. We're probably going to have 2 or 3 tornadoes within 40 miles of Hattiesburg, but just off to the north. And now the stuff coming into Hattiesburg is somewhat concerning. If we look at the data here, I got a huge little area back to the west of Hattiesburg on Highway 98 that's rotating, but it's broad, and then a smaller rotation that's occurring just west of Hattiesburg right there that looks possible. That could be something, but this right here on 98 is certainly rotating a little bit, and for the first time a genuine threat comes into the city of Hattiesburg over the next couple of hours. 2 things kind of that worry me here a little bit is that this atmosphere has not been worked over. I don't even know if there's been any rain in the city perhaps during the day today, so got to be watching out for Hattiesburg on the western side, because even so, the tornado warning that's down to the south or over here to Magnolia is not that far away from that Highway 98 line if you move it from the west and to the east. So got to be watching out for that very closely in the next couple of hours for that both of those storms. This one coming out of Macomb near Martin, which had a tornado warning tag with it just a little bit ago. And then the other one, hold on a sec. Okay. Let's get back to our tornado warning up here in Aniana, Alabama. We'll go back down. I don't know which radar. Maybe even the high top might work better. We'll look at that from high top. We'll look at it from both areas. And I say something's going on here, but it's detached a little bit. You can see the area in between where we have that situation and this one. There's 2 opposing winds, but there's a big area in between where we don't have anything tightly packed here. So not really sure. That's from the radar down to the south. We look at the one from BMX, and we look back into it. Little tighter there. This looks like the comma head part of what could be a tornado there. So definitely looking at that. Jeffrey Brown's in Hattiesburg. Jeffrey, we're going to be watching what's going on there for you as it comes in from the west to the east. And definitely we'll be looking at that as we go through the next little while here. In fact, I see all of you from Hattiesburg who are now watching, and I appreciate that. I'm going to be following this. I got family down there in the Hattiesburg that I'm watching out for here also. So it's an area that hasn't been touched during the day today with all the other stuff that's been going on. I think it's a little bit south. So kind of concerning there, at least into the short term of this stuff as it comes in and goes northeastward. Again, we got the tornado there back to the west into Macomb. I don't like this at all coming into Hattiesburg from the western side. So it's not a tight couplet just yet, but yeah, I don't like the way that looks at this point. And huge storm coming in that certainly needs to be watched. There's no warning there for you in Hattiesburg, by the way, so that just pretty much is what it is. Mick goes, what's been the worst tornado of the day? We really don't know at this point. I've been doing now weather. I've been doing current weather, radar weather, if you want to. I haven't even looked for any video to show. That'll really come tomorrow. Brett's been doing that. He's been working on that kind of thing. And so I don't really know what has been the worst. I've heard of damage off and on being reported today at many areas, but I personally haven't even looked for any video to the contrary. Somebody just asked me about Kentucky. Everything's cool in Kentucky. Got a few little thunderstorms, one in Bowling Green. That's a special weather statement, but no severe weather anticipated into Kentucky. Just some wind from time to time coming in with some of the thunderstorms. The back edge of the mess is coming into Tennessee here at the moment. If there's going to be any kind of severe weather coming into Nashville, it would be in the next hour or two because the back edge of the actual frontal boundary is moving on through. Actually, I don't know. Has it really cleared that far? This is Nashville. It's out of Nashville, so you're in the clear now to Nashville. This is now east of I-65 up into Tennessee. 40 over to Murfreesboro, that's Middle Tennessee State University that we're talking about. That is still looking like some of the heavier thunderstorms will be coming through that region, so we'll look at that. Down to the south into the HTX area. Thunderstorms coming back into Fort Payne, Henniger, but that line that really strong wind is still back to the west, so that'll be diving southward, but also probably weakening. Tornado warning here in Aniana, Alabama. That's going to be Blount County. That is a tornado warned area there for the next 24 minutes. It will continue. Blount County, Alabama. Thunderstorm that possibly is producing a tornado. It's going to be now east of both of these areas because that warning was, when was that warning? That was 12:56. So we're going on, being 12:56. 10 minutes ago. Sorry. So about 10 minutes ago, that's where the storm was located. So I won't really read their wording. But this is coming into Aniana now. Nectar, Locust Fork, Aniana, Blount County. One time I was the Grand Marshal for the parade in Aniana, Alabama. Grand Marshal. It was cool being there in Blount County and doing that. Speaking of, coming into the Christmas season here. So I've been over there quite a bit in Aniana, Alabama. Locust Fork. This is a rotation. It's a spin. It's still a little bit broad, but bears watching. Let me see if there's any reason to think it could have been on the ground at any point. Not really. These are radials. These are probably hail. This is going to be indicating that there's hail involved in the storm. And both of these radials here, not debris. Definitely a situation there, though, that needs to be watched. They did go ahead and issue a flash flood warning for Birmingham, Alabama. That's going to be a flash flood warning, not that. Let's see this. This is going to be Jefferson, Shelby counties, flash flood warning with the flash flooding either beginning or ongoing because of this tremendous amounts of rain. It's going to be impact flooding. Small creeks and streams. What's that going to be? Buck Creek, Cahaba River, all those same areas that normally have trouble there at Vestavia Hills is one of those spots for sure. And anywhere where the heavy rain continues to pour, and yet really haven't seen anything yet because the rain intensity's picking up from west to south and east Raining heavily now out at Smithville in Pratt City. I rode out a tornado there one time, Hibernia. Birmingham southward, it's about to really start kicking in all of those areas. Vestavia Hills, Hoover, down into the southern part of Shelby County too, near Abernat, Brookwood. Coming across Tuscaloosa there on the university. On the campus, we got some thunderstorms there that are very heavy rain producers. Kind of stuff you really can't see your hand in front of your face. South of Aliceville, still have some large hail involved in a lot of this stuff too. If I just throw the hail product on here, look at it. Up and down the line, there's hail. This thing up here in Anion, remember I was talking about those radials showing up. This is hail here. So this is going to be a high reflectivity area there in Blount County. Headed on eastward. By the way, next in line downstream, should that be a continuation, would be Etowah County, Alabama. You'd be in the path of that tornado warning. Should there be a continuation down to the south, our long track tornado, if indeed that's what it has been, is still showing up in velocity data. Just about to get back into the Doppler radar range where we'd have our algorithms running for the Doppler radar. And then our other tornado of the moment that we're looking at is right there. This one is showing up just to the east now. Macomb and Magnolia still have a strong inbound and outbound couplet near the town of Bartow, if you will, along 98. That'll be crossing over 98 here very shortly and going on eastward. They just extended that even further now, so that goes all the way almost over to Columbia. And then the area we were looking at here also, that is going to be Hattiesburg. I feel better about that. That looks more like a spinning situation there that is broad, that is spinning about like this and not a small spinning rotation anymore. I hope that continues to be the case, although there's a ton of lightning associated with that there also. Is there anything else? The Macomb storm looks wicked. Does that not look wicked near Bartow? What are they saying about that? Is there any kind of word about that? They're still saying it's an observed tornado into Walthall County near Magnolia. Ooh. Thunder. I live with a metal roof above me. A little inbound and outbound there near Columbia, but not much going on there. The radar out of Slidell, not much going on there. Near Clinton, look at all that thunderstorm, all the lightning that's occurring. Yeah, that doesn't look good right there. I'm sorry if I'm going too fast. I apologize. If I am, if I'm doing anything that's irritating, you let me know. No, don't do that. Probably shouldn't really do that. What is this? So they dropped the tornado warning for Blount County. They did not allow that to go beyond its expiration time. So Blount County no longer under a tornado warning. This is now handed over to a severe thunderstorm warning that goes from Blount County pretty far off to the east, and rightfully so. Strong thunderstorms out of Ariana. Yeah, that doesn't look like what it did, so that's good news for the Ariana area. Rest of it is pretty much straight line. Little bitty kink right there on I-65 at a Homewood, the Vestavia exit, I guess you could say, and then it goes all the way back into a straight line situation again that goes down into Tuscaloosa and beyond. So pretty much what we're looking at. All of this is, included in that severe thunderstorm warning area that goes north to south. Huge thunderstorm warned areas here, by the way, which is better off than going. And the way for me to, let's see, can I do that? I'm going to do winter. No, because that won't get rid of everything. Some of these storm totals, I think the red is going to be indicative of 4 to 5 and maybe even some higher totals. Now, let me go ahead and point out a little hail contamination. The inside of the Doppler radar range, the algorithm tries to get rid of hail contamination, but sometimes it still happens, which the radar tricks the radar into thinking that big icy glob is a wet raindrop when it is not. So, but this is, like I said, this is 4 to 5 inches that is being indicated by the estimates from the Doppler radar. 4 to 5 inches of liquid that has fallen there, about 4 to 5, about 4 inches right here. It's been quite a lot. We'll look at the high top radar and see what we're seeing across North Alabama. This is up into Jackson County, Scottsboro. This is 4 inches or greater. Right here on top of Sand Mountain, if you will. This is going up into high top. That's near the Skyline Wildlife Management Area, actually, where the radar is. Coming into Chattanooga on the southwestern side, coming into Hamilton County and Marion County on the southwestern side, the very heavy rainfall there. And there is more to come. The Doppler radar estimates are going to go up quite a bit higher there. Right now, we have severe thunderstorm warnings all the way down through Jefferson County, Alabama, into the rest of the region there. That includes Etowah County off to the east. Nothing imminently looking like it is spinning anymore, although that's broad, very, very broad, coming into Aniani at the moment. That's from the high top radar. Got a lot of action there in and around Gadsden, but all of that is straight line as far as the situation goes there too. And yeah. Let me just do this quickly. Yeah, all these little radials here that are showing up, that's the radar pointing to hail, pockets of hail. And then just a really healthy line of severe thunderstorms up and down the line, moving on through. I guess the good news here is I think that is the last one. This has really gathered up together and become much more of a linear situation. The rain's ended in Tupelo. It's ending quickly here. In Grenada, it's ended. Oxford, it's ended. South Haven, Collierville, all this. You can clear all of this area. Let me use the composite radar so I'm not talking out of the side of my mouth, but I think you can clear all of this area northward and westward from a line that goes through Nashville, south and westward. All of this is clear. There's a little thunderstorm over here near Monroe that just wants to screw with me, but here's the dry area, the cold front that's coming on south. Your temperatures are changing rapidly behind this thing. If I take a look at METAR data here to give me an idea, this is what I wanted to see anyway, because this is a much clearer picture of where we do have warnings that are occurring. And they're all severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the line from Etowah County all the way down into the rest of this region here of southern sections of the state. How long have we had a tornado warning up here? For a long, long time. Now we have the severe thunderstorm warning for Hattiesburg. Much better than a tornado warning. A couple of people that live down there, I was told they were asleep. They're not anymore. Look at all of the lightning. So there's tons of lightning that's going on here. The inbound and the outbound, not as tightly packed as it was earlier. For you folks who've been riding me from Hattiesburg, Mississippi tonight, it doesn't look like there really is at this moment a situation where we have anything tightly packed coming into the region. So that's pretty good news there. At the moment, good news, from what we were talking about. But zooming back out again, we get back into our tornado-warned regions. Tylertown for sure. That would be just to the south, actually. This doesn't look like what it did just a little while ago, folks. This is actually some good news. This is not the storm it was over Magnolia, although pretty sure there's still some rotation occurring there, but it doesn't look like it's very tightly packed anymore. And I don't have a clear-cut correlation coefficient or debris signature any longer. I don't. Yeah, I don't see a debris signature there. You'd have to, I don't know how you convince me there was. So, that's where we are at the moment. What do I want to do? I got a little bit of time here. Let's go to the models. Let's look again at the modeling here, because I think we have all of the data now for the 06Z. Do we? No, we got 18 hours. That'll still give us an idea of what is what's going to happen. These are temperatures at the moment. These are some of the temperatures that we're looking at. And let's just go straight to the radar. Radar depiction of what we believe that should be happening. I took this out a little earlier. Let me put it back in. This is the... is that it? One sec, please. Yeah, I blew that. I apologize. Give me one more second because I want to put the times on here because I think that's more beneficial than the actual product. I hope everybody's doing well, and I know some of you have been on with me since the very beginning, which I don't even remember when the very beginning was anymore. Do you? We started this. We sort of had two versions of it, didn't we? We had one before the power outage, or glitch. It wasn't a full-blown outage. It was a glitch. But thank you so much for helping out. There was a 52-mile-per-hour wind gust, says Josh, at the Birmingham International Airport over there into Jefferson County, the Birmingham International Airport. Can one go to the west towards Hattiesburg? Can the one to the west go towards Hattiesburg? Yes, and I believe it will. We're going to look at that in just a couple of minutes here, so definitely we'll do that and look at it. How's it going in Lafayette, Louisiana? All is well there for you in Lafayette. Yes, a drastic temperature fall. We'll look at that in just a few moments as well. And strong gusty winds in southern Missouri. Thank you, the Dragonfly from the Ozarks Homestead and Designs. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I'm at work till 7 a.m., so I'll be here as long as you are. I'm at work now and could be for a while longer. You know, it's kind of funny. It's not funny. But what is... I'm actually not on the channel I was supposed to be on. I'm not on the channel that was going to pay me for tonight, so I didn't really check to see very often, but I'm not, and I don't know why, and they didn't tell me why. So let's do this. Let's go through this moment by moment and take a look. This is the HER, which is the rapid. Sort of hour by hour initialization. This gives us the latest data and takes that and corrects everything else that's occurring at the time. So here's what we have and what we are expecting. If you could and not look at, I hate to do this because it always takes me forever to turn them back on because I always hit the wrong button. I'm going to turn the alerts off for just a moment because I know they're kind of confusing when you sort of look at the whole. So here's what we have, and the time now, this is 1 o'clock because this is the 06 that's taking its pretty little time about filling in. This is the midnight, run, and it goes out to about 18 hours here, but right now we're looking at what it claimed would be the case at 1 o'clock, which was pretty much on the spot. So we go to 2 a.m., and this is what radar depiction is supposed to be looking like here at 2 a.m., and it does. We got the thunderstorms coming through Birmingham. We got our clearing line back to the west, or our drying line, maybe not our clearing line. We'll look at the satellite imagery in a second and see. Heavy rainfall into Huntsville, northeast Alabama, up along I-59. The big storms that looked like they were going to show up are indeed here into Jefferson County and the next extend southward and westward. This is a model. This is a forecast of what is expected. Look at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, and you'll see the time that this is projecting here. And I know I got more than just a few people in the southeast watching, so I'm trying to broaden this out just a little bit further here to show you all down in Louisiana, all the way up. This is all rain up into West Virginia, and so I'm going to concentrate a little bit more on what's happening down here in the southeastern United States. So you got the stuff coming through Baton Rouge by 3 a.m. The back edge of it should be through Baton Rouge. Hattiesburg, you'll almost, look, this is Hattiesburg, so this still shows the big stuff has another hour or two. 4 a.m., it looks like it's all gone from Hattiesburg, from Meridian, south and east roughly of I-59, the interstate. Everything north and west of I-59, you should be into the dry air by then. And that is when all the stuff should be down to the south. If there are going to be severe tornadic thunderstorms, I think they would all be kind of like from here to here to here. These could be cellular. These could be tornadic. But the rest of the stuff, I think, will be linear. Could be a few exceptions. 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, we're looking at stuff coming across Montgomery. It'd be just to the north of Montgomery, but headed south through Lee County into Auburn, Columbus. But now stretching across I-65 and I-85 that goes from Montgomery up to Atlanta and southward and eastward, with dry air coming into Birmingham, dry air coming into Tuscaloosa, maybe even getting around to some sunshine about daybreak. I can't be positive of that. We'll look and see if there's such a thing as clearing around daybreak. Much drier. The only precipitation we see at 8 a.m. is into what we call the wiregrass of southeastern Alabama, Enterprise Dothan. I used to do the weather for a station down there, radio station KMX, Max 106. KMX, Max 106, the wiregrass. Over to Macon, Albany, Columbus, in South Georgia, it's pronounced Albany. Yes, it is. South Carolina, Florence, Beaufort, South Carolina, Beaufort, North Carolina. All that headed southward. 10 a.m. It's very linear. Could we have warnings here? Yeah. Yeah, there could be some warnings. I'm not sure about tornado warnings. But there could be some severe thunderstorm warnings because I think when that stuff blows through Tallahassee, Leon County, that could be on the heels of some really high winds, 60 or 70 mile per hour winds that'll be headed in that direction southward and eastward. And much, much drier the further and further we get. This is noontime tomorrow, and here's what the whole extent looks like. It looks like by noontime tomorrow, the majority of precipitation will be off the mid-Atlantic coast. It'll be off of Savannah and coming through the state of Florida. Two things I want to point out is even right here, and it does show up. I don't know why, because I don't think it should. There are really no climate data points for this to pick this up out of the Gulf of Mexico. But see this stuff right here? That's a terrible color for the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. See that right there? Those are going to be water spouts. I have no doubt those will be water spouts trying to work their way on shore. Are these going to be water spouts? That's the other question. Are these potential water spouts that will be taking place out here over the wide open Gulf of Mexico? Are those water spouts? It's possible. All that will be headed on shore. Pensacola, Santa Rosa Beach, Destin, Fort Walton Beach, Panama City, Choctawhatchee Bay. There's going to be tornado warnings when they come on shore. This thing's a blower down here in South Georgia. Southwestern Georgia around Bainbridge. One of my favorite towns that I used to travel through all the time. Where is it? Attapulgis in southwestern Georgia. That's going to be on the Tallahassee Highway, Highway 27 that comes out of Tallahassee and goes back over to Donaldsonville and then up into Dothan around near the Dothan Spa. Hot springs up there. That's cool. Very linear. Headed southward and eastward. And then out of North Florida through the day. I don't know if there are going to be water spouts coming on shore at that point, but it's certainly a possibility. Look how far it goes, way down into South Florida. The last real depiction that we have is going to be at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. And by that point, it's going to be much, much, much nicer outside. Is this going to be snow? Are we turning back on the snow machine? The Great Lakes Snow Machine, precipitation type. How much? I forgot all about this. So we're going to go from rain tonight into Erie, and it's raining hard there. And change over to snowfall. Once that thing goes on by, watch. These will be snowfall, strands of snowfall coming in off the lakes. The biggest difference here is that these will be moving. But they do seem to go all the way down to the south, from Erie down to Cleveland, Ashtabula, up to Buffalo. There'll be some of that too. It just doesn't set up here like it did with the last situation. But all of these stripes that show on these are lake effect snows that'll be coming in off of Lake Superior. This one up here on the eastern and southern side of Lake Superior, Lake Huron as well. Northern portions of Lake Michigan that had happened, and Lake Ontario too. So a little lake effect that would be involved in that whole situation there as well. That's what our model looks like. Before I leave the model, the other thing that we should really talk about is this, which is the thermometer, because it's going to fall pretty rapidly now behind our cold front, which is already through South Haven, about to move through Tupelo, and check it out. Right about here, this is 6 a.m. tomorrow morning when the actual cold front should appear across central Alabama, Meridian, and by this point, it's going to be much, much colder across most of the northwestern corner of the state of Alabama. In Birmingham, Jefferson County, you might still be into the mid-60s at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, but Florence could be all the way down into the low 40s and upper 30s. So more or less what we're looking at is pretty much what it is. And it's a pretty cold air mass back there. We got some temperatures into the 20s that'll come on across, but a very distinctive line. If you look at it right there, it's very distinctive. See the cold front headed south. It goes all the way down to the Gulf Coast. It'll change the weather all the way down that far going into that time period. Let's go back here and take a look at what's happening. Single site radar again is what we'll be looking at. And taking a look at high top here to begin with, and showing you the big storms going from up here around Stevenson and Bridgeport into that area, and then those that'll be headed on southward. And check it out. This is yet to come. This is trying its best to get across Sand Mountain, isn't it? It looks like that, but this is a big wind shift into Pisgah. This will be the changing wind as it all dives southward. So we've got to watch out for Henniger, Sylvania, as that comes on by. Coming across Gunnersville Lake, nothing spinning there. That's all really just in bow segmentation across the entirety of that region there. Then down to the south, we have some more stuff going on here. High winds that are associated with this whole thing. Some of these wind speeds are indicating really super high winds now. Now, Josh just asked me why these are so high. They're not down at the surface. These are up aloft that are being reported here. So this is all up there pretty far. You can see as we get closer and closer to the radar, they come down, back down to reality because these are more at the surface. But the winds aloft are kicking here, buddy, and there's some 80, 90 mile per hour wind speeds that are showing up. You should really be checking out the ones that are at the surface. You're behind this area, this where the wind is going to be shifting here, and that's what you'll be looking at. This is the first. This is not our dew point change, but this is going to be. I mean, it is our dew point change. It's not our temperature change. Excuse me. This will be our dew point change. I don't see anything that's rotating there. Our storm that we were watching so closely that we thought was sort of a long track sort of situation, that's still hanging on down to the south there. And I don't know if it's tornado warning or anymore. It kind of looks weird, doesn't it? I mean, I forgot to put the stuff back on here, so let me put the tornado and put all the warnings. I just turn them back on here for the moment. And it is still warned. I was about to say it looks like it still should be warned. And it is. So that is a tornado warning that still occurs there. And not to forget anybody, the first warnings that we have are going to be severe thunderstorm warnings up there in Etowah County and Hoover, Eastern Jefferson County, Anniston, Gadsden area. It's a big blower there as it heads southward out of Etowah County down to the south. So we'll keep watching all of that. We still have the heavy amounts of rainfall into Hoover. Stop that right there. Run into that tornado warning there. The stuff going through Hattiesburg has a continuing Severe thunderstorm reading attached to it there. So that's severe thunderstorm warning coming through Hattiesburg, Mississippi. One of those things that we were talking about today was that was an area that hasn't been used at all. Some of these other areas aren't retaining what they were because they've been worked over, as we say, rode hard and put up wet. All of these have basically here across the region. And this was an area, though, that was not worked over. So a lot of the energy, any energy that might be sitting there available is being used by this thing coming out of Hattiesburg. That is still being a straight line wind situation, although there's a little spin going on right there, a little bit here as well up near Macedonia, but not a tight spin. So at the moment, there's really no worry there. I don't know about this either. This was our storm that was coming out of Magnolia a little bit earlier that is still spinning a little bit. Did they not? Yeah, they is. So they went from a tornado warning to a severe thunderstorm warning, meaning a downgrade. If they thought this was still a tornado, they would reissue a tornado warning further to the east. But this is now a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds here from Marion County. Still going to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So pretty much what we're looking at. Ascend says it's going to be windy at Chiaha, which is a mountain. So, yeah. You got Zachary down to the south. Baton Rouge, the last batch of heavy precipitation west to east is going to pass on by here. What did I do? There we go. And into our reflectivity, you can see basically Denham Springs, Baton Rouge. It's still kind of stormy here. There's a lot of lightning associated with it, but I don't see this Brookhaven thing. That looks odd. Small. And it's odd, but it doesn't look like anything. Let me go to the DGX radar and look at it again. It bothers me. No, not really. So I feel a little bit better about the whole situation there, at least where we are at the moment. So they went with a severe thunderstorm warning for Columbia. This is still in a line along 98, Highway 98. So it does get over to Hattiesburg in a little bit and into southwestern Alabama after that. And there you have it. Check on a few more things here. I'm looking at the list of. Oh. So there's a tornado report now for Blount County into Alabama. The Blount County warning that was issued a little bit earlier. Near the town of Nectar, there is a photo via social media that was put out, which is a reason to believe there was a tornado right there just before 1 a.m. Central Time into Blount County. You can't say you missed it because we were watching it a few minutes before it actually happened, before there was actually a warning. We were looking right at that storm when they did issue the tornado warning. So that's going to be a tornado report that was issued and a photo from social media that was reported in Blount County, and one of the reasons they issued that. You see, we went from 4:30. These are all Zulu times. So that was 10:30 p.m., with the last tornado reported in Mississippi at that point, all the way up until 1 a.m., basically, in Blount County. 0657 is going to be the 1 a.m. Time period there. So we went a while in between tornado warnings, didn't we? Which, I don't know. Is that a thing? Is that a reason to feel excited? I'm not really sure how you would look at that, but more or less that was the deal. And now, what is that? Oh, the little storm that could. I wish somebody could fly the length of this thing because they're still going with a tornado warning for this thing down near Thomaston. They cut off the what they just updated is they cut off the back half of this, but this is still the tornado warning in effect for Marengo County. Thunder happens without any sort of. I know you'd see the lightning first, but you'd at least think you'd hear a rumble of thunder before you have an immediate strike. There's even a little. Watch this right here. You got these little areas that are popping out. These are going to be the breeze effect out ahead, out in advance. A little gust front. It comes out ahead of each of these. It's kind of hard to believe because I can't imagine having any debris that wasn't soaking wet. It's not like that's going to be insects or anything like that. DGX, the radar out of DGX, is what we were looking at to hit all the sustainability there. Tornado warning down to the south. That's going to expire because they issued a severe thunderstorm warning, and the stuff that's going on into Hattiesburg does continue, and it's kind of worrisome. Raining heavily now, and if there's anything that you do see, it's that there was a ton of energy there in Hattiesburg for all this to be to last for a while. And one little piece of energy went by. Now there's a secondary piece of energy that's popping in across that same area that will be the reason. Yeah. There is a secondary area that's coming in there, and a tornado warning back to the west of Hattiesburg. Definitely that we were looking at. So want to make sure that we were watching that. I think I can get this on the air now to show you. A couple of other things that are now happening. And we got another. Why doesn't that show up? Now it does. Here we go. This is one of those meso discussions that we often talk about. So this is a meso discussion of southeastern Mississippi and southwestern Alabama. So the localized flash flooding is possible where the training and back building is becoming more pronounced. There is a confluent low-level flow that's taking place, which means the winds are somewhat parallel to the front down here. There's not going to be a ton of movement eastward, not as much as you'd like. And so that area of Hattiesburg that we were looking at, not only does there remain a threat of an errant tornado warning, but now you're going to be in those training echoes that have this last a while that aren't going to be good for the whole situation there. Couple of things I can show you that goes along with that. Severe thunderstorm there in Hattiesburg, all that headed on eastward. The Columbia situation there, still a severe thunderstorm warning there too. And let me just show you. Let's look at some of the satellite data here, because that will also back us up with whether or not this stuff is just now beginning to form in some of these regions here, or whether or not it, really what might be going on altogether. Not that. Let's go with the long wave here to begin with and put that into motion. I'm going to go back out to about 50 frames here, if you will, and then put this into motion. So I think we're going to go all the way back to 9 o'clock. Yeah. Give it a second. It's got the hibby-jibbies. And so now we go back to 9 o'clock and beyond. So this is a loop that, again, looking at infrared satellite imagery here. Differences in the cloud, the temperature of the cloud top, and the actual ground temperatures, which give us an indication of cold cloud tops, super cold cloud tops. In this case, I think we're talking about negative 70 and 80 degree cloud tops that are occurring way down here. When this thing gets up to about 50,000 feet, 45 to 50,000 feet, you're encountering temperatures that go down into the negative 60 to 70 degree range at the least. But I think some of these colorations are more like the negative 80 degree marks. I haven't made sure of all those at this point. But the one thing that I do notice is if you go all the way back to 9 o'clock tonight, do you notice that this is kind of a fuel station here, if you will? Not a lot of movement except from the south to the north. And overall, that just pretty much tells us that south to north, this is all just pumping in the same. We call these train echoes. I mean, if you wanted to, you could draw train tracks because coming in from the same direction and moving in the same direction. And it's going to take the actual front to pass on by before the drier air can sneak in behind this thing and get rid of these thunderstorms, which are, this one right here is growing for sure. See the one in Columbia that we're looking at? But that's got the coldest cloud top of the moment that it's had throughout its entirety. These up here as well, those are your stronger thunderstorms where they're occurring on the satellite imagery, which is very much conducive to and congruent with what we're looking at with everything else. This is showing us moisture content. Green being the highest moisture content. Water vapor image is what we're looking at. I backed this up in time just to take a look at some of the new development near Hammond, Louisiana. Look down here near Hammond, and you'll see a little bit of new growth that's taking place. These are new thunderstorms trying to form. This is a little bit of lift coming with the front that makes everything a little bit more unstable, causes the air to ascend and rise, and as a result, you're getting thunderstorms, some of which are of note, and some of which are traveling along the same tracks. It's going to be a potential for really heavy rainfall to occur in all of these areas, and again across the north, putting us all into motion. Tons of moisture still available from Birmingham on eastward. Have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Calhoun County, Talladega County, northern Talladega County. Severe thunderstorm warnings right here out of these two systems because of 60-mile-per-hour winds in both of those counties. Flash flood warning into Birmingham, flash flood warning into Columbus, but that's satellite imagery that we are seeing there that's indicative of the very heavy rainfall that is occurring across most of this area and beyond. That'll be moving very slowly with the whole system as it does drive generally west to east across that region. Right now, high-res reflectivity. It's a big, this is what I call a big honking line. It's, let me even go a little bit higher up into high top. Got a new line of stuff coming in from Sylvania. This is some high wind now. If you live somewhere where the winds are important to you and there's some lightning strikes coming in across Sylvania, it's not over with yet in Valley Head or Fort Payne. This is some higher wind that will be coming in around the system as we go through the next few hours. Looks like to me it's going to take it a while longer. We're sitting here right at 146. I think that probably doesn't arrive for another hour. 45 minutes at least coming down the mountain. And when this air comes down the mountain, we're up on Sand Mountain now with this air. When it comes down the mountain, it's not much of a mountain, but it's enough to where I think the ascending situation there may bring some of this wind that is up there down to the surface a little bit more. So we've got to watch out for high winds coming into the I-59 region. Northern DeKalb County, southern Jackson County, up around Rising Fawn, all the way down to Fort Payne, included into Collinsville, and well down here into the Gadsden, Anniston area too. We'd be looking for those higher winds to occur there, and they may be lasting before they eject on out. Coming to Jacksonville, Alabama, near Jacksonville State University, Highway 9 north-south, going all the way down into Calhoun County. Talladega over there near the National Speedway. International Speedway, we're looking at some heavier rainfall there too. Birmingham radar now, we get a little further down to the south to show you, as all that heads eastward. This is a general rain that's falling across northwestern Alabama at the moment. And you get back down here into Livingston, Demopolis. What did they do? This is now a severe thunderstorm warning. They took away the tornado warning. Finally, it's along Highway 5 and going northeastward. Every once in a while when I stop, it's because I got a tin roof that is above me, and I don't know if you can hear it or not, but it is coming down. And we'll go back to the radar here to take a look at where we had the tornado warnings a little bit earlier. This is Columbia into southern Mississippi. There's still a nutty little thing going on right there. Some high winds south of Loveless, south of Columbia. I know they're watching that. Is there a reason to think this could be something on the ground? Nope. Basically nothing there in the correlation coefficient. Hattiesburg, there's a break now. You get a break from this one in Hattiesburg on 49 to the next storm coming in from the west. You got about a 15-minute time period before this one comes in. If we're moving to the east, I think they said at 40 miles per hour. Let me make sure. In Kokomo and Salem at the moment, wind gust to 60, quarter-size hail, and eastward movement at 50. Now, so it's getting on along there, but 50 miles per hour with the storm coming in from Columbia. 50 miles per hour. If we do a little storm track on the whole situation here, the heart of the storm makes it over here to Hattiesburg at 50 miles per hour. Our calculations tell us that we'll be coming into West Hattiesburg in about 30 minutes. This will be coming back into Hattiesburg 30 minutes from now. West Hattiesburg, Lamar Park, Richburg, Varnado, into Bowie, I think. Got about 100,000 people within that polygon, too, as you get over to western Hattiesburg. So we're looking at about, I think it'll pick up. The rain and precipitation moves back into Hattiesburg here shortly, but then the actual heart of that storm looks like it's a little bit further off, and thus we'll be watching that. Power outages being reported here and there. These are, going to be customers without power. And that's very possible. Lots of damage with a suspected tornado from Jan and back into Hale County. We did see those reports that came in just a little earlier as well. Yeah, so 3 very distinctive areas that we're looking at there that are probably producing off and on high winds in the least, and still have the opportunity for a sporadic tornado warning or two. And heavy rainfall picking up here across I-59. Those high winds that we've been talking about for a while are still just off to the west, but they'll be dipping down into Fort Payne here shortly, coming across the mountain now down from Rainsville. So pretty high winds there that we'll be looking at. If you live somewhere, RV, mobile home, just be aware of what's happening here. Again, this is swiveled off to be a bow segment there that goes down south of Calhoun County, Anniston, Gadsden, Birmingham. Still some high winds there, but the bulk of that I think is over with now for Birmingham. The rainfall, at least the intensity of the rain, letting up in Hoover, in Birmingham. Worst of your weather's coming down to Calera here near the National Weather Service. See the hole right there? That's the National Weather Service down in Calera. That is the area that they blank out because it's too close to the radar. So it's called the cone of silence. There's some people I'd love to put that around. Wouldn't you love to put that around some people from time to time? Somebody you work next to? Highway 5, Oroville, they let that tornado warning go. But I can't imagine if that was a tornado through its entirety, that'd be one of your long track tornadoes. We tracked it a little bit earlier, and it was a tornado warning for about 75 miles at least, I think. I'm estimating. I know for sure it was a tornado warning for 75. It could have been a little bit more than that. So really, our last couple of storms that we're watching are down to the south, in the southeastern part of Mississippi at the moment. Hattiesburg included, Columbia, down to the south near Hammond and Clinton. Those are going to be tornado-warned regions there. The Columbia storm, that little indention there, let's take a look at it. Velocity data indicating it's still wrapped a little bit, but there is a gap in between where we have an inbound and an outbound. There's a gap that shows up right in here. So not tightly packed, not enough to be thinking that that is a tornado, but potentially it is possible. The thing that's over here east of Hattiesburg at the moment is still spinning, but I don't see that as being a imminent threat either at this point. I think that's more or less just going to be what is moving away from the radar site. DGX, the last of the rainfall west of Jackson, Mississippi, is beginning to fall. Finally, the exception is a lone thunderstorm way over here in Monroe, Louisiana at the moment that we're looking at, but I don't think that's anything that's going to be lasting. It's into the dry air. So GWX, sort of the same thing, and I think this is a good time to start showing you METARs, which tell us weather information, and we'll just look at some of the temperatures. First of all, these are actual temperatures being reported from actual stations. They're not estimations, actual temperature reports now that are coming in. And now across the Mississippi River, we got some 40s showing up in and around Memphis, where it was into the 70s not that long ago. We got 40s being reported. Hernando as well as south of Haven, down I-22. Still have the 65 at Tupelo. So this is more of a dew point front that's passing southward. The actual cold front is lagging behind for a little bit longer, and by lagging behind, I mean like we got almost a 60. We got 63 degrees south of Jackson. We got 43, 20-degree temperature fall on the other side of the Mississippi River at the moment. Jonesboro has that 42, 39 just north of Jonesboro. In the meantime, down to the south, we got temperatures still in the 70s in southern Alabama. We got like 70-degree temperatures into Dothan. EOX, the radar there, indicates 60s and 70-degree temperatures all the way down to the south. KMXX showing pretty much the same thing. That's one of the radars we'll start to watch south of Lee County, which tells us we got some of these temperatures into the 60s, where we've been in the 50s all day long today, but 60s. That's going to fall pretty quickly, though, because we have that cold rain occurring and moving in. It's a bit of a lightning uptick over here into the western side of Tuscaloosa, southwestern Tuscaloosa County, but I don't see anything scary. There's a lightning upswing for sure right there in that one small region, which always catches my eye first off. It's the lightning initialization or genesis. And so those are actual temperatures. Those are not dew points. And when we were talking earlier in the day today, I told you my dew point threshold, if you will, says that dew points, when they get into the 63, 64 degree range, is where I really get concerned about the probability or possibility of severe weather. Those 60s, that actual temperature, Jasper southward, it looks like really. Even Birmingham is down to a 61 dew point. Alabaster, 63 to Tuscaloosa. Dew point temperature there still. That looks pretty ominous. So we got 60, 63 at Alexander City. There's a new tornado warning, but it's taking its time about filling in. Is this tornado warned now? Hattiesburg. We might have a tornado warning now for Hattiesburg. What's going on? I think this is going to be tornado warned. That Columbia thing. This will be a new tornado warning coming into Hattiesburg. Hold on one sec. There is a tornado warning now for Hattiesburg, Mississippi, that please, I wish you'd come across. New tornado warning that also includes Selma, Alabama, but I wanted this thing to fill in first. I'm sitting here waiting. I think that is a tornado warning for Hattiesburg, Mississippi, that should be arriving momentarily. There it is. So this is tornado warning now. Brand new tornado warning here for the next 50 minutes, we'll say, for just south of Hattiesburg. It's going to be Marion County and Lamar County. Marion and Lamar, we have both of those counties in Alabama as well. Tornado being reported. It is an observed tornado warning near Pickwick or near Columbia. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour. This is a confirmed tornado. And it's in that line that we were talking about earlier that could be coming into one of the more populated areas in and around Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And there it is. So it's confirmed because of this. Again, we've talked about this off and on over the past couple of hours. The confirmation comes from several different ways: visibility, or this, which is a debris signature near Shira or Jamestown, Edna area. I believe this is the debris coming up from your tornado warning right there, just east of 35 and south and west of County Road 13 near Edna in Mississippi. A tornado warning. And I hope that you are aware of what is happening here, because it is late. It's now 2 o'clock in the morning, and there is a tornado warning coming in with this system. Is it way up here? I don't know. Can you hear the heavy rainfall? It's actually east of where I first pointed out. It's going to be near this Edna area here, where we have the strong inbound and the outbound associated with the hole. So pretty much what we're looking at there across the entire area is what we've been watching here for quite a while, move from west to east across both of those areas. And that is a tornado warning south of Columbia, confirmed. And I think they're saying it's confirmed because we've got that the correlation coefficient that we've been looking at, and that is some sort of debris that is aloft just to the southwest of County Road 13 near the town of Hub, community of Hub. That is debris that is aloft, telling us that this thing has touched down at some point, and it has caused the debris aloft to be seen by the radar. It's now 2 a.m. Central Time, so that is a tornado warned area there. Back into a large thunderstorm that's sitting off to the east of Hattiesburg 2 near Chatham, Alabama. And then the tornado warning I was telling you about, which is the same storm, by the way, that there was the long track storm that we started following long ago coming across Laurel, Mississippi, is now a tornado warned storm. Again, this is going to be from the folks at BMX reporting a tornado associated with this thing as it moves on northeastward. Long track, you betcha. I think they dropped the tornado warning only because it was a little bit out of range there, but strong rotation once again just outside of Oroville. And moving northeastward, here's your rotation marks that we're looking at. Very clear to see exactly where that tornado is going to be. And so you should be looking at this very, very closely. Please, Jeffrey, don't do that. Don't do that at all. If you are truly worried about what's happening there, you want to make sure you do exactly what you're doing, is to keep information, begin a safe place. I'm going to go through these very, very quickly. Always make sure that you have something to cover your head with. If you don't have a basement, make sure you go to the interior part of your house, away from any windows. You don't want to be seen looking at the window and being hurt by something that's flying. It's flying debris that hurts somebody. It's not really that a house came along and hit them. It's flying debris. Now we have 3 tornado warnings, including the one up here in Alabama. That's tornado warned as well. This is near Selma, Alabama, just to the west. It's along the Alabama River, actually. South of Thomaston there, south and east of Thomaston. And then you got the storm of the moment over here coming into Hattiesburg from the southwestern side. So there's a tornado warning on the south side of Hattiesburg. Could be a continuation, though, that would get it over into the city here, the rest of the city very shortly. Strong inbound and outbound associated with it, and a likely tornado right about there, south and east of Columbia. Reason to believe this is a tornado? My reasoning is there is a correlation coefficient debris signature south of Edna. This is some kind of material that is aloft. I don't know if it's actually going to be the top of a tree, if it's going to be something structural. It is moving, so I feel pretty sure that is our correlation coefficient, or what we call a CC drop. The other storm at the moment that we're looking at has a tornado warning associated with it as well. This is going to be down to the south near Denham Springs. A tornado warning has been issued here from the National Weather Service once again, indicating a tornado is likely near northeastern Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana. That's going to go until 2:30 this morning, 11 miles to the northeast of Denham Springs. It's moving east at about 50. A tornado and quarter-size hail is very likely with this situation just to the west of Hammond, Louisiana. And as everything else is, it's moving eastward at a fairly decent pace. And a single-cell, supercell thunderstorm that would be moving into the I-55 corridor within the next 30 minutes, coming in, working its way from the west to the east across both of these locations just outside of Denham Springs into Independence here before too long. Several other thunderstorms of note that are off to the north, but nothing that really looks like it's going to be a situation of concern. Columbia, right here along Highway 98 that goes north-south, kind of looking at that and developing with a new thunderstorm here that basically we'd be looking at and causing some sort of a situation where we would once again end up having a likely tornado that would move along the line. Now, this image is a little bit different and looks a little bit more encouraging. There's still an inbound and an outbound, although it is much more linear than it was before. By linear, I mean straight up and down, but there is still a smaller, distinctive inbound and outbound with a couple of lightning strikes near Edna and headed southeastward. We just got a brand new radar image at 2:03, so it did update. I don't know about this. This is near Enon or Anon. I don't know if that's actually going to be a tornado trying to form there, but it does. It looks kind of odd to me. There's a lot of lightning strikes that are occurring there. So the tornado warning still intact. This is an observed tornado a few moments ago. Whether or not it is still in that category, I'm not positive. But just to read it off to you, Jackson's issued a tornado warning for Lamar County in southeastern Mississippi and Marion County, with a tornado reported near the town of Pickwick at 1:55, 10 minutes ago, or near Columbia. It's moving east at 45, so it is not where it was 10 minutes ago. We're actually making our way. That's 4.5 miles per 10 minutes that it is moving. So it's been 10 minutes. It's 4.5 miles further to the east than it was before. So, kind of really just pay attention to the whole, the polygon there, if you will. Pay attention to that instead of one specific point. Pay attention to the polygon. Southward back into this area around Livingston. This will be coming in from the west, moving northeastward. Yes, I believe that there's a possible tornado there. Not going to downplay that at all. It's a very sharp inbound and outbound. A couplet-to-couplet sort of a situation that's occurring there with that tornado warning. Goes for the next 25 minutes, and this is for a parish in Louisiana. Livingston Parish. You're underneath the tornado warning with a storm near Livingston or northeast of Denham Springs. It is moving east at about 50 miles per hour. Breaks up a little bit there in that last scan that just went on by. So we got that going on at the moment. Let's see. This is a continuation. It's the Arnold Line Purvis area, so that is a continuation of the tornado warning and an observed tag that goes along with that. And then you get back down here to the south near Oroville. That's their other tornado coming into the Selma region. That's a 30 more minute tag, I think. Oroville. So where's the tornado? Probably right about there. Why do you think there's a tornado there? The Weather Service looks at that. There's a bunch of cluster of what may be debris aloft near 5 Points, Oroville, or the Whites Bluff region there in Selma. Let me catch my breath here for just one moment. While I do that, let me make sure that you can still see. I don't want to be stagnant here. The warnings that we currently have are lined up. If you look at them, Mobile's probably not going to do it justice. Well, yeah, it does. I'm going to put that into motion. Let me do this. I don't feel my behind. I didn't want to cough as my first cough, but that could be contagious. I think I just heard the last of the heavy rain. Did I just hear that go across North Alabama? Yes. So that's good news. And that wind wasn't a ton as it came over the interstate there. I'm not really sure what it was, but I'll tell you. Says 8, but it was more than that. So we got the 59-degree reading there with a thunderstorm reported out of that MEDAR station. If I'm going to give you all of that information, that's what that would be showing. Over here into Oxford, Alabama, we still got the same. We got a 64 over a 62. There was a gust of 25 there, as you saw just a few moments ago. This thing down here into Selma is about to cross over this METAR site. It's at KSEM. I believe that is going to be an airport there into the area where we have a wind coming in out of the south. The red arrow, the red mark on the bottom is showing you the direction the wind is coming from. Not going toward, but it's coming from that direction. So southwesterly wind at 15, gusting to 22 miles per hour. 15 gusting to 22. KSEM right there, they got 73 degrees reported over a 72 degree dew point temperature. GWX showing you the back edge of the stuff is still well over here into Alabama. It is now drying out into Columbus, Mississippi. It's drying out in places like Tupelo, down to Grenada, into the Winona area of Mississippi. The heaviest rainfall is still showing up here along I-20 and all points to the east. Still have a 70-degree reading into Meridian, 73 over 70 with some gusts showing up there from time to time. And you get back into our tornado warnings down to the south here, two of them. Let's just go quickly here to the Selma storm to take a look at that. That's near the town of Cahaba, where we have the threat of a tornado there associated with this thing. That goes for, what was it going to be, another 36 minutes. So a tornado warning near Orville, moving northward and eastward. We look at the velocity data telling us there's still a very tightly packed inbound and outbound mark that shows up with that. We can go to correlation coefficient, which, yeah, there's debris there. It's very broad debris. It's not like showing up as being one small thing. It's showing up as being quite a bit of stuff. So there's going to be all kinds of debris and not really one thing, I don't think, one thing specifically that I can point out and go, that's going to be something structural. Southwest we go into the thunderstorms south of Waynesboro. This is 45 that goes north-south along the eastern edge of Mississippi out of Waynesboro. Back into our other tornado, and it still has an observed tag. Southeastern Marion and Lamar counties at 2:05, 5 minutes ago. They wrote this out as still as a confirmed tornado near Pine Bur, or 9 miles to the south and east of Columbia, moving east at about 40. Pine Bur, 9 miles to the southeast of Columbia, moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. A confirmed tornado. Why? Here we'll look at it. We'll look at the radar data. First of all, you see where you think the tornado might be. Velocity data goes ahead and checks that out. Although, my better news is not what it was. So looking much better. If there's a tornado, I think it'd be up in there. If there's any kind of confirmation, yeah, it happens to be underneath my circle. And that's a tough call. You got three things that kind of line up, but that's not really a very strong correlation coefficient. There's a donut right there. What's that all about? Nothing. It's just an artifact. There's a couple of donuts there. Hackley, south and east of Tylertown, got some stuff going on there. In fact, yeah, it's trying to tighten up a little bit. A lot of lightning that's showing up right on the border there. Just north of Bogalusa, it looks like, and back into our tornado warning as well. That's moving on to the east near Georgeville. This is County Road 42 that goes west-east out of Friendship. A tornado warning here also for the next 18 minutes. This was our parish down here in Louisiana, northeastern Livingston Parish. That's going to go till 2:30 this morning. Denham Springs moving east at about 50 miles per hour. A tornado and quarter-sized hail is what we'd be showing you there. Denham Springs. What was our speed? I think I said this was going to be moving off to the east at 50, so yes, that's what we'll be looking at there with that whole situation. 50 miles per hour. If we head on to the east, we'll do a little storm track there in this general direction at 50 miles per hour. We'll calculate that and show you. There isn't a whole lot of stuff here. Starnes is the only thing upstream in the path of this thing as far as a town center goes. And it's 13 minutes before it actually gets there into this small, that's that white dot that you see there. Starnes is the small community that we're looking at being covered there. So this is out in a very, in an area that really doesn't have a whole lot of population. So at least into what we're looking at here at the moment, that is pretty good news overall, that it's out in an unpopulated area. What is very populated as you get closer and closer to Hattiesburg. The good news is that I don't think this has the same sort of deal. Livingston Parish, what are you doing here? Livingston Parish, Louisiana. They cut the back half of this off. Yeah, that's the thing we just did. All they really did is cut the back half of this off. And so now they're saying that this is our tornado right there. And they just updated this, and all this is ixnayed. That is no longer. So there's still a tornado warning there, by the way, but it's just now further to the east. And it's going to be not far away from one of my favorite places, Tickfaw, there just outside of I-55 in Hammond, Louisiana. Tornado warning right there. I don't see anything that looks... I don't see anything that looks like a tornado there any longer. That's my opinion. Nothing. This all looks very straight line to me south of Hattiesburg. So I'm not really sure what they're going to do with that warning. How much longer does it have? It has 30 more minutes in that warning. Unless they get something else, they're either going to cancel that or allow it to expire. But I know weather radios are going off in Hattiesburg for a bunch of people down there in that region. You can see from the MEDAR site there, they got 71 over 70. It's super thick. A little north wind at the moment. I don't think that's accurate, but it says 9 miles per hour. I think that's still going to be a southerly wind there. And if we're talking about storms of the moment, tornado warnings of the moment, this has 30 more minutes left over to our tornado warning down to the south. It could be our biggest long track tornado of the day, because I think this thing, I know the cell is the same cell that came out of Laurel, Mississippi. Many of you were probably with me earlier in the day when we were talking about this thing, which was not yet a tornado warn system, but was looking more and more like it. And you with me as we were analyzing this, you could sort of see what I was looking at, and the possibility of a tornado was there for quite a while before they actually issued the tornado warning. But I think at this point, this is the longest track that I've seen throughout the entire day today. And if you just sort of do a distance measurement on it, and I hope I can, I think it started somewhere in here, and now it's way over here. That's 150 miles of a cell. Whether or not it was I'm not saying that it was on the ground for 150 miles. That's truly unlikely to be near record levels, but we've had a tornado warning almost the entirety of that track, that cell. And if there was one cell that tried all day long or all evening long, it was going to be that one when it was well back to the west. We've almost followed this thing for 150 miles now with a tornado warning associated with it. So it came out of the office of Slidell, New Orleans, Louisiana. They moved into Mobile for a while, now into the BMX Birmingham area. They're issuing for it. It's been a continuation for a long, long time of a tornado warning. You see they chopped it down just a little bit there. If you look at the velocity that goes along with it, it's very broad now. It's not gate-to-gate kind of shear. It is very much so elongated, and the whole thing is spinning pretty much. Aloft, that's going to be some super high wind, but again, that's going to be at loft. That's not going to be down at the surface. Severe thunderstorm warning. Is that Randolph? Let's see. This is going to be moving on to the east. This is going to be for Randolph County, northern Randolph, Cleburne County, northeastern Clay County. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Those are the high winds that are shifting off east. We're going through Edwardsville, I-20 just south of Heflin, Alabama. They'll be moving over to the western side of Georgia here very shortly, into Carrollton, Villarica, the Mount Zion region just south of I-20. And go pretty quickly off to the east. We're looking at Lineville, Ashland, over to Sylacauga. We got a 64-degree reading in Sylacauga, 65 at the moment. Dew point's down to 64 degrees with an overcast sky. We got a 14-mile-per-hour wind, but gusting up to 23 from time to time there into Sylacauga, and then stretching well down to the southwest as a line of thunderstorms. Check this thing out. Very long, elongated sort of thing that goes to a vortex center, a bookend, if you will, right up in here, and then elongates this way. So the model did very well with this, depicting this as it was going to happen. I think pretty much has been on spot. These were dew point conditions, and now we got a 39-degree dew point way over here into Memphis. We've still got 60s, though. Here at the GWX radar, we got 63 over 63 with light drizzle. Huge dew point front that's coming through here at the moment across western sections of Tennessee. That'll be moving on southeastward and moving along the entirety of the line. Look how little bitty thing here, but is it worthy? Are you worthy of having 11 more minutes left on your tornado warning? Yes, I am. You know, it's spinning. Definitely spinning. Is there anything correlation coefficient wise? Maybe not. I don't know if they're going to pull the trigger on that again or not. It's north of Genesee, near Tickfaw, Independence. Small warning box there. This looks kind of odd to me. All that lightning near State Line and Flowers. Whether or not we got a tornado warning there coming or not. A little bit inbound and outbound, but it's not screaming to me at the moment. This thing up here near Hattiesburg looks 10 times better than it did a little bit earlier. They still had 25 minutes in that tornado warning, which they still call observed. Did they do an update? 2:05. So that's 15 minutes ago, where it was near Pine Burr, and it's no longer near Pine Burr because it was quite a while back. There's Pine Burr. That's when it was there. But look how far to the east it has traveled. If there's any semblance of a tornado there, you know, probably near that Pine Grove area. Give me a second because it's actually going to take me a minute to turn right and look at comments. Yeah, it's not really related. I don't know why. They're not related. They're not related at all. So, good call there. He's an admin too, but I'm gonna let it go. What else we got? The wind sounds crazy here in southwestern Virginia. Yes, and it will. Definitely will. Southwestern Virginia. All right, we can do that. We can definitely do that. MRMS. So it's rain. It's just all rainfall here, and I don't even see heavy rain for you there in Virginia. You're not going to see anything as far as severe weather goes. This is all really, really just down here across the southern United States. But this is all rainfall. Roanoke, Lynchburg. Most of it is light. None of this is coming your way. There's no risk. There's been none of this. None of the big stuff is coming your way at all. So just to make that clear, a couple of thunderstorms it looks like over to Kentucky. But all this stuff in Virginia, West Virginia, is just rain coming. And that'll be moving from west to east. Probably the furthest north any of this instability gets. Has my hat been that crooked all night? Any of this stuff that's down to the south here is going to be diving southeastward. It is not going to be coming northward at all. So don't look for that to be the case. That's actually just going to be rain that'll be moving on to the east. You'll see a wind shift, and really during the day tomorrow you'll start to see the temperatures falling off. But that's your weather effect there. I just wanted to show you the radar. I'll put it into motion for you too to show you. I'm not sure where you're talking about getting that information. Southwestern Virginia. Southwestern Virginia, not Roanoke. I don't know exactly where you're talking about, but all of this area is just rainfall. Some of it heavy from time to time. I don't think anything out of the ordinary. And it's moving so swiftly, it's going to come and go there. It's this stuff down here to the south where the intensity is so high. The rainfall is coming down so quickly that we're not really going to see a chance to allow any of that to actually move through our creeks and tributaries and into our rivers. We've got tons of rivers in Alabama, so eventually it's going to go to one of the main rivers, but creeks and streams and all with this kind of a rate are going to be affected for the next several hours. Local radar shows the linear thing moving, again, 30 frames. I'm going to go about an hour back and put this into motion. Now clearing out of Anniston, this is Calhoun County over here in eastern Alabama. The Randolph County severe thunderstorm warning is being chopped off as we speak. Still have some high winds coming in across southern sections of Shelby County, down into Clanton, Chilton County. You're still seeing some of that down to Utah as well. Tornado warning down to the south. The long-term tornado that we've had down there for a while remains. And it still, at this moment, is indicating some spin, some rotation right there on the south side near Mount Nebo. I've heard of it, never been there. The airport here at Selma, though, is reporting 72 degrees over 72 with a 10-mile-per-hour wind, but gusting up to 21 from time to time. And your base cover there is at right at 1,700 feet. We got the cloud base. Not a pretty sight there if you had to be flying, but that's the tornado warning. How much longer does that go? 20 more minutes there. 20 more minutes. Coming out of Marengo County a little bit earlier now. Working our way into central Dallas County. Marengo was down to the southwest. This is now Dallas County and coming across the roadway there just south of Selma. Down to the south, severe thunderstorm warnings are now in abundance down south of Chatham. Looking at several areas here of severe thunderstorm warnings due to 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater in some locations. Little bit of rotation here and there, but most of that seems to be straight line or linear. Got a little kink right there in this thing showing up well down to the south near Olivera or the Knobtown area. Love it. Knobtown. I'd love to be on Price is Right. And they say, where are you from? And I could say, I'm from Knobtown, Mississippi. Wouldn't that be, I'm going to say this slowly. This is a buck of tuna. Just outside of Carson City and the Recton area. The tornado warning has been updated to 20. So 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago, severe thunderstorm still capable of producing a tornado is over Pine Ridge. They're not saying it is observed any longer. They say it's still capable of producing a tornado. 9 miles to the south and west of West Hattiesburg, within 10 miles of the city limits of Hattiesburg. So I know your sirens are probably going off in some of those areas. They're moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. A scary situation, I know. For you, especially if you've heard everything that's been going on during the day today, and now you got sirens going off. But the good news here that I can tell you about is that this isn't the same storm that it was a while ago. There's some high winds here, but I don't see winds that are coming congruently together that are gate to gate, pixel to pixel, kind of a tornado south and west of Hattiesburg. But I know the feeling when you got tornado sirens going off, your weather radio keeps going off. You need to get one of those radios. They're called SAME radios that go off for just your county and the ones that are downstream of you to keep you from waking up for one that's 100 miles away, a county that's 100 miles away, unless you want that sort of thing. That's, I do because it's my job, but I don't think many other people do. Is this thing still on? That's what I want to say. We still have 3 more minutes in this tornado warning. This tiny little thing, it's not there anymore, folks. But instead of canceling it, I think they're going to let that go ahead and expire. There's only 3 more minutes in that tornado warning down there. I know somebody asked me that it was near Denham Springs. It has now passed through Denham Springs, although there is another storm that is in Denham Springs that, I see, it's reflectivity velocity data. Nah, there's nothing there. Looks a little weird on the actual just radar reflectivity, but there's nothing there that is spinning or rotating. Tornado warning continues until 2:45. That's going to be into Tyler, Alabama. I think that's right along the Alabama River, is it? Still down here near Selma is the lone tornado warning that remains here in the radar. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it near Casey. That's right there on US 80 near Casey with velocity and everything else that matches up with our donut. Correlation coefficient a little. Pretty good way away from pretty good way away from the radar site here still. BMX. I don't know. It went just due south of the airport there when it did. 73 over 72, 10 miles per hour, gusting to 21. That was about 15 minutes ago at 2:15. I think that'll update here within the next few moments. The METAR site will update with some new information, but still remaining our tornado warning there down to the south. The small polygon, if you will, but big punch to this storm. Dallas County, central Dallas County, with a storm located near Tyler, responsible for the likelihood of a tornado near Selmont or West Selmont, moving to the east at about 45. An eastward movement at 45. If we do a storm track on this, the eastward movement at 45 says, if we're headed in this direction here at 45, we'll calculate that and look at our little area here. Our impact times are Casey in about 4 minutes, and Tyler in about 9 minutes, Edson's in about 17 minutes, near the town of Peace at about 19 to 20 minutes away from here. And they did issue a new tornado warning east of there now in anticipation. Now we're talking about prognostication, forecasting. So they're looking ahead and saying, okay, we'll go ahead and issue a new tornado warning, because if there's a tornado, it's going to be back here near the town of Casey. But upstream are these areas that we were looking at, so the possibility of a tornado there as well. So they reissued the tornado warning that goes all the way over to I-65 basically and beyond. So pretty much what we are looking at across both of those areas as well. So got to be concerned about that. So coming northeastward, we got 65. Where is this at? K189. I'm not really sure what town that is going to be, but this is a local METAR site, which is going to be an airport there, I think, K189. This is going to be not an airport. Yeah, it is. That's that airport. Stop it. Manual flight rules apply. Something's wrong with the actual anemometer there. Back to reflectivity. So there is your donut hole. At the moment, I don't feel the lower half of my body. Let me do this real quick. And I'm going to mention this again. Somebody mentioned this a little bit earlier. I got a migraine headache. Is it because of this storm? Could be. A lot of times they're associated with barometric pressure drops, and we've certainly had our fair share of those during the day today, the barometer falling. Anytime you come up with a cold front, then you're talking about the barometer that would be making its way, falling rapidly out ahead of a cold front, falling rapidly there, and then rising very rapidly the minute the cold front goes through. So instead of having a steady barometer, which your brain and all your extremities might get used to, the rapidly falling or rising barometer can cause body aches and pains. I'm autoimmune myself, and so I have arthritis. My hands are kind of weird from time to time when we get these sort of situations. So I'm not above any of that, and I'm talking about what I know because it's sort of been my life for years. I think I have a small advantage over some of the other weather people because I can feel stuff coming well in advance and feel it well after it's gone. And in this situation, it could also give you migraine headaches. You can have that being as a result of, the liquid, the water content inside of your body is really just an internal barometer, because we're made of so much liquid that the pressure, the barometric pressure, the actual weight of the atmosphere weighing down on you as such New tornado warning. This was the old storm that was over there in Hattiesburg. They went ahead and issued a tornado warning for this South Chatham. This is going to be on Highway 17 or 45 that goes from the west to the east, just outside of Buckatuna, which is my second favorite place of the day today, Buckatuna. And that is a tornado warning storm down there for the next 42 minutes. The National Weather Service continues a tornado warning. Looks like it to me coming across the border there. Actually, this is going to be Mobile. If they got a hold of this thing, this is going to be out of the weather office in Mobile. Tornado warning, Central Washington and Greene counties. You are underneath a tornado warning with this storm as it goes west to east and comes across the border. Tyler's still under that tornado warning there as well. What did they just do with that? Until 2:45. And that's only got another 10 minutes in that storm. But this is the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Fruitdale, or about 14 miles to the north and east of Lakesville. Tornado quarter-size hail out of that thing. And this is like a pretty big storm to me, actually, velocity data. Kind of broad, but if there's going to be a tornado, it's probably here in the Fruitdale area, right about there, headed off to the east near Tibby. That's over there into Tibby. Escataba's down to the south. Been there. What do we got? Tornado warning right there into the area. Strong thunderstorm moving from the west to the east. Going to be producing some super heavy rainfall. Besides all the other things that we do see, there's a big drop here. This is a big drop. This is a CC drop. I got maybe two of them. And once again, when I see these sort of things, I have to put them in motion to find out if it's actually an anomaly or if it's just an artifact that shows up. So there seems to be some debris up here along 45, but it doesn't match up with the radar, does it? No. So we're going to let that fall. The reflectivity here at 2:32, so 3 minutes ago, reflectivity tells me our notch is right here. The tornado would be somewhere in there, according to reflectivity. How about according to the inbound and the outbound? There it is. Yeah, I think that's a possibility for sure. And with this correlation coefficient to go along with it, I think that is a sincere correlation coefficient, meaning debris is aloft. So did they call this observed? They did. And that is because it's radar confirmed. Radar confirmed. Damaging tornado, quarter-size hail being reported there near Tibby at about 250, McIntosh at about 310, into the Waggerville area right there at about 315, going eastward at, what was the speed again? And we'll do a little thing here. Speed is east at 35, a little bit slower than everything else. We've had 40s, we've had 50s, but this is 35. So we'll take this storm to a very quick track and draw. 35 miles per hour, and calculate that and look at some of these areas where we have estimated times of arrival into Fruitdale. That'll be in a few moments. Over to Tibby in 19 minutes, 20 minutes. Uniform in about 20 minutes. Seaboard right about 24. Hawthorne, McIntosh, Waggerville in about 42 minutes. Even goes all the way out to Prestwick, which is about almost an hour's worth of time there before that thing actually moves in. You did see the population there. It says a population of about 400 people, which is a rural area. I mean, you're talking about acres and acres and miles of property there. And that is our new tornado warning. Stop it. That's been the hardest thing for me to learn all night, hasn't it? The tornado warning back here again has 8 more minutes. They went ahead and let that thing go. When did they last update that? 17 minutes ago it was updated, and so I don't want to read what they're saying. But the good news is that doesn't look like what it did earlier. That is really, it's going to be some high wind coming into the southern part of Hattiesburg, but it doesn't look like the same thing. It's not rotating. And by the way, 90% sure I can give you the all clear now in Hattiesburg, as it looks like the worst of that certainly has gone through. There's some other thunders or showers. I see a little bit of lightning up here. But the bulk of the precip, and I need to pass that information along. There's the other tornado one. They went southward. Hold on a sec. we looked at this earlier. If you remember, we looked at this. It was over in the state line. Remember, we talked about that. So we did look at this, and then we look at the velocity data. Yeah, we've all seen larger couplets than this, or more succinct couplets than this during the day today. But that's going to be tornado warning there. Just to the north of the border, that's Lumberton. They put a long extension on this of 52 minutes. We'll read it off. This is a tornado warning, radar indicated, they're saying. So it's confirmation with a tornado warning here near Sandy Hook, moving to the east at about 35 miles an hour. That was at 2:36, 3 minutes ago. So that's very recently. What's happening? Oh, I see what they did. Do you see what they did? They had a box here and they extended it southward. I'm a tad confused. I think they came back in. Why did they do that? 50 and 50. Are these two different offices of Slidell? No, they got to be both out of Slidell. No, they don't. That's why. Okay. Makes more sense to me now. National Weather Service out of Jackson issued this for Marion and Lamar County in Mississippi. It goes till 3:30. So they issued this radar indicated tornado near Sandy Hook. Right on the heels of that, the National Weather Service out of Slidell, the adjacent county, issued their own tornado warning down here. So this is Slidell, New Orleans, Louisiana, issuing a Pearl River County tornado warning for southern Mississippi. So this is the handover between two weather offices. We haven't run into that during the day today until now, but that's, if they could have, they would have issued this as one tornado warning, but each office has to do that separately. They would have loved to have said this is just the one box that we're looking at. So they just added the county, and we just haven't seen that actually happen during the day today yet, but it undoubtedly is going to happen. The actual thing that has caused the tornado warning, though, is well up here, a little bit further off to the north. So this is the twin area where the actual tornado would be. This is all wind down to the south coming into Pearl River County on the south side. That is all wind, as is this coming into the south side of Hattiesburg. There's reason to have a severe thunderstorm warning there, not so much a tornado warning any longer. They're going to allow that to expire, I believe. Up into Hattiesburg, how are we talking about you haven't really been touched during the day today? That's left over a lot of energy that was liable to be released all at one time. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen, and that actually happened within the last hour and a half, with another 1 to 3 possible into the warned area. I think that's a little overdone, because all you really got is the rest of this stuff going on up here. That's not 1 to 3 that's coming southward. And this is ending from the west and to the east. How many wrong buttons did I hit just then? Can I do it now? Yes. See, this is, it's not going to return into Hattiesburg. I think it's all south of there. No, is it? Some of it might come back. But if I think they're probably moreover really talking about anything south of this line, an additional 1 to 3 I can certainly see, but I don't think north of there. So we're really gonna say one tornado polygon is valid, and that's this thing, and it's not much. So this one to the north is probably not valid. This one is. We got 47 more minutes on this for Marion and Lamar counties. Marion and Lamar counties, you're still underneath a tornado warning. The most epic thing that's gone on during the day today, let me talk about this first. This is not a pretty sight. I think this is still going to be a large tornado near the town of Tibby on Highway 17. Everything there looks like it's a continuation of a tornado. Is that going to be debris in Tibby? This is definitely debris aloft. One of the stronger signatures of the day today of having debris aloft. It's very concentrated. This is going to be something large, I think. This is definitely one of those things that we're looking at here for the moment. So watching that super closely, and we'll just do that as that goes eastward, because I think that is a real genuine tornado that's occurring there. We've been watching this now for about, how many miles have we been watching this thing come out of Mississippi? Still moving northeastward. Little bit of a debris, not a lot, but a little bit of a debris signature showing up there. Still a little bounded weak echo area there as well. Broad center. I know this looks like a lot. There's some high winds indicated in the side of this. But it doesn't match up very well with anything aloft just yet. But that's coming into Otagoville, Alabama from the southwestern side. How fast are they saying this thing is moving? Going to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So this is it's really a severe thunderstorm with a tornado attached to it. Tornado radar indicated near Mulberry, about 14 miles to the east of Selmont, moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Just to the south of Otagoville and moving eastward. Reflectivity shows you got a little dry area there, and the possibility of a tornado would be associated with that. Does it match up well with velocity? Velocity is high here. Couplet to couplet, I don't really see. It is a very broad rotating storm here at the moment. Very easy to see that. Nonetheless, tornado warned region that we'd be looking at, and whether or not it's actually on the ground of this, I don't have confirmation, but we do see some evidence of something that is aloft here at the moment, and definitely want to be watching out for that. That's moving into the area there that's just outside of a couple of these METAR sites. We got 60, and the air is volatile here. I mean, the air is ready to rise and do so pretty rapidly, and there's your reflectivity showing you that storm. This is that one lone storm that, again, we can trace all the way back to Laurel, Mississippi. It is that cell. And during the day, I'll be able to, during the day tomorrow, I'm going to go back and look at the archive. That's the other thing you can do with Radar Omega. You can go back, look at archived information, which goes way, way back. Archive information. You can go back, I don't know, years maybe. I'm not really sure about that, but you have to be a member of the club. Uniontown. And then the whole mess is going southeast. We got two cells still operating with a third one into southern Mississippi. So we do have the 3 tornado warning still very active here into Washington County into Alabama. That is an observed tornado tag that goes along with that. Washington, which is our storm that is just off to the west of Montgomery, Otaga, Lowndes County into Alabama. We got tornado warnings there. That's the Montgomery, excuse me. Then Lamar, Mississippi. We've got Pearl River, Mississippi. And the other polygons are really one and the same. We talked about that, what was the situation there. So just outside of Montgomery now, I know the sirens are probably going off here in Montgomery. Large population center. And if we do a little thing here, 45 miles per hour off to the north and to the east, we'll look at our storm track situation and do that. We'll do a compilation and go all the way over here to Millbrook at 45. And so these are some of the towns that will be affected. Peace in about 5 minutes, into Otagoville in about 15 minutes, or maybe shorter. It's just south of Otagoville. I think that's going to fill in the next 5 minutes. But Booth at about 22 minutes, into the Washington Hill region in about 30 minutes. Prattville, very largely populated area there in Prattville, Alabama. Dosterville over to Faye's, Millbrook, and the Deatsville area, with a population within our polygon, the one that I drew, the blue one, population of 53,000, according to the last consensus, if you go right into the middle of that whole thing. So it's a strong thunderstorm, possible tornado, just to the west of Montgomery, Alabama, that is moving on to the east. This whole big honking line that we've been talking about, too, that thing is lined up from now all the way over here just to the west of Sandy Springs, Georgia, that goes like this and down to the south. This is a huge area of 1 to 3 inches per hour precipitation that is coming down. Some of these high winds are still noted with the thing. I mean, if you look at the velocity data, winds can be in excess of 45 or 50 with some gusts up to 60 quite possible in these same areas. So a very dangerous situation there also. And then the other storms get a little bit more rural the further south that you go, along with this thing, which was looking big and bad. In fact, they just put a PDS tag to this. A large, extremely dangerous tornado. This is the third time today we've had a PDS tornado warning. So this is definitely a pretty good deal here overall that we're watching with the PDS. Take cover immediately now with a dangerous tornado. It is radar confirmed. We were all over it there, so it didn't surprise anybody. And as you look at it right now, the latest we can tell you is that it's ugly south of Chatham and moving eastward. This is coming right across Highway 45, moving into County 17 that goes northward just outside of Tibby as it crosses over Highway 17, Tibby. And the velocity data is there, the reflectivity is there, and the correlation coefficient is there, indicating to us where we have debris moving across this region. This is a debris signature, maybe one of the stronger ones that we've seen of the day, that I had no doubt was going to be tornado debris that was aloft. You can follow it very easily and quickly here, along with the radar as I loop it in motion. There's your debris signature. My goodness, this is, and when it gets like this, when you get a tightly, a circle, a tight area, I know that it's something, and it could be a structure when you start talking about this sort of a thing. So that is a particularly dangerous situation. Is there another kind, really? When you think about it, is there a tornado warning that's not dangerous? And they're really just saying this is more than what they're saying is there's high confidence that this thing is on the ground and it is causing damage, and you should pay extra. It's not a situation where you go, I've been in a tornado warning before. Like a lot of people do hurricanes. I've been in a hurricane before. What they're telling you is this is a particularly dangerous situation because there's high confidence. 100% confidence this thing was on the ground and moving through this region. Kind of a cluster there with the, what is a marker, but I think there's your tornado coming across Highway 17, just a few miles north of Tibby. Right about there. And we're going in that direction. Again, a very rural portion of southwestern Alabama, but not unpopulated, so anybody here, we're very concerned about anybody who might live into this area. It's embedded within a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, that came out of western Mississippi. We'll get back to our other tornado warnings down here in southern Mississippi, too. We're not ever going to forget about anybody, but it's Pearl River County. You're underneath the tornado warning radar indicated with a possible tornado that shows up right there on the county line. Broad, very broad rotation. The exception might be right here near Baxterville and Fanning on County Road 13, maybe. I started to say 12, then I thought 15, and I squinted, and it turned out to be 13, I believe. Tons of lightning there. I mean, everything that you would think would be considered with a tornado warning. South of Bogalusa, we got a lot of lightning that's occurring, but that doesn't look like a tornado. Bunch of lightning. South of Isabel, what's happening here? It's very broad. Got a little punch of energy coming in on the southwestern side here. That's going to be a downdraft that's rapidly moving south of Bogalusa near Chinkopin, actually coming in on the southwestern side, surging southeastwardly. That's a little downdraft there too. So nothing really going on behind this whole system here overall. And we'll get back. We're just going to keep going from north to south. We'll go back up here to our storm that we're looking at coming into the western side of Otagoville. This is near when would they update this? 3:15 until 3:15 at 2:40 something. So 10 minutes ago, still talking about a tornado near Mulberry, 14 miles to the east of Selmont. No, it's not. Now it's about 9 miles. 9 miles away, and we look at the radar that once again tells us there's some spin there. There's some spin there. There's still some correlation coefficient, but it's messed up. I don't see anything that makes me think, yeah, that's it's broad. See how broad it is? I mean, if that is a tornado, then I can pick out a bunch of others. If that's tornado debris, then I can say that's I mean, this is probably some. And it's still spinning. Looks kind of broad. It's not pixelization. It's not pixel to pixel, gate to gate shear that we have been seeing. But that is a tornado warning for 20 more minutes. It remains. I know for some of you, it's got to be scaring you to death because you're hearing the tornado sirens going off. Is there anything more ominous than a tornado siren going off in the nighttime? And by the way, tornado sirens, I talk about this all the time. Tornado sirens are not meant for you indoors. If you say, I don't hear the tornado sirens, if you're indoors, you're not supposed to. If you're indoors, you're supposed to be getting your information from somewhere else. Tornado sirens are for people who are working outside. I've heard people say, we don't need tornado sirens, but I'm not sure about that. A lot of people work outside. Everybody doesn't work indoors behind a computer. So for those who work outside, maybe, down in this area too, it's very rural. There are a lot of people who work outside of large buildings, metal buildings, in fact, who probably need those sirens to be able to know exactly what's going on. But that's that tornado warning south and west of Millbrook. Additional tornado warnings that we have looked at all along. We haven't neglected anybody, I hope. Yeah, that's because of this. I just saw a lot of notes coming in from Prattville, and rightfully so. That's the tornado sirens that are going off, and I talked about that. Is there anything more ominous than tornado sirens going off in the middle of the night? And here is why. There is a possible tornado coming in from the southwest. Right now, we're going to assume it is on the ground. From time to time, I've seen reason to believe it was on the ground out of several different products. This one at the moment shows the storm near Otaugaville, a little bit of a dirty signature when it comes to what is on the ground. But we will always assume it is and worry about whether or not it actually happened a little bit later. I thought I heard something too. Oh, dropped my iPad. Did that just make anybody else? It dropped. Went in a little circle there. High-res reflectivity. Is that a debris ball? Let me back it up. So we knew we had a little bit of a different scenario back to the west, coming northward here. It looks, does that not look scary coming at you there, just south of Otaugaville? So they chopped that off. There's still debris aloft there and just to the south and east of Otaugaville. And the velocity data matches up with that again, the inbound and the outbound with this. This looks like it's surging forward, though. The tornado itself will be a little bit further down. I think the tornado is somewhere right in the middle of that. It's not out here. I think it's somewhere down in the middle of this, near Wadsworth. And moving northeastward. So, yes, there are tornado sirens going off. Now, that looks like debris to me, south of Booth. I do feel like that is debris for sure south of Booth right here. That's along Highway 82, but does that match up with anything? See, I think that's debris coming off of this. This is a really a big-time downdraft coming in along the forward flank of this whole thing. But I really think we got something going on right in there. Let me see another scan as it comes in here. That's going to be just to the west of Prattville, and we've been watching this thing for a long, long time as it moved on through. And I'll just give you mile by mile as to what is happening here. Reflectivity shows it's nasty in Prattville already. You got very heavy rain falling into Prattville. Got a couple of lightning strikes, not super active as far as the lightning strikes go. Got a hail shaft there showing up just to the south of Booth. It looks pretty big and bad. That's not updated. That's going to be 10 minutes ago. Let me see if it'll update here real quick, because I think the actual hail shaft is well up here into Booth. Come on. Fill in 47. That's 11 minutes ago. I think this is going to end up being over here if it fills up, but we won't wait on that. That is hail, and hail is survivable. If this is tornado debris that's aloft there south of Ottagaville in a ball, super worrisome about that. Velocity data. It's an odd velocity product here at the moment. It's a very odd sort of look to what's happening. 67 over 67. This looks more of something that's out ahead of. That's not the tornado. The tornado would be back here. Now it's going to be super close to that airport. This is the Selma Highway 16 that goes west-east. The Selma Highway. And there's your reflectivity again. If I lived in Prattville, I'd be in a safe place. I think I heard a couple of people saying that there was going to be... I don't see anybody saying anything here at the moment. Minutes out. Let's get we'll get a new scan here in just the next moment or two. This is Prattville area here, just to the west of Millbrook, Wadsworth. Let me see. What are my radar choices? BMX is a little bit different now. Again, there's a gap. There's a pretty good gap right here. It's not pixel to pixel again. It's rotating. It's certainly a mesocyclone, as we call it. And yeah, there's CC. Right there is debris signature. This is out of the Birmingham radar. So we're kind of moving around here just a little bit. I'm going to back this up just a little bit. There's your debris that was coming across. It really started to pick up there just to the east of Ottagaville. And here is tornado debris. It is now north of Prattville. The debris is. And where is our velocity data? It doesn't look like... It doesn't look gate to gate here at this point, but nonetheless, this is a tornado. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's a tornado right there, just south of 82, south and west of Prattville. And I hope you're in a safe place now. If you live in and around Prattville, make sure that you do that as soon as you can. And I want to make sure that what we're watching and following here, super genuine to the region. I don't want to see anybody reporting any kind of weather now into the comments. I don't want to see it. You and I are gonna do this together. Please don't post your meteorological comments. Let's don't throw anybody off at this point. So, following this hour by hour, minute by minute, this thing has had a long life to it, a long lifespan. This cell can be traced way back over southern Mississippi. You know it, I know it, because we were watching it. through its entirety. Probably now over, 170 miles or so, I think, in distance. They did just issue a little bit of an additional part of the warning. The polygon that goes out a little bit further off to the east. This is central Elmore County, and Montgomery County now goes until 4 a.m. That's the Otago County Airport over Prattville. Moving to the east, they are still calling this a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado. And maybe just along for that polygon. And they're still saying this is radar indicated at the moment. It's a radar indicated rotation. I think everybody's a little confused. Southeastern Otago County, near the Otago County Airport and Prattville, is what we're looking at. It's a little tighter maybe now, south and west of Prattville. We still have a correlation coefficient that now shows the debris further to the north. Now, debris can be well out in advance of a tornado, by the way. Once the debris is started by a tornado, it goes aloft, but then at some point it's overtaken by that southwesterly wind aloft and gets into the jet stream. It can go a long way out ahead of the actual tornado. So it doesn't mean that's where the tornado is necessarily. I'd never look at a debris signature and go, that's where the tornado is, because remember, this is a three-dimensional situation. This is not flat. This is not 2D. This is 3D. You're looking at elevation. We're looking up into the thunderstorm here at the moment, and the debris signature could be from something that's coming in well down to the south and being carried off to the northeast by the upper-level winds. In my mind, that's what's happening with this whole thing here. As I just look at colors on a map. Very strong inbound and outbound, still associated with this thing going northeastward. That's at 3:02, 3 minutes ago. That's what it looked like. I still see a gap in between the two right about here. There's no doubt the whole thing is rotating as a mesocyclone, though, and it wouldn't take a whole lot, again, for me to look at the radar and say, definitely a tornado. But definitely, if I lived in Prattville, I'd be in a safe place, the safest place I could possibly be. Where is that going to be? I've done many studies. I went to Lubbock. I went to Texas Tech University. We did. I was part of a study group there at Texas Tech with the structural engineering department. I shot 4x4s through this tube. I shot 4x4s at many different targets, cinder block and sand, and OSB. I mean, I saw all this happen. What is the best thing that you can possibly do? Put as many walls between yourself and the outside of your home. A lot of times it's going to be the interior part of a home that has a bathroom, and better off get into the tub. When my kids were young, and my daughter mentioned to me one time I'd never been at home during a tornado warnings because I was always at work. But I always made sure they went to the bathroom. If you got kids, the psychology of all of this behind this, by the way, and I've talked to many psychologists about this, is psychologically for your children, make sure they have something to do. Now, if you're going to wake them up and take them down to the basement, try to make sure they got a book to read, they got something to do, and stay calm yourself. This is how long-term psychological effects when it comes to tornado warnings. Again, you got a siren that's going off. So psychologically, I'm not saying that from my point of view, I'm saying that from actually one of the most well-renowned disaster relief psychologists was a next-door neighbor of mine. So he and I have done many talks and studies about this and talked about this. So the sirens are going off there in Montgomery and Prattville, just north of Montgomery. I'm sure they are. And psychologically speaking, stay calm with your children, but get to a safe place immediately. Everybody doesn't have a basement. A lot of them start showing up here in central Alabama, and you want to make sure that if you're in the basement, it's the better thing you can do besides going to the basement and standing there underneath the stairs. I've seen structurally afterwards what homes look like. I was in Joplin, Missouri. I saw what happened in Moore through videos. I've seen after effects from many tornadoes. I can tell you, sometimes the stairs going down to the basement is what's left, or everything is leaning over on the stairs. If you got a work table down there, get underneath it. Don't be afraid to grab a mattress if you got one down there, grabbing pillows and cushions off of the couch to make sure that you can cover your head. Head injuries are more and more problematic. I used to say this many years ago, and I think a lot of people do it. I don't think I invented it, but a bicycle helmet for your children, if they'll wear it, go ahead and put that on them and make sure that they are all very safe in this sort of situation here. So definitely want to make sure that we're doing that and taking cover here across this portion of Prattville over to Millbrook and southward across the rest of the region. And so what we're looking at from all locations, all the different radars here, because we got several to pick from here when you get into central Alabama, which is an overabundance of radars. We got them here, there, and kind of everywhere. KMXX, we got the Birmingham radar. That doesn't look very good. Birmingham radar, which is far away, is shooting well up into this thunderstorm actually, but see if they've given any kind of an update on this. Just make sure that you're in a safe place here. Like I said, tornado sirens are going off in many of these locations. You want to just make sure that you know what is happening as it moves along. It's now crossing over I-65 with, once again, an area right there in between. So I still think this is a mesocyclone that is rotating. Did they reissue this? This is now began at 3:07. So yeah, they did reissue. This is 2 minutes ago, where they're still calling this a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado. The other part of this, do you see this? Baseball-sized hail tornado and baseball-sized hail being reported here. Quick look at that. Baseball-sized hail is in this product, the vertically integrated liquid. You bet ya. This is a hail shaft of biblical proportions right here. This is hail. Faze, Millbrook, over to Knollwood. This is coming across the interstate on I-65. Can you imagine baseball-sized hail falling from the sky on I-65 near Prattville, Alabama? I guess I've been through there hundreds of times, and I'm not joking. I used to go to school from Birmingham down to Tallahassee to Florida State University, and I drove this way many, many, many times, and I can't imagine coming over the hill there into Prattville along the river and seeing baseball-sized hail. This could cause, I mean, when it gets that high, now you're talking about loss of life. Got a lot of cattle down there. Baseball-sized hail, and can kill livestock. You obviously can't bring them all in. So that's very concerning. Check this out. This is a, I don't know that I've ever seen that color. The DBZ on this is 62, 66 decibels. I don't know that, I'm going to back this up for just a second, because I don't know that I've ever seen a decibel level that high in Alabama. That's crazy. That's why they're saying baseball-sized hail, though, is associated with that storm. Tornado warnings there. Still have the small tornado warning down to the south here on 43 near Sunflower. That has 4 more minutes on the life of that thing. Tornado quarter-size hail near Waggerville. That's 12 miles to the southeast of Chatham. So that is still a remaining tornado warning there. And the other one that we have is down to the south here. They do a continuation with this thing near Purvis. This is still a thunderstorm / tornado. We'll look at the radar site here to show you. It's about out of the polygon where I think the actual tornado would be. It is almost out of the polygon near Pistol Ridge, but that is broad again. It doesn't look like it's very tightly packed, so a broad area of precipitation there. A little tightly packed system here with a ton of lightning into Bogalusa. That'll be on the far eastern side, I think, of Washington Parish and Central Pearl River County into Mississippi. So that's north central St. Tammany Parish, southeastern Washington Parish, St. Tammany and Washington Parish. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, and some high winds are associated with that thing right there across that area too. As what we're looking at there down to the south is a couple of tornado warnings. Maybe the one that is most significant, though, is up here near the higher populated areas, coming across Millbrook into Wetumpka, Alabama now, is a likely tornado warning that's occurring here as well. A likely tornado off and on. We've had evidence of that. Velocity data indicates a couple of different things that we're looking at. Not a great radial there, but if you look at the BMX radar, a little different perspective as well. Shows, again, pixel to pixel, not so much, but it's definitely rotating right there near Jackson's Lake, south of Millbrook, and going northeastward. You're in the clear now, by the way, in Prattville. You can come out of your safe place. I forgot to tell you the part about turn your information up as loud as you possibly can. Your means of getting this information, turn that up as loud as you can when you go to your safe place, and just keep listening, and I'll try to give you the all clear as it goes off to the east if you're using me for that. I'm kind of doing this because not everybody has local TV. I don't. I use the internet for everything, and so don't want to assume that anyone else would do anything either. So still watching the radar there. There's a cluster, a huge shaft of hail that comes out of this thing too, which is one of the bigger ones I've seen in a long, long time, even from what goes on out in the Midwest. I don't know that in Alabama this is going to be huge. If it's actually baseball size like they are reporting, that would be horrible coming into Wetumpka. Think of all the car dealerships and baseball-sized hail. And I say that because it's not baseball-sized hail over a small area. It's baseball-sized hail being reported over a super large area. If you go from here to here, that's 5 or 6 miles of baseball-sized hail being projected out of this thunderstorm, coming out of Coushatta and Knollwood, moving into Elmore, and eventually into Wetumpka. From the western and southwestern side, Wetumpka, Alabama. It's not a small place at all. Wetumpka's a fairly decent-sized city there. That's right there along Highway 231 as you go north-south out of Sylacauga, and you go southward on 231. You'd run into Wetumpka. A lot of people take that route if they're going to the beach out of Alabama, out of north-central Alabama, to avoid some of the traffic that shows up in other areas. They'll come through Wetumpka and hit 82 down to the south and either go 331 or 231 all the way down into the North Florida beaches. But that is an amazing sight there to see that large hail being reported to this thing. And the possibility or the likelihood of having a tornado attached with it still remains. Maybe at this moment it looks like, at least out of that radar site, let me go into this one. Still not a great shot at MXX. But BMX is looking up pretty high, so you have to take everything into context at what is happening here. That beam's going up, but it's near Coushatta and Millbrook, moving to the east. A little more pixel-to-pixel kind of a thing, which, if there's a tornado, I think it's going to be right there just to the east of Prattville Junction and going northward and eastward. Strong indications of a possible tornado there across that region, just outside of Millbrook, still moving northeastward out of the southern part of the area there near Wetumpka. I'm familiar with this. This goes up to Galactic or over to Tallahassee. I went to school down at Florida State University, and I had my sister come to visit me from up north here, we'll say, out of Gadsden, Alabama. But she got to Tallahassee, and she stopped and called me, and she said, "I'm here." And I knew when she left, and I said, "No, you're not." And she said, "Yes, I'm here." And I said, "There's not an H in the town that you were at. I'm in Tallahassee." And she had stopped there in Tallahassee, which is a beautiful spot. I went there, and I told that story to a lot of people there, a little diner in Tallahassee, that my sister thought that the Florida State University was there. What does this kind of look like? Some of these winds, that's a negative 60, a positive 29 to 30 with a net shear of right around 90 miles per hour if you do the math very quickly and roughly, as I just did. Something's still spinning over here also south of Marion. That's down Highway 5, actually just south of the military school. It just looks bad, doesn't it? Correlation coefficient. Definitely something there, although I think this is actually indicating hail. That hail shaft there near Elmore and Cusada. Not really sure we weren't fooled by a lot of that. Or I wasn't. You know, when you look at damage, this thing is doing some. The hail is definitely doing some damage. Let me look at a few things here. Give me 1 sec because I want to look. Let me look at some of this new information here, if there is such a thing. Let me say this. Let me correct this so I can find my friggin' mouse. It's on so many different monitors here. Let me say this. A little while ago, I mentioned a tornado in Blount County, Alabama. That was not in the tornado category. That was in the hail category. I mentioned this BMX. It said there was a photo via social media, and I thought, a photo of a tornado? It's a photo of hail. And that was right after midnight, right at 1 a.m., actually 6:57 Zulu time is right 3 minutes before 1 a.m., and that it's actually in the hail category. Because of the shape of it, I wasn't able to see what the actual title was, but that's going to be a hail photograph that came in. So that was a hail report. Right now, I don't have any more tornado reports, and I just updated this. These are tornado reports. The last one was in Pike County, Mississippi, near Magnolia, the last tornado report. If you look at them through the day today, you can see all the reds. Red boxes indicate tornado reports through today, the day today, and the 2 or 3 down there that you do see in Alabama are what we are currently watching as they've moved on further to the north. All the blue areas are also hail reports, wind and hail reports through the day today, and so the wind reports are in the blue, the hail reports are there in green, and they go all the way up to the north. And I don't know when was this updated? It's 0920, so it was updated not that long ago, actually, at 3 a.m. What? 2 minutes ago it was updated. I thought there'd be more. But anyway, I wanted to clarify that because I said that wrong a little bit earlier. I said that as a tornado report because it was the tail end, and I didn't see that this was actually coming out of a. I said it was a tornado report. It was a hail report. So check this out coming into Tallahassee here. This looks a little more evil than it did just a few moments ago when I went out. Coming back in, let me see what we got here. Go back to my. Here we go. This is out of MXX again, showing you. It's ugly. Now, if there's a tornado associated with this and the radar here, there it is. South and west of Azalea Woods Estates. They cover immediately if you live here. BMX shows the same. So really, for me, the first time I've seen what I think is true evidence of gate-to-gate shear is right here. This is right along 231, Azalea Woods Estates and Jasmine Hill. Did they update this? It now says 36 minutes. At 3:19, 5 minutes ago, a confirmed tornado near Bob Woodruff Lake, or near Wetumpka. That's moving to the east at about 40 miles an hour now. So they do have a radar-confirmed tornado. That's this, and it looks ugly. This looks more genuine than really it has at any one point. Correlation coefficient. This is the debris signature here. It is so difficult because of the hail contamination. I think this is going to be debris aloft right in there, though. That was thunder. Boy, it lasts a long time when you get a cloud deck above you. Not just a thunderstorm, but you got an entire cloud deck that holds that thunder in. It rumbles and rumbles and rumbles. Now MXX has a better beam going over to the tornado. Right there on 231, easily see where it's wrapping around. This is going to be your tornado right in this area right here. Velocity data sort of says the same. Overall, confirmed tornado. And now let me see if I have a correlation coefficient. Yeah. Now MXX is my better radar, and that's debris. This is indicating a tornado that is on the ground now, just to the west of 231, and that's not the tornado. That's the debris signature that comes with the tornado. That was actually almost 5 minutes ago when this came in, so another one will be popping up here momentarily that'll have that debris probably somewhere over here near 231 or beneath. If you've ever been in a tornado, you know how ominous it feels to be driving along or be sitting and all of a sudden have insulation from a home falling in front of you, or to have an actual piece of a roof, some sort of a shingle falling. I've seen that happen miles and miles away from a tornado. I've got some on video from a tornado that came into Pratt City, just west of Birmingham, Alabama. When I was reporting. This isn't good. This thing expanded now. You can see that the debris signature expanded quite a bit. West to east, Azalea Woods Estates. That is a debris signature, a bona fide tornado now. Certainly that is on the ground. You can see where that really started was right there at 65, coming across 65. But truly, right about there, you started to see the debris signature. So I think that's when it actually was on the ground and then became a much bigger deal into the debris signature that you have full-blown right there showing up just to the, right along 231, Redland Bluffs. Go to your safe place immediately. That's the first thing I can tell you is you want to make sure that you do that. You want to make sure that you cover your head. Do all those things that we often talk about that sound like common sense at the moment. Just do them. Have something to put over your head. Make sure that you can do that. Make sure the children are, not freaked out by this. They're going to be freaked out by this no matter what. But not everybody's being hit by a tornado, but everybody within this polygon is probably hearing sirens going off. So, think about that. Make sure that your children have something to do while also being safe, a book to read, some sort of a thing to play with, and cover their heads. Maybe it's going to be a bicycle helmet, a football helmet, whatever the case may be, to make sure that you can cover your head here, because this is a true and actual tornado that's moving across Highway 231 from west to east, and it's going to make its way right off into the area there that's going to be just south of 14. It looks like this County Road 14 from the north down to the south, and put it all into motion, and everything generally runs along that line. BMX radar backs up everything that we're looking at down to the south here. Again, it has a very stout looking tornado associated with this thing right about Redland Bluffs. So that means it's stacked from the upper levels down to the surface, because you're looking at two different radar sites. You're looking at two different heights that are occurring. That's a true and bona fide tornado, though. Associated with it is the correlation coefficient that goes along with it. That means Azalea Woods. That means Redland Bluffs. And if we are moving at, let me back this out just a little bit and look at the dynamics of this whole thing. It is moving off to the east at about 45 miles per hour near Blue Ridge. When was this issued? 3:24, so about 5 minutes ago. Moving east at about 45 miles per hour, an observed tornado, and it's moving near the town of Tallahassee. If you look at it again, I said 45. Let's look at exactly where it is. KMXX. See the little gap? This is MXX. There's a little gap right there. Man, I hope this is a separation. I hope that thing has gone back up. That looks better than it did a few moments ago. Looks a whole lot better. There's still debris showing up there. This is at 3:26 when this came across, 3:26, and it is 4 minutes ago. That was the debris. And this is damage. Brett will probably be looking at this tomorrow during the day. You'll probably have some pictures of this. This isn't leaves. This isn't twigs or anything. This is damage. That right there is certainly damage. Please take cover immediately there. If you possibly can. I want to make sure that everybody is doing their best to stay safe in this situation. Dar Smith, thank you for that. And I don't assume everybody has that kind of stuff. Austin, Louisiana is so much better off at the moment. There's a couple of thunderstorms down here. Bogalusa has a thunderstorm. There are thunderstorms in the southern sections of Mississippi as well, but we can pretty much give the all clear for the moment back into Louisiana. I think maybe all the areas. Still got a couple of thunderstorms there. There's nothing here that would breed a large tornado, by the way. Ponchatoula, Hamlin, we got a couple of thunderstorms here. Bogalusa, thunderstorm or two. Got a few areas that are still kind of spinning. I don't think the dynamics are there for a large spin at this point. So looking much, much better there, and it's about to clear out. A death, what could be a situation between life and death is unfolding here. Sorry, I lost my voice for just a moment. What could be a situation of life and death is unfolding here in this area of South Alabama. Central and South Alabama, near Wetumpka, Alabama. Doesn't look still has an observed tag on it. They just reissued it again. Just reissued it, and I don't have it just yet. This polygon's going to move up. It'll be on the other side of Wetumpka. polygon should start about there now. And I don't know, probably go something like this. Come on, fill in, fill in, fill in. There's a gap. There's a big gap. In between the inbound and the outbound, there's a big gap. Is it on every radar? Yeah, sometimes you got to move around a little bit. Let me see what. And look at different radar sites. How old is that? That's going to be right at 29, almost 5 minutes old. I'm trying to look at this from the optimistic point of view, but also be realistic and honest about it. And that was a debris signature. It was certainly a debris signature. MXX, the radar off to the east. That's horrible. I don't like to see that at all. Debris signature. Again, doesn't necessarily mean the thing is still on the ground. It just means there's debris aloft. And it could hang up there for a while, well after the tornado has occurred. We know we got upper level winds that are moving everything, really, from the west to the east. If you look at the upper level wind flow, though, coming in like this, if the debris goes up high enough and gets up there that far up into the jet stream, the debris could be well out ahead of the tornado. Miles out ahead of the tornado. And then after the tornado has folded up, maybe lifted back up into the cloud, the debris can still be up there for quite some time, especially if it's paper. Kind of hoping that's what's happening here. Not I'm wishing, hoping that that's what's happening here. That's one of the worst signatures that we've seen this entire day. Structurally, if you look at it, it's one of the worst storms. It's in advance of the line. You can see it. It's one of the few cellular thunderstorms still left out there this evening. The rest of this is all somewhat linear along this line, meaning that the energy is being absorbed through all of this, and not just out of the single cellular thunderstorm. But that's your classic tornado out in advance of a line that's headed southward. I don't even know. I don't think this is even in the tornado watch. We talked about this a little bit earlier. A lot of times that's, the case. That's what's going to happen, whether or not it's in the tornado watch. It's not. Doesn't matter. I think everybody had to know that there was the possibility of strong to severe thunderstorms today across the entire state of Alabama and beyond. I think everybody knew that, and I hope everybody was watching this very closely. Again, just south of Wetumpka, moving northward and eastward, a likely tornado associated with this velocity data indicating to us we still have been some rotation there. Maybe not what it was a little bit earlier, but we still know the whole thing is rotating and looks still likely to be producing a tornado, quite possibly there just on the eastern side of Wetumpka, Alabama, just to the east of Highway 231, south and west of Eclectic, Alabama. Not too far away. We're getting closer and closer to Lee County, the campus of Auburn University. Is this a continuation? Does it get all the way over to Auburn out of Tallahassee? So what is, let's talk about this. What's going on here with the atmosphere? The atmosphere is still, or has been, volatile there. MEDARs, it would show us dew point conditions. And if we look at that, you see the dew point temperatures have been rising here quite rapidly out of all this. MEDARs, dew points are on. They're just not showing up. Now they are. Dew points at 60 over here in Auburn. We got 64 over 60. That's up there. It's rising, though. We got a southerly wind now that's affecting the area, so these dew point conditions are coming upward. We got a 64, a 68 near Otagoville, almost 70-degree dew points still showing up just south of Montgomery along I-65. So it's still somewhat of a volatile atmosphere at the moment. It does get more stabilized the further east that you go. So maybe that's what's happening right now. I hope that's what's happening right now, that we're entering into an atmosphere that's much less conducive for tornadoes to occur. from this radar vantage point again. I know I'm going in and out. I apologize, but I have to go out in order to get to another radar site. This is near Friendship, County Road 14 over to Tallahassee into the Caryville area. A supercell thunderstorm that's getting closer and closer actually to the radar site there at KMX. South and west of Tallahassee, Alabama. That thing was on the ground for a while. There's your debris signature north of Montgomery, and right there it dropped. And notice it here. This is it right here. It dropped and stayed there for a while. At least the signature did. The radar telling us there was something that was aloft. There still is. You can see the debris right there. There still is something there. It looks less. It looks like quantity-wise, it is less of what it was a little bit earlier, if you will. It could be something that is still aloft. It doesn't necessarily mean that there is a tornado remaining on the ground, although new radar update. You see this? That little yellow area there, I don't like that at all. Southwest of Tallahassee again. That is southwest of Tallahassee. County Road 14 is pretty much what we're looking at, and there's the direction that we're heading in. Other than that, by the way, much has calmed down till you get way down here, and a series of severe thunderstorm warnings. Monroeville go all the way back to the southwest. Mobile's in charge of all these thunderstorms down in here, but it's a cluster still ongoing down here at the moment. A cluster of thunderstorms moving from west to east. Don't see anything that's borderline at the moment becoming a tornado. Maybe this thing over here north of Monroeville, there's a little bit of rotation right about there that looks a little bit ominous, and then southward it's a cluster of just thunderstorms down in here, all down in here. And this is actually with the front coming in and moving southward. But the storm of the moment is just the west of Tallahassee, Alabama, having moved east of Wetumpka now, though we do have another little follow-up storm there near Wetumpka that has to go on by. But at the moment, what you're seeing is a possible tornado right here into the area that is just to the west of Tallahassee, coming in that general direction. The National Weather Service office still following this for the next 18 minutes. They have a tornado warning that's in effect, radar indicated, with a likely tornado coming in out of the area that's near Yates Reservoir and the dam there near Tallahassee and Ware, just outside of Tysonville. This was the update at 38 5 minutes ago. So pretty much what we're seeing here is, is that at the moment. Debris is still falling from the sky in this area. That's, what is this? There's some debris up here all the way up to Eclectic, actually, at the moment. Again, doesn't have to mean this where a tornado is on the ground. Debris could be coming from a lot of different places at this point, actually. And aloft. Depends on... So you got winds coming in from all different directions. Down at the surface, the wind is coming in out of the south. Down at the surface here, it's doing this kind of a thing. But the more and more you go up with height, the winds begin to shift, and then they come out of the west over here. So it really depends on where you are. Notasulga is now within the tornado warning. They went to Notasulga with a tornado warning, which is now east of Tallahassee. There you go. So with the upper level winds, you really never know where that debris might set up, whether it's pieces of paper or whatever the case may be, because it could move really in any direction. And correlation coefficient says some of this debris may actually be displaced all the way over here near Eclectic. I told this story many, many times. I've told it maybe once or twice tonight. I remember when the tornadoes in 2011 hit Tuscaloosa, Alabama. They ended up producing some of the... They did cancel one of the weather watches back to the west, so that just kind of makes me feel better. Tornado that hit Tuscaloosa back in 2011. It hit a drugstore, and some of the prescriptions were found all the way from Tuscaloosa. Some of the prescriptions from the drugstore there, not a storm track. I want to do a measurement from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I think it's like 102 miles, 104 miles. The prescriptions came down inside the gates of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber plant in Gadsden, Alabama. Prescriptions came down from a drugstore down in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. That's how powerful the upper level winds can act. The tornado didn't go up to Gadsden, the debris did, from a tornado that took place in Tuscaloosa. So, a little bit of everything. Some weird stuff happens during a tornado warning. Weird things are going on. Getting pretty close to the actual radar. Cone of silence again. Structurally, it still looks strong. Velocity data is lagging. Huge gap back here now. I hope this is a continuation. A huge gap between winds going in one direction and the opposite direction. So, feeling a little bit better about that. Birmingham radar still has an inbound and an outbound right about there near Tallahassee. Beam's pretty high there. Sound of friendship. We're not on radar scope. We are on radar Omega. And we're talking about this. Everybody, please don't give your own forecast. If you want to do that, kind of do your own thing, but don't. We can't have everybody come on here and start giving your own forecast, your own observations. Be careful about that. It's all conflicting, and please, I know you're. In some cases, you're trying to help. In others, you're very, very confusing when you do that kind of thing. So, I'm trying to help people out here, but I can't do it with everybody giving their own forecast, giving your own details about what's going on. We're not using radar scope. We're using radar Omega specifically. So, if you want to use that, go to another area. This is a serious situation. I don't need it. I really don't need it. So help me out here if you want to. If you don't want to be on the channel, then don't be on the channel. But right now, let's kind of go with one consensus. I've been doing this 44 years, so while I appreciate it, the whole everybody giving a different direction of what you're seeing isn't useful at the moment. So I appreciate that. Here's what we got going on again. We're getting into the cone of silence, what we call the cone of silence right there. It says we're getting really, really close to the radar. And if you look at, you look at this coming in, that's just south of Tallahassee, what we're talking about overall. It's a very broad area that shows up on the radar there. It's not really tightly packed. We had a little inbound marker that was trying to show up occasionally there. And you can sort of see it. It's very occluded across this area. This is just to the west of Gold Dust near Caryville and Tallahassee and Woodland, right through that area there. That's what we're looking at, basically. Is it going to make it to Auburn? We hope not. I really hope the atmosphere is much more stable. We saw the actual dew point go up a degree in Auburn, Alabama just now, near Opelika. But hopefully we can get this thing to shove on by and not have the atmosphere available for this to do anything more than what it's done. I fear we're going to find out we got a lot of damage there coming out of, really on the far eastern side of Montgomery from Millbrook and Prattville, that came across the interstate, came across 231, and has now worked its way further off to the east, right here just to the south of Tallahassee and beyond. High-res reflection is Tallahassee and Caryville. So you're looking at this headed on to the east, coming across the radar site there momentarily. We got several. We got radar sites in the state of Alabama now. You can't say we have a deficiency. We got radar sites a little bit everywhere. EOX is down to the south here. We can look back into the storm in that case as well from EOX. Pretty far away, but still shows a decent signature there overall. But we can look at it from all different directions and sort of, talk about more over what is happening here. Still a little spin rotation southwest of Eclectic. That's going to be 231 near Wetumpka, but just to the east of there and northeast of there. Claude, Eclectic, and beyond. And then off to the north, we got some more stuff going on here. BMX radar shows that it is clear to Birmingham, Alabama. The heavy rainfall is now out of Birmingham. Thank goodness. It's now along 59, but still moving southeastward. So still looks like that is going on. Yeah, I'd appreciate it. Let's watch this. I'm not being. This is not that kind of page. This is about what we're seeing here, and let's don't, if we can do that, or because I'm trying to help people out here who are asking legitimate questions, and we're not. This is not. Let's all play. Let's all give a different forecast. I think, is that called hijacking? Isn't that what some people call hijacking? Don't do that. Not now. What did they say? When was the last update right here? We had an update from Birmingham that was right at 43. It's been a long time since we had an update at 343. That's the KMX radar out of down there near Tuskegee, between there and Auburn, getting over to Lee County here at the moment. And I wanted to watch this. I know many of you out there, those of you who are my Facebook friends, a lot of people have kids down here at Auburn University. know you're worried about them there in Birmingham and kind of watching. And, just as I look at it at this moment, maybe some better news going on here at the moment. Maybe I got some better news for you because perhaps we're not seeing what we did just a little bit earlier in some of the debris signatures. Perhaps we're not seeing the same kind of twist, tightly packed tornado signature that we had there that was showing up in the velocity data. All looks very broad and wide to me at the moment. So I think that's kind of what we got going on here at the moment. Uh-oh. It's a lightning strike. I don't know why I think my pen is going to be energized when the lightning strikes, but I feel like I should let it go. This is the third time that's happened where we've had a lightning strike that didn't show up on the radar. Okay, I'm going to take a deep breath. I don't have a lot. I really don't. We've been doing this for a long, long time. I don't know if anybody's been with us here for this entire night, but I appreciate it if you have. How you doing, photojournalist Mike Beard? Good morning to you. Yeah, still not strong, intermittent. We've had tornado warnings here and there. Have a few areas down to the south that we're still following, but these are all severe thunderstorm warnings down in South Alabama near Evergreen, coming into I-65, and they go all the way down to the south and west, back into the far eastern side of Louisiana as severe thunderstorm warnings, but we don't have any tornadoes showing up there. I don't even think we have anything that looks like it could be a tornado. It's all to the east of Bogalusa at the moment. Everything that you see on the radar is east of Bogalusa. Coming out of Chinkapin, Bogalusa, back over to White Sands into the Poplar Hill region there. The eastern side of St. Tammany Parish is now cleared. Much is looking much better there as well, so we don't have that threat still going on. I think now my iPad has stabilized a little bit. Still have a little wave of energy going west to east along Highway 17 for about the umpteenth time there, coming across the area there near Chatham all the way down to Citronelle. And then as you go further to the north, Monroeville, all the way back up here, we still have heavy rain coming in around Georgiana. Right over the radar site now at KMXX. Just north of Tuskegee, over the cone of silence, we have the storm that, has had us worried for a while. I can back this up and show you when things were at their worst as this thing was coming across that portion of the county and moving northeastward. Had a CC drop that would really worry you if you were out there and watching what was going on. I know we had debris, especially right there. Watch the debris come in and move across Highway 231 on the south side of Wetumpka. Debris signature. Whether or not the rest of it was aloft after that, I'm not really certain, and you never would be unless you were right underneath the stuff. You can make a lot of, guesses, but that's currently what we have going on there. Too south of Clear, we got the same thing there, all the way back up into Peachtree City and Atlanta, Georgia. That stuff has now moved south of Atlanta, back over to Thomaston. And Thomaston, where we got 60-degree dew points now. I don't think that was genuinely expected to see 60-degree dew points up into Georgia. That was going to be the stable atmosphere that we were talking about. But nonetheless, that has certainly been the deal. And the lone tornado warning that we still have here at the moment exists right here. Birmingham is so far away. What am I going to do? I'll go to EOX, I guess, and look northward to show you. Moreover, what we're looking at here is some very heavy rainfall coming down. The actual spinning rotation out of this is broad and has now moved east of MXX. It's going to go up to Auburn, and we're probably going to end up at least with a severe thunderstorm warning. Lochapoka back to the west of Auburn. That'd be a close call whether or not that was still in our tornado warning, but you can see that expired or they dropped it. I don't really remember how far it went out, but no longer do we have a tornado warning there for the storm and generally it comes in. They didn't even throw a severe thunderstorm warning there. As that comes into the south side of Lee County, which is Auburn, Alabama, Lee County. So maybe we were watching a little dying situation that was taking place there. Overall, Lots of confusion with all the different radars there into the area. But then down to the south, Monroeville, we got a severe thunderstorm warning. Several others. I haven't done western sections of this whole thing in quite some time because we had a life and death sort of situation going on there back over to Auburn University. But now as you look from Slidell north through Picayune, right up I-59, or to the west, where you see some more stuff going on. Poplarville, that's back into Wiggins, the DeSoto National Forest there. We still have some things going on there, too, with thunderstorms that are building and moving across the area there, have been doing so for quite some time this afternoon. And continuation is still out there of everything that's headed in and across the region here. So still looking at what's happening with a big bundle of thunderstorms that'll be moving across the region. And I think a lot of that is a continuation of what will be happening as we go through the overnight hours tonight, the early part of the day tomorrow as well. We're going to be looking at some of the activity here during the day tomorrow that'll be well down into the state of Florida, making its way across southern sections of Alabama. In effect, while we don't have any warnings, I'm going to go through the model. We'll look very quickly here at the HER model and take a look at where it projects everything to go. We're going to look at composite reflectivity to take a look at what's going on with the 0-9. I don't know how many we have. We only have 3 with the 0-9 data. The 3 a.m. data, let's go back to the 2 a.m. Forecast, as it were, the 08Z, and put this into motion to show you where everything is projected to happen. And that's not the way I wanted to do it. I wish I could do that and just forget about it all, but let's back up. Let's go back here and look. There's the cluster of thunderstorms. The forecast says that, so 3 a.m. now, we're approaching 4 a.m., and it pretty much matches the radar, does it not? We were just looking at the rain moving south of Birmingham, Jefferson County. So it's kind of on the spot at 4 a.m. This is right here in Central Time. And now all that precipitation heads south there. We got thunderstorms over there. We got the one big one there that was around Auburn, but now we got thunderstorms that are headed further and further on down to the south. And that's pretty good news. So that in itself is something to somewhat smile about. I say smile. It's hard to smile knowing what just happened, especially just recently, because I know we had a tornado on the ground down there in Autauga County, in Autaugaville, and right on up to Wetumpka, just north of Montgomery, Alabama. I still don't have any reports yet. I'll take a look at those before I leave you here and talk about what we have as far as the reports go and the storm reports. Let me just go ahead and add them on here very quickly to see what kind of information that I do have. These are storm reports, tornado reports, and I'm going to let it go back. I'll leave it at 3 hours and make sure. So it's loading some of these storm reports, so we'll see those in just a few minutes. But there's everything that's moving along by 5 a.m. You can see it's well now moving south and east of Montgomery, Alabama, then heading all the way down to Auburn, Columbus, and then into Dothan by 8 a.m. And much of Alabama, I think, we begin to see some sunshine on the backside of all this. Diving southward into Tallahassee about 10, 11 o'clock, coming across FSU, Florida State University, into the Panhandle of Florida, and exiting stage right into what amounts to a little bit of nothing now. We lose a lot of that punch going through the state of Florida from Gainesville southward down I-75 and the rest of the area there where it probably is going to be a continuation from the west to the east and head southward all the way down into the southern part of the state. But right now we have severe thunderstorm warnings across this neck of the woods. What we did have, or what we do have back over here coming into Auburn, Alabama from the west is still somewhat active, but it doesn't look like anything is of the severe nature at the moment. Very good news as what is appearing there overall across that area. The reports that we do have, I do have a couple of more tornado reports. We have one into Fruitdale. That was the Washington County, Alabama tornado warning. A debris signature noted there in that storm. This is once again coming in from SPC. Says a debris signature noted on radar. The EMA, their preliminary reports major damage in the Fruitdale community. Major damage there at 0832. So that was to what, 2:32 this morning, which was a little over an hour ago. That's in Washington County, Alabama, near Fruitdale. Major damage being reported by EMA officials. So that was a pretty big deal. And in the last hail reports that we have, Nectar, that's Blount County, where we had some of those high, or some of those big. So let's see, 232 into Fruitdale, Washington County. 232 is 232. I'm going to back the radar up, and let's go to Washington County and see if we can see that whole situation unfolding there. 232, single site radar, Washington County. I think that's going to be the mobile radar that covered that. Back the radar. Don't do that. Back the radar up here about 100 frames. 232. And 232. Right there was the radar at 232. Yeah. So that's Fruitdale, and there's your spotter report. This is the EMA officials there. Debris signature noted on radar. EMA preliminary reports of major damage in the Fruitdale community, and that was at 232, which is when we had this particular signature there. The likelihood of a tornado was on the ground there, but they say major damage, and I feel like that was, let's see, that moved upward. Let me go backward in time, back to 232. 232. And that was your tornado signature right here. This is what the correlation coefficient was showing you at 232, where they were reporting major damage in, oh my God. I'm sorry. 232. That's when they were recording the major damage that was taking place there. I am so sorry. I didn't look up. The report says, let me show you this again. Near Fruitdale, Alabama, Washington County, emergency management, debris signature noted on radar. EMA preliminary reports of major damage there into Washington County. That's southern Washington County along Highway 45. EMA says that is major damage there in Fruitdale, Alabama on 45 when that came through. And this is the radar from 2:32 this morning when this actually took place. I can show you what the radar looked like at that point. And also I can show you, I can, but 232, right there. That was the tornado. That was when the tornado took place at 2:32 this morning. And the velocity data showing pretty much the same thing at that point. That's 2:32 when you had a tornado right there at Fruitdale. So that was it. That was right now. That is one of the larger tornadoes reports of a tornado that we had that are so far confirmed in the data that we have. We have lots of other tornado reports that I think are going to come in, but that's the one that we currently have right there at the moment. Couple of looks here. You see the thunderstorms that are moving southward. They're pretty rapidly moving southward now through this region. Down to Tuskegee and beyond Auburn University. We got thunderstorms coming in, but there is no severe thunderstorm warning even at this point. That is great news. It's all that single cell was absorbed here within the line, if you can tell. That's great news. When you see an absorption of a cellular thing, when you see the absorption of that into the line, you feel better about it. It's the single cell storms that are out in advance that are really kind of scary. Look at these dew points now. We're still into the 70s with dew points west of Montgomery, Alabama. These are dew point conditions, meaning that the atmosphere is still super juicy. But look at these things falling. We got a dew point of 42 in Tupelo and 63 at Aberdeen. 42 to 63. 20-degree dew point swings that are coming in from the west, folks. It's going to be a cool day coming up tomorrow all across the state of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi. Everybody here gets in on the cool weather, and it goes all the way down to the Gulf Coast, actually. Cool weather in Pensacola and Mobile. Northerly winds, be an offshore wind during the day. Tomorrow you'll have a flat, well, not tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning you probably have a pretty wicked-looking beach surf that'll be coming in. But that'll shift quickly. It'll be an offshore wind, and you'll have a flat surf by the afternoon tomorrow. At least they're down to beaches. Now, it's not going to be in the 70s again for a while. It won't be back into the 70s again. Quick look. I'm going to go back to the other radar for just a moment because I can show you that they did do, don't do that, David. I can show you that there is a new discussion. Please update for me. This is new, brand new. They issued this at 09:56, 10 minutes ago. The thing I wish I could show you is how long it's going to take me to get up out of this chair. Ow! Oh, I'm sorry. That hurt. I don't feel my lower extremities. Flash flood risk continues across the discussed area, in the pink, if you will, going at least through 15Z. That's going to be 9 a.m. 15Z. 9 a.m. Convective evolution and forward propagation will determine the extent of the threat. That'll be all across this area here. Southern Alabama, the northwest Florida Panhandle, and beyond. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm making some really weird noises, aren't I? So that information, again, seems viable and likely. This is like the third or fourth time I've done what we call long form coverage. Third or fourth time I've done this, and now as I look at my setup here, I got a little bit of studio. As I look at it, none of this is conducive. None of this is conducive for doing long form type coverage. Oh my goodness. Things are getting bad when I can't find my mouse. I got so many monitors, and my mouse is behind me over here to the left. I can sort of see it, but it's not on the monitor in front of me. We're going to go through this one more time here. We'll go through what we got, and unless we have some sort of warning here in the next few moments, my voice is changing back to when I was 12 years old. And we really wouldn't want that, would we? It's 4:10 this morning now is what we're looking at. We're coming in out of Peachtree City down to the south. We got some big thunderstorms here that are still making their way southward in that line that goes from South Fulton all the way down to the south. I put 100 frames there. Apologies. But that just shows you the extent of what was going on and where everything is headed in the short term, the more short-term situation here where we go back to about 3. We're going to start out at 3:30. And then move forward. So about 45 minutes worth of data showing you again. The movement is pretty constant now, southward and eastward. Eventually, that'll become a little bit more dominant from the south, from the northwest down to the southeast. I think everything will start to move as we get a little kick coming in from the front. That'll have to push all that stuff in that direction. But then down to the south, you got your thunderstorms down here that we're watching. Mobile radar has a good handle on all of this stuff from west to east again. It is producing some very heavy rainfall in the same areas, which is problematic. Still, we have severe thunderstorm warnings. 34 more minutes on this one. This is going to be for Butler County, Monroe County, Clark County, Escambia, Conecuh, and also Covington counties. That's not Conecuh, by the way, if I've heard a couple of people call it. It's Conecuh County. That goes until 445 northwest of Monroeville and 14 miles to the east of McIntosh. Moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning there. An expiration. It's going to be 40-something more minutes for this thing that's going on here as well. And as it goes off into this area, that's southwest of Monroe, Baldwin, Mobile, Washington, Clark, and Escambia counties. That goes until 5 a.m. Severe thunderstorm warning coming out of Waggerville, 4 miles south of Deer Park. It's moving east at about 40 miles per hour. Radar indicated severe thunderstorm warnings. They're still kind of singular. Can you see what I'm talking about? They still show up as being individualized. There, and there. I see at least 4 little supercells still occurring. They're not within the line. They're little supercells. So what's happening is the low pressure is moving away now. These are all, so the low pressure, which is the reason for the spin into the upper atmosphere and an adjacent jet stream, they're all moving away from the area. And that decreases the directions, the differing directions it's ongoing. Makes it a little bit more directional as far as these winds at the surface and at the upper levels are. They become a little bit more parallel to each other instead of diverting with height. And so the angles aren't there anymore that were occurring as we went up with height into the atmosphere. The angles that we were looking at earlier in the day aren't occurring anymore. Very small line from Laplace, which is right there on the south of Lake Pontchartrain. I rode out Hurricane Irma there last year with Brett. He and I rode that thing out through the entire night. Just on the other side, we kept moving along one of the Home Depots there. I know things are still kind of bad down there in that area because of Irma. Thibodaux, we got a thunderstorm coming into Thibodaux from the northwest that'll be headed southeastward into Thibodaux and Lafourche, which is just off to the south. So look for that to continue. Morgan City, Patterson, getting over into Cameron Parish. And just south of New Iberia is where the western extent of this is all ongoing. This is the Atchafalaya Delta, the wildlife management area, although I've seen fires down there, brush fires, that are pretty amazing. Just to the east of Marsh Island is pretty much what we're looking at, but that's the Atchafalaya River off to the, well, you can't really see it here very well on this map. Some of the maps you can. But all that has moved past most of those areas. Still about to rain into Houma one more time, Thibodaux one more time, Jean Lafitte, Gretna, Chalmette. You know what I'm talking about, all the way down the line here into the Promised Land. And then back over here, this is Lake Borgne. This is called the Rigolets, where the water runs through. Pontchartrain runs through and out over Lake Borgne, the Rigolets. We've got some thunderstorms still yet to move through there into Slidell, Louisiana, coming out over the Chandelier Islands. Some of this stuff that's going on into Biloxi and Ocean Springs has to go through Gaucher over to Pascagoula, right there along Highway 98, if you're familiar. A few isolated thunderstorms in and around Mobile. Mobile radar shows a couple of those, but I don't see anything that's out of hand there near Pritchard, Alabama, or the rest of this stuff that's going on into the southwestern part of the state either. Still think a lot of this stuff is going to continue to make its way on southeastward and do so in a fashionable manner. Monroeville, back over to Frisco City and to Excel in Georgiana. A lot of people get off the interstate there at Georgiana to go southward down to, is that a secret? It might be a secret I just gave away. Get rid of a little bit of traffic if you get off there at Georgiana, go down to River Falls, into Andalusia. You know, the big statue of Elvis is in downtown. Is that Luverne? I don't know if it's Luverne or Andalusia. There's a big Elvis down there. And when we used to travel down there, my parents would say I'd wake up and I'd see Elvis, and I'd know that I was like another 2 hours away from the beach. True story. Not the Elvis. This is Luverne, Alabama. Now you're getting down in here, South Alabama, near Opp. Rattlesnake Roundup takes place in Opp, Alabama. Not this time of the year, but it does happen there. And that's one of their big draws. But Montgomery south through the rest of this region. Down south of Selma, we still have some thunderstorms in the rest of the area there too, but no more warnings. And I really feel like at this point, one or two errant tornado warnings are possible. I'd be the most surprised human being in the world to see something like what just happened with a larger tornado. I think that moved through across Autauga County and made its way eastward, which is now over here near Auburn as just a thunderstorm south of Opelika at the moment. I-65 going south through to Millbrook into the Montgomery area. Still have that left to go. And beyond that, there is promise to the rest of this whole situation. I'll use composite radar to show you up and down the line across several states. This is taking all the radar sites into account. Got that one last batch coming through New Orleans at the moment. And, then you got this stuff up here near the DeSoto National Forest in Bogalusa. It's already drying out into Bogalusa. I shouldn't say clearing out. Drying out into Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Columbus. I think we had a tornado there south of Columbus earlier. Lowndes County, Mississippi. I feel like there was a tornado that was on the ground there for a while. So they may be checking out some of that area during the day tomorrow. There'll be surveys. The poor folks from the National Weather Service offices, all of them will have to get out during the day tomorrow and start doing surveys. They'll look at where we had, first of all, they'll go to where we had TDSs, these the debris signatures. They'll go there first of all, or where they get public reports, enough public reports law enforcement will let them know where there's damage to the areas, and they'll go and they'll survey these and use a lot of the technology and information that they have. Normally, it's a experienced sort of a meteorologist who goes out there who's done it, before, or you teach somebody younger, I suppose. But they know, from some of the damage that is done, how large the tornado was. I've been around a long, long time. I'm a guy. Some people go, "Oh, I think it was an F3," or "Oh, I think it was an F4." I don't care. If an F2 took your house off, if an F1, it's enhanced stuff now. If an EF1 took the top of your house off where you live during the day today, and they came out and they said it was just an EF1, but your roof is missing, what is it to you? Forget about what everybody else thinks. What is it to you? And if I'm the family that lived there and I'm telling somebody else about it, I'm telling them the worst tornado I ever went through came across my house. To everybody else, it matters. It seems like whether it's an EF1, 2, or 3. Probably even I didn't look at all the discussion. If somebody said, I think that was an EF2 or 3, I'm going to be so pissed off. Moderators, got to stop the yah-yahing about people who think they know what's going on. I'm okay with that, but start your own page. I'm okay if you think you know something I don't. Start your own page. I want to make sure this stays strictly to the truth, and there's not a whole lot of yah-yahing going around. And I saw this or heard this from somewhere else. That doesn't really help me. And I don't like to lead the people who are on there who want to ask questions or who want to listen. Don't want to lead them astray. Don't want anybody thinking that because somebody wrote on there that it's gospel, because I've already seen about 5 or 6 things that were so untrue written tonight. Coupled, by people that I know. So, try your best. I love that. I love looking over there and seeing the chat, especially with somebody who's really concerned about what may be happening, who truly wants some information. I had a really super nice comment I want to go back and actually read from somebody who said, I don't have terrestrial television. I got you. and I stopped on us here tonight, and that's kind of what it's all about. Or for me, I get my high from thinking I helped somebody who needed the information and I happen to have it. And I'm not tooting my own horn, but I've been doing this over 40 years now. I've been on television since the 80s, the early 80s. I started out in Tallahassee, Florida at the ABC television station when I was still in school at Florida State University. And I've been a chief meteorologist for television stations all the way through. So I've been through so many of these. I can't tell you. I grew up in the southeastern United States, so I've been through so many of these. And western central panhandle, they're thinking about a tornado warning that would go a little bit further off to the east, I think, for southwestern Georgia, west central panhandle of Florida. Might be thinking about a little watch over there. Or something that goes with it. And I'll look to see, did the watch creep over there into the panhandle and I didn't know it? I've been here by myself through the, I really don't know how long I've been here, but I've been here for a while today, and kind of been here for myself. I wasn't able to pull up a lot of video, and I thought, do you want to go that route? Do I want to show people what happened, or do I want to stay on top of what's happening and what is about to happen? And so I did radar meteorology, what we call nowcasting, radar meteorology. Stayed with the radar through much of the day today. We had a couple of people who were out there with camera shots, but they were driving to somewhere and trying to get, damage or whatever the case may be. We did check in with people. I didn't have any of our guys who are storm analysts. They don't really like the word chaser. I'm going to call my guys who are working with me, not for me, they work with me, and Radar Omega and LSM, Live Storms Media. That is Brett's endeavor there, but Brett and I have known each other for a long, long time. He wasn't able to join us very often today. We did have his video several times, but when he gets into a day like this, Brett he has many hats on and works for a lot of the different networks trying to get that information out, and especially in the rural areas of Mississippi, it's hard to get 2 or 3 signals out. So I kind of winged it by myself for the day today. But as time goes on, you'll see more of Brett and I together doing analyzation. I needed him several times here to help me out. I kept having to go to different images in order to work behind the scenes, and I so apologize for how smooth it went sometimes, because it wasn't very smooth. But I hope I helped a few people out over the entirety of this whole event as it went on through. Somebody said it earlier in the night. I don't remember exactly when it was, but somebody wrote, "This is a bust." Pissed me off. Am I allowed to say that over the internet? I'd look around and ask somebody, but there's nobody else here. Oh, it's not a bust. For the love of God, if this hit your house, would you say it was just a bust, but I lost my house? Somebody lost their house today. Somebody lost, I don't know, maybe a loved one. Somebody, the hail was so large, I got to think there's livestock that were probably affected somewhere there. If it was baseball size just outside of Montgomery, there's pasture after pasture after pasture there. Thank goodness all the crops had been taken up. Baseball size hail would have ruined somebody's farm crop. This would have been devastating if it came to that. But I think everything's pretty much. I saw some pictures of cotton not that long ago. This could have been devastating, and I don't know that it wasn't. It may have been a devastating day today. It was not a bust. If it took a moderate risk to get everybody to go and do their best that they possibly could to be safe and stay safe, and we don't have any fatalities at all, we have very few injuries, the moderate risk was the reason for it. Everybody knew days in advance that this was going to be the case, that this stuff was going to happen. So the moderate risk could have saved lives. And as a viewer, you might be seeing it as a bust because nobody died. Was it a bust because you don't have a picture of somebody's house that was ruined? So I don't want to hear that either. This was not a bust. It was a moderate risk. We don't have them that often, and as far as I'm concerned, it was verified and justified. The Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, always have a tough call. This isn't an exact science. You can't go back and go, this is what was supposed to happen. This is the weather, and it changes each and every day, which is why I love it. Since I was a kid, I started out in elementary school doing the weather. In elementary school, I'd get in about 10 minutes early. They'd let me read the weather forecast over the intercom. My elementary school, Mitchell Elementary School. My principal is still alive. She still remembers me. She was the one that let me do that. That's just outside of Etowah County, Knoxville Falls up there. If you look across the street, that is my old elementary school that I went to many, many years ago. I had so many... I can't say that. My first girlfriend was there anyway, but that's a whole different story. Feeling a little giddy at the moment because we don't have any tornado warnings, and I hope you are as well. I am so concerned for you, though, that were affected, that do, in fact, have damage, and there could be injury. I just don't know about any of those things just yet. We'll have further updates. If you check on the channel, LSM, which is where you found me, I think, Brett will be handling all the damage information. You'll see video after video coming out over the next 48 hours about the damage that was done from this event as it all kind of moved on by. So pretty much is this where we are. William, thank you for the comments. Henry, thank you as well. Really appreciate you all. Josh, I don't know if you guys are aware, Josh is in blue, Josh Burnham. I know what you're thinking. Josh is a comedian. No, he's not. He's somewhere down the line he is, though. But Josh is one of our moderators, and he did a great job tonight. And we had a couple of people who said I was online with them on Match last night. That never happened. Did something crack? I don't want to talk about it just yet because I got to move again, but I'm going to stop this thing before I'm going to fall. I'm going to back up and fall to the floor in order to straighten up my back when we finish all this. I should have done some of this standing up. I do have an extension arm, but I've been sitting down this whole time. I really don't feel my butt. I don't feel my butt, but when I think about it, and the whole, that's nothing compared to what some people are going through today who maybe don't have a home. And again, they say major damage there in southwestern Alabama. That's from EMA. And I'll probably be getting more reports as we go through the night tonight as well. Dar Smith, thank you for that post there too. We still have viewers on here tonight, and I really appreciate it. Kind of makes me hate to leave you. I'm not leaving you though. Josh, did we do 16 hours today? I've done 23. My first day in Birmingham, Alabama, we had, when was it? September the 16th of 1996. I did 21 hours straight. I was by myself again, working at a television station where the guy left and told us the night before, that sale you're talking about, split my home in Gadsden. Oh, Josh, do you live in okay. Yeah, I appreciate all these comments. I'm going to go back and look at these. What is Radar Omega? Is it something you guys created? No, but somebody did. Some very smart people did, and I just happened to see it and catch on. And now I work for them, actually, although they were supposed to have me on today, and they didn't have me on the entire day. But eventually what you will see is that what you will see on last little thing I'm going to say here, and then we all need to take a little break. But Radar Omega is the app that I've been talking about. We've done a couple of tutorials, I guess, during the day today. I showed you some of the things that I use as far as the products go. They're down at the bottom of the screen. But I want to do more of that. I want to do these tutorials and, sort of go along and look at some of the things that I use, some of the things I've used through the years. Actually, when I started out using Radar, we had 3 colors. Imagine how happy I am to have all these colors now. But when I originally began, I had a Radar in Tallahassee, Florida. Channel 27 had 3 colors with it. And now we're all the way up to this. So how exciting is that? But one of the things I do want to show you here is upper left-hand side. See the hamburger there in the upper left-hand side? See, that's a bun, that's a burger, and that's another bun, the 3 little bars there. If you click on the 3 little bars, down here you see Radar Omega TV. And if you have the app from here on out, you're going to be able to click that, watch the Radar at the same time, and that'll be me. Where it says currently no stream, 2 things I can tell you is, one, I got a stream, and as soon as I got the air, I'm going to go to the little boy's room. But secondly, that would be me. Any other time, that would be me there on the stream, as well as here and a bunch of other places. We're going to have so many different places where you can watch our coverage. As we move along, and so, as I look at local radar, I want to go down here to the south one more time to make sure I'm not leaving a little bit early. There's a little motion here around Evergreen. That's going to be right near that 74/70 that we have at GZH. That's going to be the airport just outside of Evergreen, I believe. And other than that, it is all straight line associated. I don't see anything rotating any longer. Nothing over here. Nothing south of Montgomery, nothing back over here where we saw a multitude, a plethora, whatever you want to call it, of spinning storms during the day today, all linear and all moving in the same direction here at the moment. Dew points are going to be falling, temperatures are going to be falling, cool day showing up for the day tomorrow, and across the rest of the southeastern United States, got really cool weather that'll be taking place. Whoo! So, thank you so much for joining us once again. I do appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you and the viewership that we had tonight. And, yeah, I know. They're going to issue this watch over a little bit further onto the east. They're covering their bases. There's no reason for new energy or this to energize again. So they're going to move this over a little bit further to the east, as I said, into far southwestern Georgia. It's going to include the panhandle here that I was talking about a few moments ago as well. I don't know if they've actually done that just yet, but that's what the meso discussion was talking about. So there will be a new tornado watch that will be issued here shortly for that portion. Did it just come across? Let me add it here, and we'll look at it together really quick. Go down here, tornado watch. I'm going to fill it in again. Do this and this and this. And did it fill in? Not yet. Come on, come on, come on. Goes over to Mariana, down to Panama City, and westward along the Panhandle. So that's a tornado watch. And they're saying a couple of tornadoes are possible. This isn't the event. This isn't a continuation of the event. This is probably going to be waterspouts that will be coming on shore. The abundance of this will likely be waterspouts that'll be coming ashore. So they're kind of covering everything here. The warm sector is still there. We knew that. We see the dew points that are there in the 70s. I do know that is going to happen. The outflow on the eastern edge of the warm front is still there. Storms with the warm sector have trended towards a more messy cell-in cluster mode, with the strongest storms down the line from Monroe County, Alabama, back to Washington County, St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana. Strongest low-level flow is displaced north of this warm sector. Profile couple will continue to support the potential for supercells capable of all severe hazards, including tornadoes. Come on, tornado watch. This tornado watch, by the way, only has an hour and a half left over. It goes until 6 a.m. actually. The tornado watch that was issued much earlier. But look at this a couple of different ways here. This is the quickest way I can show this to you because it didn't fill in. One sec. This is the quickest way I can show you. It's a little crude. Well, it just says it's like bam right in your face. Tornado watch. A couple of tornadoes are possible. And they go until almost noontime. And I'm sorry, I can't hang with you till almost noontime. Couple tornadoes, isolated hail, quarter-sized gusts up to 70 miles per hour. It's a continuation downstream because the actual front, as we all saw a little bit earlier, the actual front is going to pass through there for quite some time. The frontal boundary is still well back to the west. The moisture is still there. The dynamics aren't. I haven't studied a ton, so I'm not going to argue this. I haven't been able to study all the exact things that might go on here that might actually happen here with this, but still can't get the watch to pop up. It doesn't matter. I just showed you the watch. So that's where it is, a continuation down into the Florida Panhandle. And I think there could be a couple of tornadoes, again, still popping up. That's the possibility of having a couple of tornadoes eventually popping up with this thing. But I just don't see anything that looks like it could be much more than a few isolated situations. I don't think there's any chance to have anything huge like we had a little bit earlier. There's some spin. I see a couple of things spinning here, but very, very broad. Nothing downstream that looks like it's going to take place. And you can see what I'm talking about near Georgiana. Down here to the south, we have a couple of things that are spinning, but I don't see anything that looks like it's going to get out of hand or rogue here anytime really soon. A couple of the radars that we're looking at radars that are pretty far off. A little bit of spin here around Greenville, a little bit south of Fort Deposit. This is an outflow that's gone gangbusters. This is producing some really high wind right across here. There's some lightning there, but I don't see anything that's really spinning. It's a comma head sort of situation. You got a little low pressure if you wanted to draw it out right there. That's moving eastward pretty fast. You got all this stuff, all this stuff down to the south. This is linear, moving southeastward, so the mobile radar doesn't really show anything acting up. So the tornado watch, I'm not exactly sure if they're thinking something's about to energize. If somebody was really itchy-fingered, well, let me look. No, that doesn't look like anything. Yeah, a little odd to me. Are they talking about this? No, because that's going to be on the other side of the warm front here pretty soon. Yeah, I kind of think they're talking about what might come in out of the Gulf of Mexico and, probably head across the rest of this area. Some of those could be water spouts that'll be coming on shore. I kind of feel like that is everything that I looked at during the day today. I feel like that could be the answer, but I'm not really sure about the rest of that. I'm not mentioning the stuff over here into Georgia, but this is like a 15-20 minute sort of a situation going south. These are all radar echoes that show you it's just heavy rainfall. That wind shift's going to take place on the back side of this. We got dew points into the 50s over here. This was all the wedge that had set in well in advance. The wedge of easterly flow was coming in off the mountains on the eastern side of the Appalachians and driving the temperature down all across this area of North Georgia. So never really the opportunity there for much structurally to happen with any of those storms. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings encompassing much of the area across southern Alabama. Butler, Baldwin, Monroe, Crenshaw, Escambia, Conecuh, and Covington County still underneath severe thunderstorm warnings there in all of those areas. There's no reason why that would change anytime really soon. So I think that's all still up in the air there for all of that activity. Then down to the south, we got a couple of more thunderstorms down here too. Severe thunderstorm warning coming into Saraland. That's west of Mobile County. Actually, it is Mobile County, northwestern Mobile County. It's also George County, Mississippi, but it's Mobile County in Alabama and Stone County into southeastern Mississippi. That's going to go until 5 a.m. with a couple of things going on near McLean and Perkinston. 6 miles to the east of McHenry. That's moving to the east at about 55 miles per hour. All of that stuff is. So much of it is headed generally off to the east and southeast there with all that stuff. EOX probably has a little better view of what is happening here. That's the EOX radar there that we're looking at. And further down to the south, EVX also watching that sort of situation there too. But I just don't see anything that's on the verge of becoming a tornado, and I'm really not sure until I dive into it. I need to get off the air and sort of look at the dynamics of what's about to happen. But with everything on the downswing, I'm not really sure why they issued a tornado watch for the Panhandle. Diurnally speaking, we've lost any heating of the day at all. Don't really have that. We do have high dew points. I mean, it's soupy down here, but I don't think we have upper level support like we had. And I don't know if that's just my chest pains talking or if that's the reality. I don't have like chest pains. I've got like, I've been talking a long time, chest pains. All right, Josh, thank you for your work. And I guess I'm going to thank everybody again. Dawn, that's sweet of you. Thank you so much, Dawn. William, really appreciate that. Dat Whip, weather picking up in Troy. You betcha. Lulu, Stitching Mac, is the threat over now? Where it kind of depends on where you are. I don't know where you are. If you're in the panhandle of Florida, it's not totally over. New tornado watch. Henry, thank you. That's very kind of you as well. And I really think I'm going to go do that. Is get a little rest. You know what? I'm going to leave my alarm on, and if there's another tornado warning, if there's more than one, I'll be back with you. I promise I'll be back with you if I can help. Still my neck of the woods down here. I worked in Tallahassee as a weather guy in Tallahassee. I love all of this area. Been all along the Gulf Coast. I am a fisher person, so Mobile Bay, love it. Into Mobile Bay, down here near Gulf Shores, but Mobile Bay, I love this area right here in Bon Secours in the Wolf Bay region. Beautiful spots. We used to go out to Dolphin Island to the Sea Lab when I was a young man. We go there for trips. You know that area I was talking about in Georgiana? There's a blow-up of lightning there. Little twist right there south of Garland. Little twist. Outflow, big one, Frisco City. But not a tight spin. Not a tight spin there. There's nothing spinning here at the moment that's tightly packed, that's spinning, that makes me fear a tornado warning. What about Tennessee? Boy, that is broad. You mean the football team? Thank you, Sligo. I appreciate that, Sligo. Jaden, can you be a little more specific? What do you mean? What about Tennessee? Or you just want to see the radar? I can show you the composite radar that shows you everything has moved out of western and central Tennessee. There's a little bit thin line there in Tennessee, but actually looks like everything is out of Tennessee. It's all on the other side of the Smoky Mountains now, actually. On the other side. Some of it didn't even make it to the other side. So, Tennessee, you are in the clear. Little bit of light rain. This is the actual front coming through Cookeville, Murfreesboro southward. That's the front. No harm, no foul. Everything, if there's any potential at all for anything severe, it'd be back in this area right here. Tell you, back the radar up. Is it gonna be stormy? No, Jaden, it's not. It's all over with there. I'm not really sure where you were over the last 12 hours. It was really stormy a while ago. Were you asleep? Current rainfall rates, if you're right underneath the heaviest of the heavy, an inch an hour is pretty easy to achieve, at least 3/4, but up to an inch in an hour is still possible under some of this stuff, but you'd have to be right under the heaviest of the heavy to be picking up that kind of a rate, and it's very quick as far as keeping it. It's not the overall mass of precipitation that was coming in that was causing the flash flooding, I think, that was occurring. If we look at the Birmingham radar really quick and take a look at the Birmingham radar, and I think I can give you an overall view. Can I? Yeah. I think I can give you an overall view of, at least as far as the radar, what the radar estimates were. Storm estimates. And I think this is going to be pretty close to reality, and some places, in others it may not. I think part of this is a hail track, and so the radar thought that this was probably going to be a huge raindrop, which it was actually hailstones. This was all originally supposed to be a little bit further north, I think, when they were anticipating this whole thing, but that matches up pretty much with both radars. And as you look at it here at the moment, the heaviest stuff was Jasper, then westward. We got a 6-inch estimation, Doppler radar estimations, and even more. That's a 6, almost 7-inch totals coming in there. If you look at it in belief, I don't have what fell in the bucket. At 7 a.m., there'll be a map that shows up of what fell in the bucket, but there's not one specifically right now that I can find. It's not included in anything over here. Visibility, wind speed, direction, temperature. I don't have the buckets to show you at this point. Tomorrow I would. At 7 a.m. I would. But no, right at this moment here, I don't. That was a lot. Isn't that funny? 5-6 inches. Can you imagine that somewhere out west? That would be causing massive problems out west. There's some of the heavy totals there too. And see, I think this is hail contamination. I don't think I saw that much rain falling there. I think some of that could be radar thinking that was actually going to be raindrops, huge, big raindrops that would be falling, and that's really not the case. There's your stuff, Saraland, Satsuma, and this will be the final stuff coming into Mobile County. Still have that severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to include Mobile Bay. There's a tunnel that goes across the northern part of Mobile Bay, so that would certainly be across that region there too. So definitely something that they will be watching. Speaking of the drought situation, I know they'd love to have had that precipitation hang longer in places like Mississippi, but there was some pretty appreciable amounts of rainfall here. It's not going to change the Mississippi River, but much needed rain fell across all of this area. And I think even if we go to NQA, we look at the Memphis radar, there's still some of the same. Not a lot, not a ton. Everything was pretty quick coming through there. Little Rock, Arkansas shows the same thing. It was all kind of quick moving across all of this area from north to south. But much needed rainfall there across all of that region when it did happen, when it did take place during the day today. You saw as well as I did, I think, during the daylight hours, you saw what the Mississippi River looks like, and it looked really bad. Jaden, that's so kind. Prayers to the folks out in Mississippi, definitely. But, yeah, all this is very good news. Didn't have a ton of rain. We actually had creeks and tributaries and streams that were pretty low across much of central and north Alabama. I know. Just got another tornado. This is from Emergency Management again. It was 7 miles southwest of State Line, Mississippi. Damage to trees along Highway 57 south of the Johnson Creek Baptist Church. How more specific does it get than that? South of the Baptist Church there is a tornado damage report there along Highway 45. And there into the, no, I didn't. About 2 hours ago, I almost said a bad word. If I was about to say a bad word then, it was just because something was close. before I leave, because I'll be so upset with myself if before I leave. I forgot to look at something. I see a ton of people talking about a tornado in on the ground in Montgomery. I haven't seen one photograph though of any damage there. I mean, people are screaming, observed, observed, observed. But I don't see a picture. This is a little odd. I haven't seen a picture of damage. I'm looking at TV stations over the Montgomery DMA. I don't see photographs or anything. I hope that is the case. I hope that's the case, but if you watched it like I did, there was some sort of a debris signature there for a while. Hmm. Wow, we had 11,790 views over the 24-hour period. I don't know how many we've actually had, but almost 12,000 people who are watching here, and so appreciated. I don't know. We had 2 streams going on today, so quite a bit through the day today. Still have 143. All right. Hamburger, radar, quick round trip once again. I'm feeling guilt about going to bed because there's a tornado watch there. I don't see anything that could be a tornado, though. I'm sorry. I don't see anything that could be a tornado. Not anytime soon. Those are thunderstorms. I don't know why they issued a tornado watch. That's linear. Oh, that's linear. None of that's rotating, and I don't know why they think it will. I mean, I think there could be something, eventually, as you get down closer to the Gulf, I think there'll be a water spout come on shore, but I don't see anything supercellular anymore. This is I see segments within the line. There's one there, little one right there, if you will. These are all those segments, but they're all linear. They're all within the line. They're absorbing what's going on within the line. They're not singular supercell thunderstorms any longer. Got a few offshore here. In fact, this is going to be a special marine warning. See, so I think this is I don't know. This is part of what I was talking about. I talked about this earlier, how this whole thing was going to start bringing up water spouts. I think that's going to be the deal. We knew this was going to happen, that water spouts would probably be coming on shore. These dew points are super high. And I knew all along we probably have water spouts that would be coming ashore. And look at the radar. These aren't going to be as obvious as they would be on land. But when I look at this, I see water spouts. Water spout. Probably a water spout. Definitely a water spout. A water spout. I see like 5 or 6 things rotating out there that are likely going to be water spouts. But what is also likely is that as soon as they get near shore, this is a water spout. And if I put this into motion, watch these things come on shore, moving fast. These are all water spouts, and so there's a special marine warning in effect for the next hour from Mexico Beach to Apalachicola. It includes Okaloosa, Walton County line to the Mexico Beach line, Okaloosa and Walton County to Mexico Beach. And what for? These are for water spouts and wind gusts 34 knots or greater. I felt that, but that's on the other side of the tornado watch. That's not where the tornado watch is. The tornado watch actually goes from Panama City across the entire Panhandle I-10 and across the entire Panhandle over into Milton. And I don't see anything that looks tornado-y to me. Little spin, but so broad. Right there. And if you go with history at all, history during the day today, we know that that's probably not anything that would be confirmed, that could be confirmed. Still a little spin going on right there too. Evergreen, I-65, Evergreen. Then you get to Mobile, Saraland, Bay Minette, all across this region here. Thunderstorms up and down the line. LAX is Slidell. I don't see anything rotating there either. They did come out with the okay, this is emergency management. This is from Boylston, Alabama. TDS on radar, damage to multiple homes and manufactured homes on Dunn Lane, Williams Drive. There are injuries reported. I was looking for this earlier. It had to be something happening there. I think maybe they're just now, I just now got this. 3:19 is when it was reported, though, the report time. So there have been injuries here just north of Montgomery, north of 152. That's 82, I think, that goes around Montgomery. Is considered 82, is it not? Yeah, 82 that goes around Montgomery. It's South Boulevard, actually. But Boylston is right there. There's, those are, communities there that we're looking at, housing developments. And you get back out in here to what is huge pasture land here. These are actually hunting areas. Somebody's hunting here. That's a food plot there where somebody's hunting. In these areas, this is well out into farming territory here, but the tornado was right here. It looks like Dunn Lane and Williams Drive. Damage was done there, and injuries were reported, sadly. So we knew something like that was probably going to be the case, and actually was the case. Josh, you said you were going to be here with me till I left. That's the second time you've bailed on me too, Josh, but I appreciate it. Deep breath. And okay, I'm going to wrap it up. I just don't see a lot. I don't see a lot going on. I think there's maybe the possibility of an errant tornado or two that could still take place. I see a little bit of spin there north of Mobile at the moment. small spin. The chance of a large tornado, I don't see that being the case anymore. Water spouts, I think that's very likely a possibility. Water spouts that could be taking place in the rest of the area there. Pretty much what we're looking at is just a random tornado warning here and there that could take place into the panhandle of Florida because a watch does remain. It's 5:02 Central Time here. It's Wednesday now, November the 30th. I am a meteorologist, David Neal, Breaded Air, and LSM, and Radar Omega, the people that have sort of sponsored this whole thing for today. And I appreciate you being with me. A lot of you have been 11,000 people, I think I saw in this one feed, and I don't know, I think we had 5,000 on the other one earlier in the day today. So thank you so much. That as long as I feel like I help somebody, then I'm happy to do it. And I'm going to let you go now. And I hope everybody stays safe. And if you've been affected, I'm so sorry. We feel for you all. I feel for you because I kind of, feel a little bit responsible when this stuff happens. And I hope I gave out enough information to help you out, at least to try to stay safe. I haven't heard of a fatality, and I think that's a testament to getting the word out as it was. Well in advance, the word was out. So pretty good news there overall. About that whole thing, I think, is what we're going to be hearing. So I'm gonna wrap it up now and say goodnight. And still check out LSM through the day today. As soon as daylight hits, I think Brett had to go to bed, but as soon as there's daylight, Brett will be out with his drone to get some of the damage that was done out of this whole event as it took place. It's now 5:04 on Wednesday morning. And thank you so much for being with me through the night tonight. Going to wrap it up now and say goodnight in 3.